This is Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta. Listening on the frequency. I didn't get the prefix. Hotel Charlie Echo. Give me the prefix again, please. Yeah, deep fading, and I've got a high noise level here. November 1, Hotel Charlie Echo. This is W3EMD, Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta. Good afternoon. Just put the equipment on. Might drift a little. Might drift a little. My name is Buzz, B-U-Z-Z, Buzz like a buzzsaw. We may have worked before. I keep a paper log here, but if we worked, it was not in the very recent past. My name is Buzz, Bravo, Uniform, Zanzibar, Zanzibar. Baker, Uncle, Zebra, Zebra, Buzz like a buzzsaw. And I'm near the town of Rhinebeck, New York. That's the River Rhine in Germany. CK, Rhinebeck, New York. That's 100 miles up the Hudson River from New York City. Well, the wind is really blowing at the moment. N1 HCE, let's see how I copy. Your signal was kind of up and down. I assume mine is also. This is W3EMD. Go ahead. Yeah, not well. Signal is down around S4 most of the time, and my impulse noise level from a bad power line in the neighborhood is around that same level. So, I got your hotel here called correctly. November 1 Hotel X-Ray Alpha. This is W3EMD. You said, I think I heard you say you had an amplifier. I think that would probably solve the problem. The signals are moving around, plus minus 20 dB. N1HXA, W3EMD, go ahead. Q5, what's the name of CPO? Yes, I'm about 5 miles south east of Rhinebeck, between this town. We're in a small town called the town of Clinton, C-L-I-N-T-O-N, Clinton, that has no real center, but Rhinebeck, if you know it, is an actual village, small town. Right? XA, W3EMD. Let me touch my antenna tuner. If I don't keep the SWR at absolute 1-to-1, I get arcing in the antenna tuner. Fine, Mike. Well, my equipment is all from the same town, all from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So they know each other well, although they're a slightly different generation. Not that far apart. This is a Collins KW1. Collins KW1 from May 1952, and a Collins 75A4 from about late 1955 that I'm using at the moment. And one is a horizontal loop, about 600 feet of wire, square loop, north, south, east, west faces, fed in the southeast corner with window line, and 40 to 60 feet high, depending on which tree you look at of the four. Yes, the Rhinebeck Aerodrome is still here. The original founder of it passed away a couple of years ago, and now it's operated by the foundation, but it's much the same. They have air shows and rides, and I guess when my grandkids were here last summer from London, we went over to the aerodrome, and they've got a plane there which was built in the 1920s, and the fascinating thing about it is it was built for barnstorming. So there are 4 open cockpit seats in front of the pilot, who sits in back of you. And it was made for going to the county fairs, you know, and taking people up for rides. And that's exactly the way they're using it now. And that was part of the fun of it. You know, they give you a helmet, goggles, and things like that. And lots of picture taking. But it was great fun. The only thing that's not fun is they charge $100 a person. But I guess I can't blame them to maintain the equipment and that kind of thing. And they pick you up for 15, 20 minutes, fly all around the area. It's a grass field, and they fly some very, very old equipment there. There's equipment, pre-World War I equipment that is still flyable, that they're using. French airplanes, pre-World War I, that some crazy guy will still take off and run around. Fine on your HRO 52 project there. Those kinds of projects are always interesting. Trying to keep things aligned and working, especially with this vintage equipment. There's always some smoke on my end, or some problem. Problem I got now with the 75A4 is it jumps frequency randomly about 4 kilohertz every once in a while. I think it could be just dirty tube pins. Tube hasn't been taken out in years, and maybe some some dirt on the oscillator pins. The problem is the way the thing is made. I can't physically pull the tube out. Can't get fingers in. My wife can't get her fingers in it. So I just met somebody who's about to send me a tube puller. It's like the old Chinese thing you put your fingers in, and from 2 ends like a tube of woven bamboo, and you pull it tight and you can't get your fingers apart. Well, it's the same kind of principle for a tube puller. So when that gets here, I'll try to see if I can cure this problem, which is the latest one. My home QTH is New York City in Manhattan, and this is a small country place we've had for weekends for about 12 years now. But when things got kind of dicey in the city, on March 27th, we moved up here. And I guess we're here for the duration, and well, I have no idea how long the duration is. So that's the story. Exactly where is Ashby, Mike? N1HXA, W3EMD, and the signal is perfectly Q5 with the amplifier. Go ahead. MHXA, 3EMB. Got to touch the antenna tuner again. Stand by. That's what happens when the wind blows. Very tiny changes, but tiny changes make the Johnson KW Matchbox arc over. To your final comment, well, we stayed in Manhattan until the 27th of May because there were great advantages to being there. I mean, within literally 5 minutes walk of my house, we had several supermarkets, food stores, pharmacies, and excellent medical facilities. So it was a good place to be. And I kind of set a threshold when the infection rate in the city reached 4 persons per 1,000. I had decided, if it reached that level, I decided we ought to leave. And at 4 o'clock on Friday, the 27th of March, we heard on the radio that it did, and we were gone by 6:30. So, yes, we are fortunate. This is an old 18th building, and this is where I have my AM ham shack. I have an Elecraft K3 here that I operate remotely from New York City. But all the AM gear and things like that, I of course cannot operate remotely. Yes, this is the KW1. It is 6 feet 6 inches high, and it weighs about almost 700 pounds. And it was the last large AM rig that Collins ever built for hams. They only built 150 units plus 2 prototypes. Mine is serial number 54, and they sold them right up through early 1953. And by that time, they were hard at work on SSB. And of course, if you remember, the KWS1 came out, I think, in late '56. And standing next to the KW1 is the KWS1. So I've got the grandson, if you will, of the KW1 standing right next to its grandfather. And of course, it is only about 48 inches high and weighs about 137 pounds. So it's not the size of the of the KW1 by any means. I have a consulting business, and I can do it equally well up here, like with a computer and Zoom conferences and things like that. Having 2 or 3 of Zoom conferences a day now. I have a customer in Europe, a client in Europe, and just about every morning we have a Zoom conference with video and audio and documents. And I did this morning, and I guess we will on Friday morning also. I'm in the telecommunications business. My specialty was satellite systems, satellite communication systems. And these days I work for a couple of New York investment banks as kind of a technical advisor. Try to keep them from doing stupid things and spending money that they shouldn't. So that's what I do. And my wife's business is also portable. She's a consulting chef. Doesn't work in a restaurant kitchen or anything, but has a consulting business in the cooking field. So both of us, fortunately or unfortunately, are not on holiday up here. That's the story. So usually every day we've been up here about 4 o'clock if the weather's reasonable. And it looks like it is today. We go out for a nice long walk. We found we can walk 2, even 3 hours sometimes and not see another human being. So that's very different from the city. N1HXA W3EMD. Go ahead. It was built in the days, you remember what the rule was, the law was, it was 1,000 watts plate input power with 100% modulation, not output. So right now, I run it backed off. I've got the voltage, I've got a variac on the high voltage and everything, and instead of 2,500 volts, I'm running about 150. And running about 45, 350 watts out, which is, I guess, if you multiply it by 4, is about what the legal limit is of 1,500 watts peak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was curious. Yeah, I was just looking at a 1967 OWIL handbook. I think that's the transmitter that was featured there. Yeah, most guys, it's just an impossible dream, so I guess you're living the dream. But for me, I'm happy to have the stations like Miller stations actually that I have. Laser 1002 out in stock with a 30R1 amplifier. And then I got a KWM2 column and the outboard vehicle. And right now in the console I have a 75 LCD column computer, so I have
Okay, and N1HXA W3EMD. I won't touch the antenna tuner, but I will regret it. Very good. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, you and I probably are about the same vintage. I've been licensed since 1956. The first week in January 1956 is when my novice license came, WN3EMB. And so about 64 years plus in the hobby. And I've been in it off and on, you know, years and years have gone by where I've been moved someplace or been inactive and that kind of thing. But we moved to New York in 2000. I was in London before that, and we moved to New York, and about 2005 I started a campaign with my dear wife that we needed to get some, you know, fresh air and sunshine on the weekends. Here we are in the city, and, you know, we need some, you know, country life and fresh air, sunshine, all that stuff. And it took me about 3 years to convince her. She's a city person, loves the city. And of course that was all a lie. It was just so I could get a place up here with a room for a shack and a room for an antenna. So since about 2008 I've been back on the air. And the Collins business started purely serendipitously. I met a guy who had a couple pieces of Collins gear, Collins 32V3 and a 75S1, and he was helping a widow with an estate sale, and he didn't know what this stuff was. And somehow I met him, I think, on 2 meters, and he said, "Are you interested?" I said, "Well, I don't know, I'll take a look at it." So I went and took a look at it, and I said, "Does it work?" He says, "I don't know." So we plugged in both of them. Neither of them worked. So he said, "Are you still interested?" I said, "Yeah, okay." And he said, "Well, how much will you pay?" I said, "Well, I'll give you $20 for repair." And that's what I did. And of course, they were easy to repair. You know, the vacuum tube stuff, you can put your fingers in it and make it work. And there was a bad switch in 32V2, 32V3, and the 75S1 just needed some switch cleaning and stuff like that. And that was the beginning of the descent. Mike, you know, one thing leads to another, and this KW1 became available in 2012 and got it, and then the 75A4. And the KWS1 came a couple of years later. The latest thing in the shack is an ART-13, the aircraft radio, Collins designed aircraft radio from the Second World War. And I'm supposed to be getting a piece of power on Irwin's 30J transmitter. I was supposed to go and pick it up this May. It's out in Vancouver, British Columbia. I was going to fly out there. My son was going to meet me, and we were going to drive across the country together. But that's all kind of on hold right now, as you can suspect. So that's the story, but I'm glad to hear that your health condition has improved enough to you know, re-spark your interest in ham radio and your activity in the hobby. As I say, I continue to enjoy it. Back to you for one more, and then we'll see what happens. N1HXA in Ashby. Find on where Ashby is due north of Worcester. This is W3EMD.
I was on the air, so he didn't stick the head around the door and say, "Coffee's on." He just brought it up to me, so that was nice. Yeah, I had a 75A4. That's one of that I regret selling. I had a 75A4 that Howard Nate went to. You probably know W3H. If you Collins got it on Northside, Ohio. These are very square feeder. In fact, I think this 52-1 national receiver I had came from him. I don't remember his name, but I had a Central Electronic Station with a 100D and a 75A4 for a while, and it was my station. And, well, very frankly, I needed some money to do a 40-meter head shooting prototype. So I sold them both for $700. And I didn't realize that what I did until after. I was so anxious to get the money I needed to pay for the materials that I was focused on that. And things seem to get out of hand and you don't even notice it. Well, look, I won't keep you if you want to run. I'm going to have my cup of coffee. And it looks like she's got a muffin too, so it's a good time to say 73. Nice to have met you, and we're both able to have a true-size conversation. W3 EMD Buzz. I'm on HXA saying 73.
Yeah, fine. N1HXA, W3EMD, okay. All very good. And yes, I know Howard very well, and he called me on the phone just today, because I got this. I mentioned this, I think, before, but I didn't tell you that he was the person. With a 75A4, I got this bizarre problem where every once in a while it jumps 4 kilohertz. And I fixed it immediately by turning the power back off and back on. And I sent Howard an email about it, and I said, with all the diagnostics, and he said, well, it sounds to me like maybe the tube pins, which the tube has been in there for a long time, and maybe just some oxidation and not making good contact with the tube socket. So he said, just pull out the VFO tube, and clean the pins and then put it back in. Well, turns out my large fingers and my wife's smaller fingers could not pull out the tube. So it was a real quandary. I mean, physically could not pull out the tube the way it is mechanically set. So I have mentioned this to Howard, and he said, oh, we'll clean your tube pull. So we just had that conversation about 4 hours ago. I've been down to his place a couple of times and spent some time with him. And you're right, he's a real straight shooter. He doesn't shoot anybody on price or anything like that. And he does very, very nice work. And he has enough work to keep him busy for the next 150 years. I don't know what he's got to do. He has a garage full of equipment there that all of which needs restoration. And he says, well, that's for the estate sale. Because there's no way he can get to it all. Yeah, it's almost 3:30, so I think I will sign for a while and go see what my dear wife is doing. And as I said, at 4 o'clock, we'll probably go out for a run. I'm Mike. Very, very nice to meet you, and glad to hear that you're back into the hobby. Both well enough, you well enough, and your station well enough to be on the air. And by the way, this transmitter is, I'm not sure it's the same as the one in the handbook. It's a pair of 4400s, originally designed as 4-250s, but has 4 400s in it, and it's modulated by a pair of 810s, pair of 810s, old triodes. That's the primary configuration. So I will say 73, and thanks an awful lot for coming back to the CQ, and I'm glad you had the amplifier there, so you could get well above my noise level. N1HXA in Ashby, Mass, W3EMD near Rhinebeck, New York. 73, Mike, and many thanks. Yeah, fine. I've heard this story about Dennis. Was a very famous guy, and I certainly will pass on to Howard when next I speak with him. He said he would put the tube puller in the mail today, and when I get it, I will certainly give him a call on the phone 2 or 3 days from now, and I will let him know about this QSO mic and pass along your regards. N1HXA in Ashby, Mass, W3EMD, near Rhinebeck, New York, 73, and many thanks.
people. Give it a check here. 1212. Here is November 3 Radio India Kilo.
Test 1, 2. KC2DHU. KC2DHU test. Test 1, 2. KC2DHU. Testing.
Radio.
We're here. Springfield's news, traffic, and weather station. News Radio 550 and WHFN. Radio station. One of the biggest podcasts of the week on the free iHeartRadio app. Now, #1 for podcasting.
Basic symptoms for people who get COVID-19 are a dry cough,
Bartenders, we're thinking of all of you. Visit iHeartRadio. We're here. Springfield's news, traffic, and weather station. News Radio 550 and WHFN. Radio station. One of the biggest podcasts of the week on the free iHeartRadio app. Now, #1 for podcasting.
Two basic symptoms for people who get COVID-19 are a dry cough and a fever. There's sometimes a shortness of breath. That's the third one that's fairly common. And that's pretty consistent. Those are also symptoms that
Elvis Skinner. Well, Elvis getting back to patient. He's got to hang on.
Test 1 2. Test.
been fun. Let's get on.
This is Kilowatt 2, Ontario
45 and windy up here. KB2NQN, K2ORS.
Yeah, okay, Warren. K2ORS, KB2NQN. There's somebody who's tuning up there, but I copied everything you said there. And I totally agree with you. I see that sometimes with the Flex software. And I'm sure it's my computer. It's not a new computer. It's an old desktop. I see that before. Usually when I read
Okay, Steve, my pleasure. I enjoyed the QSO, and I don't know. Yeah, there's a frustration factor with all this stuff. Anyway, you take care. I'm going to get outside. I don't know, maybe for an hour. We'll see how it goes. KB2NQN, K2ORS, going to be off and clear.
Hey there, Warren.
Yeah.
Hey there, Rich Aroni, and I think it's Clark in there. Yeah, I set all the stupid settings on this, what is this, Power SDR. I screwed with it for like an hour, went up and down, got the CFC in there. And, thought, oh, well, now I got it set. And then all you have to close the program. All you have to do is if you change bands, you change modes, and you come back here, you've lost all that work. So maybe you know the trick.
No, that's strange. It doesn't happen on mine. I don't know.
Talk to Rob about it.
So when I save it as a profile, it stays saved.
Yeah, sorry. I opened up a window. I'm still using the push-to-talk bar. I know I need to get a PP3 switch. And the trouble with that is if you open up anything else on the computer, you keep the what do you call it? The space bar doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't stay saved for me. I'll tell you. One of my things here on the CFC tools. Let's go back to that. CSP. Where I can import a database and get it to come back that way. However, it closes the program. So the little button here closes the program, and you have to reopen it. Or it reopens. I can't remember whether you have to reopen it or reopens on its own. But it throws you off the air for several minutes while it does that. How do you like that?
I just don't know. I just want to say, hey, whatever you're doing, it sounds good. The audio on it sounds real good there, Warren. I'll catch up with you later there. K2ORS, hello, Clark, if I talk to you.
Alrighty, Rich. Yeah, I understand. Hey, Clark, how are you? Good copy?
I do. Always a good copy.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. You don't run an SDR, do you? I don't remember.
No. I use computers all day for work, and as an entrepreneur, it's basically every day. And the last thing I want to do is turn all that stuff off, come in here, do ham radio, and stare at a computer screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Strap.
Yep, that's fine. I get it. That's fine. I have a lot. Maybe not as much as I did a few years ago, but I have a lot of big vintage radios with tons of tubes in them. Not too many transmitters left, only a couple of tube transmitters, but lots and lots of receivers. So, and some of them I still really like, so that I use a lot. Others, not so much. That's why I got to thin the herd. Anyway, good to hear you in there, big signal. I think I'm running about 200 watts of carrier. But as I was telling Steve NQN, I am going to go out and walk out in the woods away from people, just because I can and I need to, and it's more or less what it is. Would not be good to skip it, you know.
Man, you're good. I heard the station you were talking to. He said that he was not familiar with AM or whatever. He sounded great to me, so it sounds like you got a handle on it. So it's nice to see that. It's nice to see folks getting on to AM. In fact, it was just a thread about that, the resurgence of AM. Well, you're on your way to go exercise. Enjoy the woods, and keep in mind that the wildlife has developed a new brazen approach to the wilderness, and they fear humans not, because we're the ones who ran away due to COVID. So enjoy the evening. I'll catch you next time. N1 BCG.
Ernie Clark, always a pleasure. Yes, and I heard that. Ernie, you take care. I'm going to sign off. Yeah, the other station was Steve. He was having trouble setting his 5,000 up on 80, although it worked on the other bands. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but it was coming in good here. Anyway, you take care. K2RS going to throw the little switch.
See ya, Warren. Yes, and as he did say, N1 BCG now listening or monitoring 3885.
Hello, Clark. 7-3 Warren, W3MMR.
See that? Some come in, some go out. It's sort of like you can't make or create mass. It just moves around, and I guess it's the same thing for the ham bands.
That's right. People come, and people may go. What's going on up in your neck of the woods?
Well, Gary says hi to us. He says 40 meters has been rough today. You know, I'm rare. The only time I'm on 40 meters during the day is either weekday or weekends with the El Valiente on, the 7290 area. Or when I take a break from work, I put on the 706. I come 706 and copy the transmissions around 7050 for practice, and that's it. So I wouldn't know if bands are good or bad around these days. But anyway, so what have I been up to? God, don't you hate people who are like, hey, here's my day. We had a lightning strike yesterday. Now, why do ham radio operators refer to themselves as we? I don't mean we mean the radio station. Bam! 450-foot steel tower with a single bay antenna at the top got knocked the snot out of and took out our FM transmitter. So that had to be replaced today. That was exciting. But other than that, you know what? Just another calm day. N1 BCG.
Fun. Sounds like a blast. Yeah, I didn't do much today. Lots of hanging around, doing a whole bunch of nothing, relaxing. Work's been super busy. So I really needed to relax today. We went to Lowe's and built a dolly for this amplifier and got some other stuff and accomplished that after I took a 4-hour nap. Got on here early this morning. The band sucked at like 5. It was just, I don't even know why I got up, but I did. It's when I usually get up, and the band was really weird. It was super long, really long. It's been like that the past couple mornings. It's been really long in the mornings. I can't even talk to the guys down south that I normally talk to, so something's going on, but the band at least is quiet tonight. That's the story on that. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner, too. I don't know what I want.
Sounds like you got the cleaning people there. When are they going to get done vacuuming?
Yeah. I know, I'm still working on that.
Is that the thing you sent me the picture of?
It is.
Oh, are you using it now?
I am.
So what is this? This is your flex and that?
Oh, my Anon and that, yes.
Oh yeah, that's what I read. That's right. Cool. Did you get out the squishy power issue, or is that still remaining?
It's still remaining. I haven't messed with it yet. I honestly haven't even thought about it today at all, to be honest with you. So it's something that I'll get to eventually. But it does what it needs to do. I'm not trying to beat the balls off the thing. I got it because I wanted headroom. I didn't get it because I wanted to run a ton of power. You know what I mean? So, and I was running out of headroom with my other amplifier. I had that thing pushed up against the wall, so I could run a little more power out and have a lot more headroom. So, like I said, I can figure out the power issue, and things will probably run a little more efficiently, but it's still a work in progress, and I still got, eventually, probably the next week or so, I'll figure that out.
Well, a couple of things came to mind when you mentioned the power drop. Those amplifiers are remarkably inefficient. Linear amplifier on AM is like, what, 25% efficient? Horrible. So on modulation, it's going to be brutal on your power source, and it's got to be rock steady. So I'm not totally surprised that the voltage sags, but I also know very much so, because I was there, that amp was looked at by a top amp guy and given the blue ribbon certification of working great. So I think that the issue you're having is really just in the wiring. But it's a bodacious signal. I mean, unless you really need to rock and roll, which you kind of said you didn't really need to, then you should be all set.
Right. And, I want the thing to last, and it's obviously real rugged. And, yeah, no, that's what Rob told me, and I was just having, it just took me a little time to work things out over here, and then figured out everything's A-okay, and I could check the tap. It's hard to the power supply's jammed in this thing so tight, and it's really hard to really see what taps this thing is set on. I'm pretty sure, like 95% sure, it's on the 250 volt tap, which is what I want it on. Because, as you know as well as I do, if the filament voltage is too high, it'll really shorten the life of this tube, and it's a very expensive tube, and I don't want to do that. So I'd rather have it, the play voltage lower than higher. But I mean, it's a 15 amp service with 12 gauge wire, and that's what they recommend for 15 amps and a 15 amp service, and that's what they recommends in the book is a 15 amp service. So that should be sufficient, but I haven't monitored the 240 voltage when keyed. I only have line voltage, one of them Viz power line monitors. The RCA made them too, and the little blue power line monitor for 120 volt power line monitors, and it drops about 2 volts when I key. So I guess that would be about 4 volts a drop on 240, or would it be? I guess it would be half of that on 240, right? Or you can't really tell until you measure it.
Are you saying you've got one of those RCA meters? The thing that's in its own, like, silver or gray metal cabinet, container, and then the meter is like the whole front face of it?
Yeah, I got 2 of those, yeah.
Really? I just sold 2 of those on eBay. I wonder if I sold them to you.
Actually, I picked one up on eBay. Well, one is RCA and one is a Viz. And the Viz one I picked up on eBay about a year and a half ago, and the RCA one was given to me. It was brand spanking new, and the guy gave it to me from a Hamfest. So I don't think I got them from you, but a guy gave me one at a Hamfest. A friend of my father's. My father's known for years and years and years, and I've known him from 11 meters and stuff. And He's trying to get his general, but he's having a hard time with it. He wants to get on AM bad. But anyway, yeah, he's the one who gave me the RCA one.
No, I sold them in the past couple of months, so no, you didn't. But funny, we're talking about the same thing here. Those are great meters, really nice and accurate, because it's not like, well, they start at 0 and then, all that 0 to like 220 is wasted meter face. It's just the 241 starts at like 220 and goes up to 260 or something like that, and then 240 is in the middle with the red mark. Those are great meters, for keeping an eye on stuff. But yeah, so it sounds like you got some good stuff there. What was I going to ask you? So what's your no modulation carrier level?
Hold on a second. Right now it's about 270 watts, 275-ish.
Because you're right, those tubes are so expensive, you should probably bump that down to like 200, because I'm doing 200, so I don't know how well I'm coming in down there. But you should try like 200 or 220 or 225 or something, and because I don't think anyone's going to be able to tell the difference.
No, I don't think so either. Alright, that right there is about a little over 200. Fully modulated, peaking up over 1,000. 210 right there, and I got plenty of positive modulation, and that also helps out the Anon too, because the Anon really it really huffs and puffs to drive this amplifier really any harder than 250 watts, 275 watts. So backing it down a little bit will definitely help things out. But yeah, that right there is about 210 watts or so.
I don't notice at all any difference. I mean, literally, QSB, which there isn't that much of right now, makes much more of a difference. Not necessarily today, but if you want, I'll do this for you. I'll make a video of the S meter here, and you can experiment with different power levels. So or, you know what? Actually, that's silly. You could do that with an SDR. You just go dial into like mics or whatever SDR and try it. Yeah, because you'll see. Because then, if you do that, you can play with it all you want. But I don't notice any bit of difference between this and what you started with. So yeah, hey, get that bumper sticker on your car. Save the tubes. N1 BCG.
W3 MMR. No, I agree. And like I said, that's why I got it was for headroom. It wasn't to, it wasn't me buying it to think, I'm gonna really improve my signal here. Because I was already doing 200 watts of carrier with the AL80B, but that thing would get a little red in the face, man. That was really huffing and puffing. It wasn't huffing and puffing to do that. I still had a little bit of headroom, but that was maxed for that little amplifier, And now with this, I don't have anything to worry about. I don't have to sit there and monitor the exhaust temp and, so on and so forth. I moved it away from me. Last night it was where I kept my AL80B. It was literally 2 feet behind me, and now it's another like 3 feet away, about 5 feet or 6 feet away from me, and under the desk. And I got to put a little door on the front of it. I just want to see how hot it gets under there. That's why I'm piping the exhaust out, like I showed you that picture, so the hot exhaust doesn't sit in there. And if I might put a little door on the front of it, and then it would really help quiet things down. But I did switch transmit profiles to where last night I forgot I made this profile. I saved. Me and Brian were messing around with it, and I turned the compression down some, and the leveler down, and the AGC to kind of try to cut back on that vacuum cleaner, my maid in the background.
Well, that's funny you said that. I just wrote something like that on QRZ. There was a thread where What the hell was being talked about? That's right. The guy had a microphone, and he was wondering about this exact same thing. He had a D104 with one of those. Who's the guy that makes those mic processors and whatever? Anyway, you know who I'm talking about. He was talking about how to deal with shack noise, and I said the thing you want to do, number one, is address the noise. It was about noise gate. That's right, about using noise gating, whether that was good or bad. And I put my vote in. Yeah, noise gating is last resort kind of stuff. It's like painting over dry rot. I suppose you could, but there's so much else that needs to be done before painting over it, which is more the right way to do it. I mentioned, addressing the noise itself, which you can do, which, like you said, you move the amplifier. Proper microphone technique, not talking 6 feet away from the mic, depending upon what the microphone is, and also using using reasonable amounts of processing, because there are the folks who, here we go. There are the folks who crank it up, and you get to hear that kind of stuff between every word, and I'll bet you can hear those guys on 146.5 they're not keyed up right now. Yeah. That kind of stuff can be really irritating. So I like to, there we go. Let's scale it back down again. That's the first time I've messed with the processing since 2016. That's a collector's item moment on 3885 right there. But yeah, exactly what you did. But the other thing, and then the use of unidirectional microphones. I don't know what mic you're using, but the other possibility is you may actually get more noise reduction out of for that amplifier if you move it perpendicular to where the mic is. So, for example, if it's pointed towards you, if that amplifier is directly off to the side, or at least behind where the mic is, that'll reduce fan noise a lot. And one BCG.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't have that. I thought about that. I'm using an SM7B, and I mean, it's an end-fire microphone, and if something was directly behind it, like this is the microphone pointed at me. Now I'm behind the microphone. I don't know how big of a difference it made, but it looks like it made a difference. I'm directly behind the microphone by about 6 inches. Trying to see if it made a difference with the fan. Hold on a second. This is pointed at the fan, or pointed at like the amplifier, which is still directly behind me now. Now that's away from it. Alright, now by judging by the fan adapter, it doesn't look like it made much of a difference, honestly. But, I mean, there's a lot of things I could do on the processing to really cut back on it, and I haven't messed with it yet. So I brought the leveler down there. It looks like it kind of helped things out, and yeah, and it looks like my average modulation is still relatively good. Oh wow, look at that.
All right, several things. First of all, the noise when you were moving the microphone, the fan noise was lowest when the microphone was 90 degrees. Because what happens is when you turn the microphone all the way around, the microphone's now picking up the reflection of the fan noise from the other side of the room. So at 90 degrees, when it was sideways to the amp, it was when it was quietest, and you didn't lose any level at all when you made that audio adjustment. The background noise did drop, and you stayed the same level. So that's a good thing. And by the way, I love those SM7s. Hello?
Whoa! What's up, Reverb?
Checking 1 2. Nothing. Running Reverb. Listening to your conversation, but I felt like it was time to butt in.
Of course.
I was waiting for you to butt in because you're Mr. Fan Noise, and Mr. getting rid of ambient noise, how you demonstrated for me like a week ago.
Yeah, I just don't run a lot of mic gain. That's it. Just lower your mic gain until you can't hear the noise anymore on the air, and then find interesting ways to bring your average level up.
Right. Well, I guess, man, I'm really getting some peaks out of this thing. Yeah. Just hit 125%. Alright, I backed that way down. Alright, hello radio. Did that make any difference? Yeah, my average modulation's way down now. Bring that back up some. Yeah. Alright, I brought it back up about a little over half. Okay, it dropped at about 3 dB there. Yeah. That looks like it's okay there, huh? Still hitting down, okay. But yeah, I mean, I just gotta mess with it and spend some time with it. And, before I had things, I guess, really cranked up because there was no really noise in the shack. Until I would flip on that little muffin fan I had on the outside of my old amplifier. But I would never have that on when I was keyed up. I would make a transmission and then turn it on between them. If need be, if things got really hot, then I would shut it just to cool the tube off quick.
Hey, Perry.
Hey, William.
What kind of dummy load do you have?
One that is not sufficient for this amplifier.
You're gonna have to get one.
Or do it at 4 a.m. when you get up.
It's a Heathkit Cantenna, an old Cantenna. And
you can do some deep fried chicken with that.
I'll tell you what, Rob. The other night when I was tuning this thing up, dude, I mean, this thing gets hot quick. Trying to tune this thing up at full smoke, man. Whew. Sweet baby Jesus on the mountain.
Perry, what is that amp? It's like a 2-tuber of the same thing you had before?
Nah, this is a 3CX 1200 D7, single tube.
1200A? That's cool. I was just curious.
Same thing that the CBers use.
Yep. I didn't know that though, Clark. So thank you for educating me on stuff that CBers do. Because sometimes people on the air know more than you do about what CBers do. But you can come out here and learn. Especially from Clark. W2BTK.
Oh, I know. I mean, back in the day, Billy, you were, going back to last year, you were sounding really, like you didn't know what was going on with CB. And that's why I sent you all those books, so you could read up in it and learn all about the 11-meter waves. And look how much more intelligently you talk about CB since you've read all that stuff I sent. That's great. And by the way, the Thorazine and Gary, yes, I do read the chat room there, so don't even start with that. Thorazine says, what? And you spelled what wrong? It's W-O-T.
Back in the bidet.
Better.
Hello, neighbor. How's my Murphles?
He's fine. We had to go replace a lightning-destroyed FM transmitter today.
You got hit from yesterday?
Oh, absolutely. Not here in Stamford.
Well, that station, the station that moved, right?
105.5 FM got blowed up yesterday, so this is the irony. I had to take the transmitter out of my house and bring it down there and use that because the one that was there got blown up. And I just, literally about half an hour ago, I was at the UPS store shipping it back.
Yeah, it ripped through here pretty good here. It started rocking here and hailing pretty good. And the wind started kicking up. And I was on my way to Stop and Shop. I said, no, Dorothy's going back in the house.
Don't forget Toto.
Yes. I gotta find that one there. I don't know if it was on Mad TV, the remake of what's her name there, Dorothy, trying to get back to Oz there. I don't know if anybody ever saw that one. It was hilarious. But yeah, hello Brian. Yeah, it started rocking. Well, where was it? Had a 3.7 earthquake somewhere there today. So no injuries. But yeah, Mother Nature.
Good evening, KB3 for you after.
Hello, Brian. Yeah, I heard, man, we had a damn, or what the hell am I trying to say, earthquake, not that long ago around here. I mean, it was like last week or something. It was like a 1.2, just north of the city. And, I remember the one in Mineral, Virginia. I felt that one. What was it, like 10 years ago? I think it was 10 years ago. And I was at a drive-thru in Smithfield, Virginia. This is when I was still living down there and I was still married. And I remember sitting there, and I was in a drive-thru at a McDonald's, and me and my buddy just got done drinking. Woke up, we were out partying all night. And we're sitting there trying to get McDonald's in the morning, or whatever time it was. And my truck starts to rock back and forth. He's like, man, your truck's a piece of, bleep, piece of crap. And I'm like, man, it's not my truck, dude. I said, my truck's running fine. It felt like my truck was just rocking back and forth like it was in a washing machine. And I'm like, dude, that's not my truck. I said, I bet you that's an earthquake. He's like, no, there ain't no earthquake. Sitting there, my truck's rocking back and forth a little bit. We get home and flip on the news, like, earthquake in 5.2, whatever it was, earthquake in Mineral, Virginia. I said, I told you.
That was somebody putting a Henry 3K down on a table.
Yeah, man.
They're jumping off of a step stool, creating a 6.0 earthquake.
Yeah, I don't remember what size that was. That was cool though. I can't imagine like a real big one, and how scary that must be just to feel like the earth shaking beneath your feet like that.
Imagine what it felt like in Maryland.
Oh, how'd it feel in Maryland?
That song.
We just got done backing in a triple X trailer, which is a trick in our shop, and I thought we hit one of the columns in the building there because the roof rafters started shaking. The ground started shaking so bad. We got a neighbor who we haven't gotten along with over the last 30 years. He comes out of his house.
Jesus Christ, guys, what the hell are you doing over there now?
Yeah, I'm looking at it was a 5.8, centered between Richmond and Charlottesville. Yeah, Mineral. And you can see like the yellow going up where they felt it more, like up towards DC and up around Annapolis. And if I was still, I was stationed in Dahlgren for a while, right across from La Plata. You know where La Plata is, Brian. And I was stationed right there in King George County in Dahlgren, and I would have really felt it if I was still there. It's like right smack dab, right in the yellow thing.
So you were in... She says it's La Plata, too. That's one of them town names you can tell when everybody's from out of town. You said Dahlgren, just across the Potomac River then?
Yeah. God damn it, it's La Plata. I don't care what you guys say. It's La Plata, man. I've always said that. But yes, I was stationed in Dahlgren for a while. At the Naval Weapons Station now.
Division, isn't it?
We doubled a little bit there. I was at the Naval Weapons Station right there. As soon as you come across the bridge. Well, I forget what road that is now. But you know that really super narrow bridge right there that goes across the Potomac? Well, I let a friend of mine, I just bought this Toyota Tacoma. It was a 02 Toyota Tacoma. And I let my friend borrow it while I was in school one day. And he's taking, I don't know where he was going, I can't remember. But he was going over the bridge. And for some reason, he checked my oil. And I don't know why still. And he was going, he didn't shut the hood all the way, and the hood flew up on it when he was going across that bridge. Came out dead in my hood, smashed my windshield. And I'm surprised he didn't wreck my truck, because that bridge is narrow, man.
That happened to me and my Camaro. Exact same thing.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't driving, but he was, and I wasn't real happy about it. When I got out of school that night at like 9 o'clock, and he's like, "Oh man, something, your truck, the hood flew up. I was checking the oil, and I guess it didn't shut it all the way."
Did he fix it?
No, he didn't. I ended up going through my insurance to get it fixed. And luckily they didn't jack my rates up either, because it wasn't, something real bad. But no, I ended up paying for it.
You pay. You'll pay now.
You paid a long time. Hey, you ought to take that hose there, Perry, when your boots are wet there, stick it in there and dry your boots out.
I know. It's actually, I'm piping the air, like right out around the desk where I put my boots when I come inside, so it'll probably get some of that ambient heat.
Oh, I bet the house smells good.
Oh, wasn't gonna go there.
My feet don't stink, man.
Hey.
Oh, don't tell them that one, Clark. Yeah, those guys, New Yorker guys, those guys over from across the Staten Island and all those places. There was a group of guys all the way down there. They used to talk on Simplex all the time. I haven't heard them lately, but I don't listen to that portion of the band often.
Hello. Hello, Andrew. I'm looking at this map. Okay, different earthquakes, like a 6.0 earthquake in California, a 5.8 in Oklahoma, and a 5.8 in the one in Virginia. And in the 6.0, it was like barely felt that far out from its epicenter in California. The Oklahoma one was felt about 3 or 4 times more in more places further out than the one in California, but the one in Virginia was like felt from Maine all the way to Florida, out to Michigan. I wonder why that is. Why you would feel one that's less, but feel it further away on the eastern, on the eastern seaboard as opposed to the western seaboard.
It's smoking too much weed. They don't feel anything.
I know, man. I gotta quit. This is what happens, man. I get all like, well, I wonder why. It's like that commercial. You see that commercial? Like, why is pizza in a square box if a pizza is round?
Costs too much to cut the corners off.
Man, what? What the hell? What else is up?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna shut up, because I'm obviously not that interesting.
Dude, did you just get a, what do you call it, a Henry amp?
Yes, I did. A 3KD Classic.
Ooh, sounds good.
Oh, it does sound good. You can hear it.
I gotta look this thing up. Yeah, if your amplifier sounds a certain way, then it's probably kind of screwed up.
I sent you a picture of it, Billy. I just sent you a text.
Harry, why don't you take a DVM and go across the legs here and see what your voltage drop is line?
Because I haven't gotten that far yet, Brian.
Look at with your power meter spinning.
I just heard you earlier saying you had 2 individual meters. I was thinking you take a DVM across both legs there and get your total voltage drop, but you'll get there. Sounds good. Nice and strong here in Maryland.
Why, thank you, Brian. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Very happy with it. And I'm not looking to run a ton more power. I just wanted more headroom, because I get out okay with what I got. So the difference. And, I could run more power, but then the Anon would be huffing and puffing to do it. and it's not worth it. So maybe if I get like an FT101, and that thing would really make this amplifier sing at that point, but that's if I get an FT101. So, but for now, it works with what I got. W3 MMR.
What, the new 101?
No, an old one.
You got to put a Ranger into it.
Yeah, I was thinking about attenuating my DX100 and putting that into it.
Why don't you just build yourself one of those like LD Moss amps like your dad's got?
Well, I was actually just talking to him on the phone about that earlier today. A friend of his has one, the same exact one, I could probably get it for a really good price, which is still a lot of money, but those things are so nice.
Hello there.
Huh.
Yeah, those things are way over legal limit too. So if you run how you're running now, you want headroom. Well, dang man, you'll have headroom.
Well, he runs his at like 300 watts, and on AM here without any issue. The fans don't even kick on. I think it's set to trip out. I think that the temperature trip out is like 70 something Celsius, and he's said he's never had it anywhere near close to that. And you could be talking on that thing all morning on Slot Bucket, and it doesn't get even above 40 centigrade. So, and here on AM, it doesn't get really much above that either. And he can make some old buzzards there. So, yeah, those things are definitely really nice. And they download the software for it, and if you're really good for remoting, the antenna tuner in the thing works great. If I was to get that, I would probably switch back to a coax fed antenna and have like a fan dipole, so I could utilize the antenna tuner in the thing.
And it plays friendly on AM.
That's what it does. It sure does. They're about $4,400 new now, the built ones. And you can only buy them built. You can't buy them in kit form anymore. That's what they're going to be for sale for DX Engineering, but they're still waiting for the FCC stamp of approval before they can sell them. But apparently my dad talked to Reinhardt, the guy who owns the company, by email. He emailed him the other day and wished my dad a happy birthday yesterday. Yeah, they're still waiting for the FCC stamp of approval on them, but soon enough they'll be sold at DX Engineering.
And one BCG for no other reason than identification.
W3 MMR.
Wise.
W3 MMR.
Yeah, but Perry, if it's going to pay that much money for one of those things, you could homebrew one and then take like that amount of money and just buy transistors with it, and you could have a whole bunch of those things in there, and it would have like a really stupid amount of headroom then.
No, you're right. Them BLF 188s, they're not that expensive, but you could buy a lot of them for $4,400. But I could possibly get one that's used, very, very, very lightly used, for not near that price. But that's down the road, and we'll see what happens. But for now, I'm enjoying my new toy.
Anybody got a copy on this here Mud Dog?
Good Lord.
Come on.
Yeah, I thought I heard that Charlie Murphy in there. Charlie Murphy, you got a copy? I guess you ain't got some copy on there. I back quiet.
You ain't got no ears on you, duck plugger. You better get back in the bush.
I should go dig that thing out. That was a lot of fun.
This is a Black James Bond coming at you live from Baltimore, Maryland. Hey, Mel.
Guy can sweep the floor with his manliness.
Really, man? He needs a trailer for his testicles.
It might just be quantum
He might just have like 10 testicles, you know, all operating in parallel.
Parallel balls.
That's another use for a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know that right, Breaker. The Big Bopper, Mr. FOOT, downtown, city of brotherly love, and I just got that, Isaiah.
Hi, this is Black Jean Bond, little sister. Come on.
Now I know who it is. Know who it is now.
Talking to nobody's sister, man. I get in trouble. That guy sounded huge.
Mind if we dance with your dates?
Do you mind if I take your daughter hand there, Breaker?
It's getting a little interesting.
That was good might if we did. National Lampoon.
I couldn't tell who it was at first until you switched the voice. Then I knew who. I could tell who it was at that point.
Voice changers are nothing but trouble.
I know, that's why mine is out of the audio chain, but close by, but not connected to anything.
Who, Christy? Had no problem
taking an
doing that.
inventory of rack equipment today, trying to see what still works, what needs to go on the workbench.
What kind of unit is that you're using to lower the pitch?
Bands.
Lexicon PC96, the one with the control board that rides on the studio mixer separate from the rack.
Nice. Yeah, those work real well. I don't have the same thing, but I have like I think it's a little bit cheaper. It's a Lexicon though. I brought it home from the club when they switched to a digital console because the effects in the console were so much better. Well, not better, but, you know, you didn't need to patch it in and do a bunch of crap. And we had, like, you know, 20 of them built in digitally to the board. So they were like, yeah, well, we'd rather have the space in the rack. So, like, we're going to junk these. You want them? I was like, heck yeah. Gave one to my buddy, and I kept one.
This thing's got reverb on it, too. Maybe I'll fire up the reverb here. Let's see. Yay. Hello? Hello? That's not... Yay. Chorus.
What did I do?
Look who you started.
Yeah, they're fun. I'm ripping the reverb a little bit today. Letting it ride out, but that's cool. I don't try to do anything else really. Every once in a while, maybe a little bit, but you know, it's like Clark said, it's an easy way to get in trouble.
Well, good evening, KD2 AFV.
I saw your post, Toby.
Oh, not a whole lot right now. Waiting to hear that shit something next to me. Fire the amp up. EW at the moment.
I was about to say, whew, you're way down, but I can hear you.
Pretty much always doing real well over here.
Yeah, you're about 5 over 9 here, Toby, but no, I got no problem hearing you.
Well, isn't that restricted? I'm probably not going to be in here long. Came up to the barn early tonight to get on the air. The wife had a webinar meeting, and I think she said that was going to be like an hour and a half. I'm still waiting on the message. Once she's done with that, we'll make some things together. Sausage and peppers with Italian rolls.
Sausage and peppers. You make a lot of that when you make it? Like, that's the way to do it. You gotta have sausage and peppers, like, you know, you're gonna have them the next night, too.
Always. What the heck is going on? Huh. Oh, there we go. Huh. For some reason the amp didn't kick on. I don't know. Yeah. When we make the sausage and peppers, we always, it's always a whole lot extra because, like you said, Billy, got to have it for, you know, dinner tonight, then lunch tomorrow, and then probably 2 days from now, it'll be the, you know, wake up at, you know, 3 a.m. and I want something to eat because I know I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep. Yeah, definitely always make a lot of extra sausage and peppers. Good stuff, man. Sausage comes from the pigs we raised on the farm, so good.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. I bet your sausage and peppers is better than most people's just because you got the ingredients, man. That's badass. And not to mention, you got to make a lot so that when you sit down and start eating it, you can like play that game like, well, let's see how much sausage and peppers I can eat. And, you know, you don't have to worry about running out. W2BTK.
I'll tell you, that's we got one of those Instapots, and that thing is just, it's fantastic. You can cook anything. I mean, you can do yogurt in there, I think, or something. You can do some weird things with that thing. But as far as, like, you know, sausage and peppers, it's amazing. You just throw it all in there, set it to whatever setting. I forget exactly what it is, but yeah, I think it gets it done in like 30 minutes or something. Everything is like perfectly cooked in there. The peppers, they're not all like soggy and nasty. They're all still like crisp and everything. And I throw the onions in there. I don't do the onions inside the Instapot. I do those in a pan separately because I like them, you know, a little, what would you call it, blackened? I'm not a chef. I'm just a farmer. I'm a farmer who likes to eat. KD2, AFV.
You gotta have wine though with it. You drink wine with it. I know you like your beer, but you gotta have wine.
I'm not a big wine person. Usually all I have with it is water, but tonight I think I'm gonna bring down a growler of my beer. Just because.
Oh, that'd go good with a little bit of Mad Dog or Boone's Farm.
Oh my God, Boone's Farm. Wow. That takes me back to some drunken field parties.
Yeah, it's if you want to be embalmed.
They weren't cornfields, right?
Let's get some Thunderbird, man, if we're going to really get into this. Some Mad Dog 2020, some Thunderbird. Oh.
We'll get a bunch of Mad Dog 2020. We'll get Perry all hopped up, and then we'll see if he could race somebody through the cornfield backwards with no clothes.
When? You can't tempt me with a good time and then not follow through.
Well, who's gonna race him?
I don't know.
I'll race him. But I'm not running backwards. That hurts. It stings. You know how long it takes to pull all those little spines out? It's a real pain in the butt.
Yeah, it'd be two naked gingers running through a cornfield. Can you imagine? Backwards.
In all seriousness, no. Aside from the naked backwards cornfield running, I don't know. One of the if all this crap with the quarantine's over, I was thinking about having a few people over at the end of the summer. Big AM ghetto get together on the farm.
Dude, I'd be there in a second. I think that'd be fun. Get Clark out of the state.
I don't know. I'm in the middle of Jersey. I don't know if that's that far away from you. Just almost what would I be, like 25, 30 miles north of Trenton, right along the Delaware River.
Dude, you're not far at all. You're probably like a little over an hour from me. Because it took me 2 hours and like 5 minutes, 10 minutes to get to Connecticut. So, yeah, you can't be that far.
Hey, Perry.
Yo.
You made the front page of Amplitude Modulation Classics.
I know, I saw that. He had my receiver up there, and then he put the amplifier up there. I feel like I'm famous.
This thing is clean.
He had my station up there for like a week, I guess, when I first started, as the cover page photo was the W2 BTK shack. That's pretty funny, huh?
Yeah, he made me the cover boy. I don't know for how long, but I'm the cover boy. And to them pictures I took with my camera, with my Nikon D3200. The camera works good, but then I buy this Galaxy S10 Plus, and the camera in that thing's phenomenal too. So it's like I don't even need to use that other camera, except for like recording video and stuff.
Well, don't let him know anything about the fact that you've used and enjoyed thoroughly CB radio activity, and view it as a stepping stone and this and that. Like, don't ever be straight up with the guy about your opinions on the matter, because he's not, he'll just ban you. That's all. W2 BTK.
Found dinner bell ring. See you later.
Yeah, see ya, Rob. And yeah, I don't think it's any secret, Billy, where I came from. A lot of people know it. I would imagine that he does. But yeah, I guess you gotta watch what you do and watch what you say, or you end up like Billy BTK. Hey, what do you know?
Well, just don't try to speak your mind, ever. Just be compliant, He says jump, say how high. If he says bend over, you say where's the lube?
Yeah. No, I'm not that type of person. So if it comes down to that, yeah, I'll be exhausting myself out of the group.
Well, yeah, you won't last then. Unless you want to. Never mind. Let's move on.
Yeah. Anyway, what's for dinner?
That's a great question. Actually, no. A Stromboli again. I picked one of those up last week and I never made it, so it's gotta get mated.
It's gotta get mated?
Yeah. Yep.
I could go for a Stromboli. I haven't had a good Stromboli in a while.
Well, if you want to put on a mask and go do the whole grocery shopping during the pandemic thing, you go pick one up at ShopRite. They're really good.
Oh, you're talking... Oh. Okay. I thought you meant like a Stromboli you got from a pizza joint that you had to warm up. No, this is different. I don't know how I would do with one of those. Well, I think I would be capable of making it, but I don't know how good it would be compared to like a pizza joint down the street on the corner.
It's like ready to go, pretty much. You just have to, they cook it most
strap.
Like it's pretty much ready to go, and then it's frozen and waits, and then you finish it off at home. Just for maybe 20 minutes, 375, and just bring it up to temp, and then eat it.
Cooking tips.
Yeah, for bachelors who don't cook.
How about a smoker? I cook on that thing just about every day.
See, I I used to have a smoker, man, but that's like a lot of dedication. You know, I used to make pulled pork in the crock pot, and it used to come out so good. Then I had my smoker for a little while, and that was cool. But I don't even own a grill now. You know, any like food I make is usually in the microwave, or I'll make scrapple on the stove, or what was I gonna say? Tacos. But that's pretty much it.
Scrapple.
Dude, scrapple is the shiznit. I actually need to get more. I'm out.
Terry, are you barefoot, or is the band just shifting around?
No, definitely not barefoot.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely not barefoot. Yep, I would imagine it's just the band.
What do you got? What do you see for like PEP out of that thing?
Well, as hard as I can drive it, I've seen about 1650, 1700. Driving it with the Anon, and the Anon only does about like 110 watts.
Yeah, that's perfect. Take it down a click, and you're doing what everybody else is doing, except for a few people.
W2ST.
Yeah, what's up, Pop? No, right now I'm at 207 watts of carrier at the moment. So that leaves me plenty of headroom. What's up, Pop?
Yeah, nothing much. Let me see, what am I here, pal? 300 of carrier. I got plenty of headroom because I'm short there, man.
It runs in the family.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not looking at the 700. I'm looking at the amp interface on this upstairs computer. So probably somewhere around 250 or 300, something like that. Oh, man, what a beautiful, beautiful day it is. So your dolly looks good, man. Sounds good. And Ernie's bringing his clothes right over now, and you can throw them in the dryer.
I just saw that, man. You get me cracking up. I'm going to spit my coffee out. It was drying pretty quick, I would imagine.
Yeah, it says open up that drawer, throw them in the drawer, and shut the drawer in about 15 minutes. They'll be ready to wear.
It'd be perfect if I lived in Maine or something like that. You know, I was out in the snow a lot and my gloves would get wet or something. You're right, just throw them in the bottom drawer of the desk and call it a day.
Well, that shows you how inefficient. A little bit of electronics lesson here. Class A, Class AB, AB2 linear operation is. Because all that wattage and heat is not going out into RF. That amplifier, most linears are lucky to have 50 to 60% efficiency. The rest of that inefficiency is nothing but heat. Class C, however, like you have an amplifier in your DX100, it'll approach 90% efficiency. That's why that thing, for close, pretty damn close to the same power, you hardly can feel the heat.
Yeah, that's 50 to 60% efficiency is kind of liberal.
Yeah, I love that DX100. I could leave that thing, walk away, and leave it keyed up. Or make a 5 or 6 minute transmission, and the temperature doesn't change in the thing.
That's what's awesome about it. That's like what I miss about running just the Viking a lot of the time. You could just talk forever. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's Class C, but it's harder to make a Class. Well, you can't really make a Class C linear amplifier. I mean, you can, but it's going to be distorted. So to make it linear, it's got to be, in a different class. But it's a relatively cheap and easy way, to have 500 or 600 watt transmitter. And but it's not very efficient. But it does work, and it's only an electric bill.
That's right. That's right. I feel like Clark Griswold.
I don't think they dwell on fidelity down at 11 meters.
Nah, but a lot more guys are, man. A lot more guys are trying to get into the broadcast quality audio down there, but getting them to do it right is a whole different story.
I heard one guy on 11 meters. I forget what channel it was, but this one guy stood out. He was way high fidelity. It was quite remarkable.
Now, there's a lot of guys on there, but there's a lot of guys on there now that run Anons and Flexes on there. I had a Cobra 2000 that sounded almost as good as the Anon. Also, know somebody with a Cobra 29 externally modulated that sounded as good as the Anon. It can be done, man, if you know what you're doing. You can make a little plastic radio sound really, really good.
Domulator.
Yeah, that's right, the Domulator.
Yeah, but they're all running linears or really big linears and stuff. You don't hear about anybody really doing a lot of high-level modulated finals and stuff. But that's where, like, Class C is the best. Like, run your final in Class C with no audio, so you don't have to worry about anything, and then just high level. And that's what the CB guys should be doing, because, like, they don't ever do sideband or anything like that. And it's just, like, mono band, so, like, yeah, hell yeah. I mean, I like linears a little bit. I mean, plate modulation is awesome, having a big plate modulated AM rig. But, like, what if you want to use sideband or, like, you know, go do something else with it? Like, what if you want to mess around and do, like, FT8? Like, I don't know. That's where, like, linears are cool. You could do lots of stuff. And a lot of sideband linears would be, like, 60, you know, % peak efficient or so, you know, my chat's telling me. So, I don't know. That's the argument for having a linear. You know, what mode? What band? All right, I'll be there with a signal. And, you know, big plate modulated rig is no good unless you're doing AM, you know?
Billy, I think you should be
just fired up my DX100. How
evangelist.
about that?
You should get on CB radio and you know, go on a campaign, go on a religious campaign about how everyone should be using high-level Class C modulation.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think a lot of those guys know about it. That's the thing, because it's always been like, what kind of linear you got?
How's my DX100 sound?
Doesn't put out enough power. The Class C, them guys are running 10, 20, 30,000 watts. You imagine the audio you would need to modulate 25,000 watts?
Yeah, half that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that bad. They have all these pulse width modulated Class D amplifiers now that's 20,000 watts and 2 rack spaces. Not that big a deal. They're like under $1,000. But, you know, you take any final, run it in linear service, take the same final, run it in Class C high level, and you're just going to do considerably more watts every time.
Wait a minute. If these guys are running linear amplifiers and they're doing like tens of thousands of watts, what's wasted in heat could be put in towards a high-level modulator.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, those guys are running stupid power. And there's guys that have 4 3CX 20,000s in a linear amplifier as their final amplifier. I mean, the power is stupid that what they're doing now.
Well, really, they're just amplifiers. People call them linear amplifiers, but they're anything but linear.
Yeah, it's more like an RF switch. But anyway, Perry, imagine all those big-ass amplifiers that are out there, right? Like running crazy watts. What if they were high-level modulating them? I mean, what's a safe assumption to say? You'll double the power at least. You know, you run more. Like your single 3500Z, you could probably, if you like high-level cathode modulated it, you could get, I don't know, 700 watts carrier, no problem. Think about it.
You see, I don't know enough about it or how that's even possible. Like, to me, that sounds like, yeah, you're out of your mind. But then I hear, like, guys with, you know, a pair of 4-400s, you know, high-level modulated that are capable of stupid power. And I'm like, how is that even possible? But that's because I don't know anything about it. So I would like to look into it and learn about it. So if one of you guys could maybe send me a link.
I mean, like, they mastered this stuff in, like, the 30s, 40s. Get a handbook. The radio handbook, ARRL, amateur handbook, any of that stuff.
They got away from that stuff, Billy, because of the electric bill. Just to heat up those tubes and stuff like that. That's why there's no broadcast stations of any size that don't use either LD MOS or complete solid state because of the electric bill.
Yeah, you need a lot of peripherals to do plate modulation, but, you know, it's badass.
Billy, what's your electric bill a month, if you don't mind me asking? So I know you don't run, basically the only power you run in your house is in your shack.
I don't know, $80 to $100 a month.
Okay, that's about, mine's a little less than that. Mine's, you know, $75 a month or something like that. Okay, I was just wondering. Because I know what you're doing over there, and I was just curious.
Yeah, but they screw up my bill all the time. Like, they'll bill me for that 1 month, and then for, like, the next 2 months, they'll refund me, like, $100 or however many dollars. Like, they have it so screwed up that I don't even really know anymore. So, it's probably a little less than that. Because I'm always getting these refunds. Like, it's crazy.
I'll stick with Classy W1I.
Hey, there's Brent.
The problem with Class E is you're stuck down here. You know, you can't work all the bands with it. But, you know, being that efficient, there's something to be said for it. It's pretty cool. Welcome, W2BTK.
Afternoon, gentle peoples. Hey, Clark. Hey, Perry. And Keith mentioned, I don't know if he responded to you about that meter you need there, Perry. Hey, Clark. Yeah, I've been absent from the bands and just stumbled across to turn the radio on. Yesterday was kind of crappy. I haven't been in the mood to talk much. But doing better, OMs. I've been working on some other stuff, not radio related, so I thought I'd turn on the wireless and see if there was anybody out here. Yeah, good to hear everyone.
Brent, AB3AL.
Hello.
Long time no hear. Good to hear you back here.
Hey,
Did you ever finish that GS35 amp?
Oh yeah, a long time ago. You go on QRZ, you'll see many pictures of it. The GS35Bs?
Yeah. Was that single or dual tube?
Oh, it's a pair. Yeah, it's the Beast that I use for all my whatever's activity. But yeah, it's a real tank.
$10-4, good buddy. And pass it around. AB3AL.
Band's real quiet tonight.
That's a long haul down in MD land.
It's not quiet in the chat. Everybody's playing the air horn sound.
The air horn sound. Well, anyway. Yeah. So what's new, Perry, Clark, and company?
Not much, man. Trying to figure out what I want to do for dinner. I'm really starting to get hungry, and I'm getting hangry because I'm so hungry.
Well, you know, according to the new guidelines that we're saving money, and since we're all shut-ins, may I suggest gray squirrel fritters?
That's what I had last night.
Now, chipmunks take too many to make a casserole, so, you know.
Perry, you gotta go all out. Make yourself a bunch of oatmeal. Get like a gallon of ice cream, 2 bowls of Lucky Charms, big bowls. One of those. What are those things? Those little turkey TV dinner things, and well, geez, some Mountain Dew or something. That would be pretty epic.
Dude, I gotta get back to work tomorrow. I would probably be on the toilet until I had to go to work tomorrow if I could, and then I probably wouldn't be able to make it in. Dude, that would destroy me.
It's just all the comfort foods that I've heard you talk about over the past few months all at once. You know, just go for it.
What's Perry going to ingest?
Whatever he wants.
He pretty much named everything that I am like my normal go-tos, like oatmeal. I was on a real big oatmeal kick there for a while, and then Lucky Charms, and throw those 2 things together with a side of tacos and a gallon of chocolate ice cream for dessert.
And then go to sleep immediately after. Wake up in the middle of the night and make a Red Baron. That's how you do it. That's being a pimp.
Yeah. The only thing that would be pimped is no, never mind.
Yeah.
Well, you live in Chester. All you need is a Cadillac.
Fat fried double bacon burger with croissant toppings with a shot of Crisco.
Now that sounds like a dream dinner.
Sweet baby Jesus. W3 MMR. Ugh.
Deep fat fried steak fries, you know.
And bacon.
And more bacon.
Honey smoked bacon.
Bacon's overrated.
Bacon.
Muslim.
Bacon.
What, you have a Klingon out here, Clark?
On Route 13 in his Cadillac with a big purple hat with a feather in it.
That's right, man. Cheddar all day.
Enjoying social isolation and being stuck in their homes. Greta Thunberg, the Pippi Longstockings of the environment, calculated today that if we just did this for another 12 years, we would set the planet to where she feels that things would be acceptable as far as carbon footprints. How about it? Come on, we've done it for 2 months. How about 12 years?
I say we all go to her house, have a barbecue. We make barbecued baked beans right in front of her house over coal. And we sit there, we eat that, drink lots of beer, and then we expel methane gas into her air.
You taking advice from premenstrual twat, that prepubescent idiot that's ignorant and has a mental disease?
Well, that's quite a message.
Well, it's truthful.
The Earth is going to end in 12 years, so where does that leave us?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, if she lived in China, we could just weld her in her house.
Frank, you pretty much just described the entire Democrat Party.
Now that was funny.
That's funny.
Welder.
You're killing me.
Or at least Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, God. You know, it's something that PETA people wouldn't allow you to cage animals, right?
Anywho.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure if I can add bacon to something.
distance.
Hey, bacon.
It's been, I don't know. Has not changed much for me. I've been doing this for years, you know. So now everyone's doing it, and I don't have the option to go out. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't like that, but would I really actually go anywhere? if I was able to. Is the question. W2BTK.
Well, COVID and Sexual Frustration in Farm Animals, a new book, version 1.
K1 KBW.
W2, we get flying.
Speaking of farm animals,
It was like a bunch of breakers there. Bob, definitely heard you. We should ask Toby about that. He's got farm animals. I bet, I don't know, he could either confirm or debunk. I bet. But that's probably a real thing.
Well, you know why the good humor guy won't go drive down Pelosi Street, don't you?
No.
Oh, are you kidding? Yeah, he'd get raped by the sea hag.
That's too easy, Bob. That little sophomore. Hey, how you doing, bongweed?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can't complain. It's nice to hear you on back on the air. K1, Keith Bafflin, Washington.
I thought it was keep breaking wind.
Or keep binking women. Well, killer bongweed, whatever you want.
Now hold to Bob if that's Bob in there.
All right, let me look there. Oh, yeah, it's me.
Turn your head to the other Bob, please.
Yeah, Bob EMY.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 Bobs. So KBW Bob, XPM Bob, and a third Bob.
The movie. What about Bob?
Yeah, what about him? Well, I know one thing. Even if you spell it backwards, it still comes out Bob.
Any other Bobs want to check into the BobNet?
Broken old bottle.
Fan noise should be better now.
what about Neil? Any Neils to check into the BobNet?
Thought it was beat obtuse bitches.
Whoa.
Yeah, what about Neil Bob?
Hey now.
Oh, Bob and Neil.
What do you call a man with no legs and no arms in a pool?
Break our balls.
Bob.
What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in the ocean?
Yeah, Bob.
Screwed.
That was funny.
What do you call a woman that's about 3.5 foot tall, flathead, no teeth?
Clark and Perry and Bob. Well, Bob I talked to 2 days ago, but yeah, I'm going to survive. The cancer will be controlled with BCG therapy, so that's a really big weight off. The past month I've been really sick, and fortunately things are improving. So that's the good news. The bad news, I think I sent Bob the pictures of almost slicing off my thumb on Sunday. Ugh.
Yeah, I got those pictures. Yeah, they're nasty. I still got the ones where I ran my finger through one of those V-slicers and took the end of my finger off. Hey, what do you call a bunch of politicians and lawyers at the bottom of the ocean?
A good start.
Yeah, what's that BCG therapy?
Justice.
Yep. It's a depleted tuberculosis immune therapy drug.
Oh, I thought that had something to do with me.
Well, it does. And then I have to have sex with a BCG.
So not my type.
Birth control, Grandpa.
Yeah.
We used to,
First, red-headed Ultra Boys.
We used to,
Bob stands for?
We used to call BCGs our glasses in boot camp, birth control goggles.
Some of the things a lot of women out there got. A battery-operated boyfriend.
Ooh. Hey now.
Give latex a bad name.
Isn't technology wonderful?
Yes, it is.
See how we abuse the hell out of it on this frequency?
You gotta volt that kind of stuff up. You know, it can usually take it. If it says 24 volts, it could take 48 in short bursts.
Yeah, you haven't ordered the Orgasmatronic tri-phase vibrator.
Is it turbocharged?
Well, that's an option.
Do you have that thing on the 115 volt tap or the 240 tap?
The high-end model comes with a Variac.
Oh, damn. Is that Variac Bluetooth controlled?
You can get it in Galaxy format or Apple.
Sweet.
Control.
And as long as you can get in an Android, that's all that matters.
No teeth allowed.
Like the Accu Jack.
Much better.
It's gummy time.
W1IA, much overdue.
K1, keep banking women.
W3 MMR. Trying to ponder in my head how I can get rid of that harmonic, you know, fan noise. It's not like a vibration, but you know that that fans can cause. How do you get rid of that?
WDHCIL.
Hey, Budley.
Hey, how the hell are you, man?
Hey, 3910 was a fun place to hang out.
You guys are just starting to get strong here in Ohio, so I figured I'd jump in and say hello.
Hey, Budley, good to hear you, OM. How's everybody in Great Ohio? Hey, good news, man. I talked to a specialist in Mass General, so I'm not going to die, which is cool. And I guess the cancer can be managed with immunotherapy, so that's encouraging. And how's Willow and Darren and the fam?
Oh, that's good news. Yeah, I've been listening for about half hour as you guys have been building it. I just figured now would be the time to jump in. We're getting pretty strong here. So yeah, that's good news. That's really, really good news, Brent. And happy for you there. Yeah, oh, the family's fine. Willow's up at work making money. And Stephanie's upstairs making dinner. And Darren's just fine. So, you know, we're all just living the dream.
Got news for you,
Hey,
Brent.
God bless you, old man. Yeah, it's been a while, and thanks, guys, for standing by for a second. Yeah, I got the array pointed out your direction, and yeah, Keith and I have been busy with some gunsmithing projects. I'll talk to you about that off air. But we're having fun, and I've been absent from the radio up until recently. I'm starting to feel better, so and I'm encouraged. Other than almost slicing my thumb off in the shop Sunday. So, another story. But anyway, carry on, Budley. I'll turn it back to you and stand by.
Okay, Brent, real good. Well, this is the Drake T4X with my brand new amplifier. I built the 4 572 Ds on the grid and built by QRZ. Just a couple pictures. Check out AM Channel and the technical section with a few more pictures of it. I'm getting a kilowatt outpeak on 160, 80, and 40. That's what I built it for. And other than that, just working every day. And like, yeah, Bobby, yeah, you're right. We're all just living the dream. K1KBW in the group, WDHBIL, Go Ohio.
Hey, Brent.
Over to you, Bobby.
Yeah, I got news for you. We're all going to die.
Not me.
Yeah, okay.
Trump's not going to die. Hey, I want some of them pills.
Yeah, well, can't say it. Anyway, carry on, Bob.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm too busy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Brent, can you hear me good enough that if I switch over to a lower powered radio, you could tell me how it sounds?
Yeah, you're 20 over on that transmission, but go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna throw the switch over to the DX100. Hang on. Okay, now I'm on the DX100. AB3AL.
You're a little stronger than 20 over, unless it's the band.
Why is there, like, bells in the background when you switch over that radio?
Forgot to mute the other receiver. We know that.
Yeah, not much difference here in Ohio.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Oh. That was funny. Dun, 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 dun.
What's the joke? I don't get it.
It's a guy. Go on YouTube. I think there's videos about him on YouTube. He was a staple here weekday afternoons on 75, preaching about the Constitution. God bless Mel Gibson and Jefferson.
Herb?
Yep.
Yeah, well, you know, I kind of miss Herb. He was funny. Hello, who's that?
That's quite a message.
Holy crap! PZU? Oh my God, that's unbelievable. What are you doing up in God's country? Cool beans, brother. Man, it's been a while. Actually, I swung the array up north. Yeah, I'm actually doing much better. So, since I found out that I'm not going to die in the next year, that's pretty encouraging. I had a cancer bout that I'm still dealing with, but other than that, you know, all is well with the world. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. I've been, you know, other than being stir crazy in the shop, we've been doing some gunsmithing, fun stuff. So that's what I've been up to. And I kind of put all the radio crap on hold. But up until a few weeks ago, I was pretty sick, so I haven't been on the air.
Hey guys, I'm getting a dinner call. Catch you later. WD8DIL.
See you, bud.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. It's been a while. Anyway, a lot of people in here. Yeah, I know. I don't want to be a celebrity of stupidity, so. But anyway, great to hear you, man. Big surprise. And welcome to God's country. Yeah, okay, no problem. Man, I'm just updating my logbook, Bob. It's been a while, but yeah, cool beans. W1A.
Well then, who else is still out here? Well, Perry was there. Clark was in there too. I haven't heard from him in a while. Let's take like a roll call. Who's left?
I'm going to grab my food, but I'll be right back. There'll be 3 more.
W2EN1. First things first. N1 BCG.
You gotta. I like the way that you keyed up to be compliant with the FCC rules, and you made a transmission just for them. Really, that is just for them. You know, because we all know who you are, right? That's why it's a little funny. I guess that's your whole your whole stink about it.
This is why I should just say BCG and just say, you know what, the prefix is assumed.
Bob, you're a little bit sweet today. The carrier's way up there. You just don't have a lot of, there's not a lot of Bob on it, you know?
I whooped the array around. There we go.
Yeah, November 1 Extreme Bowel Movements.
Extreme starts with an E.
According to the mod monitor here, I don't know what to tell you. Is that any better?
What a whiner, huh?
Need some butter, man.
Yeah, like F as in pharmacy.
Hey, Bob, you're in Raymond. You're in my back door over here. You're fine. Don't listen to the peanut gallery. See, Billy?
He's the Waldorf and Statler of 3885.
That's a redheaded stepchild.
Isn't that Prince Harry?
Yeah, but better looking.
Yeah, they need to do a little DNA test there. I know that's very un-British of me to say that, but I'm not British. They need to sit him down in a petri dish and get some DNA. Let's find out for sure if he really has a right to that term, royal or not.
Kind of like Michelle Obama, kid. How can you have children when you got a big package?
I think I need
like
some
immaculate
Hamilton
reception. Toy on words. Cleared the frequency.
Man, my receiver here, well, the feed is fine, but my monitoring here is getting a little screwed up.
Operator error?
Hey, anybody need a slightly used and slightly abused wife?
Nah, got one.
Yeah, man. A stupid wife of mine, that her daughter-in-law just came. She didn't come in the house, but she drove up in the car with a bunch of her friends and dropped off some flowers and some food for my wife. She just got over the coronavirus. I said, "Are you freaking shitting me?"
Throw the flowers out, I hope.
Found an intermittent connection.
Wife, and get rid of her too.
Jeez, that's not too bright. Well, hey, look at it this way.
Nobody
She's
ever
got
said
the
women
immune,
were.
antibodies in her blood. Get a transfusion, Bob.
Yeah, I had a transfusion, all right. Yeah. do an addictomy to her.
Oh my God.
I found a problem. When I keyed up and unkeyed real fast, for some reason, everything, like my monitor controller screwed up. So I unplugged and replugged the 1/4 inch that brings the signal in, and everything came back. It was odd. I think RF could have done that.
Yep.
You absolutely key slower.
Hey, it just happened again. I don't hear anything.
What did I say about operator error? I was only kidding.
Operator error.
I'll be back.
Nice. That too was quite a message.
Now, you got that gravelly sound in the background. Band yesterday was horse hockey.
Band this morning was dog poop.
Yesterday, I didn't even get on the radio.
No, are we in summertime mode, guys? I haven't been paying attention to propagation, obviously, since I haven't had the radio on.
Yeah, yesterday was, I mean, it was about as rough as rough gets yesterday. It was brutal.
Yeah, but tonight there's an S nothing noise level. You guys are 10 to 20 over, and whenever we're on keys, the S meter goes to nothing.
Yeah, you guys are all about 30 to 35 over here, but I have an S9 noise level. But the AGC is so nice in this receiver that you guys still quiet the background noise. No problem.
You know, I just stuck 10 dB of attenuation in there, kind of knocked stuff down, because, yeah, everybody's coming in great.
Surprisingly long to hear Budley.
Well, he's been coming in at this, he's been checking in around this time every night, or every other night or so, and he's been coming in fine.
Yes, Budley only shows up when things are long.
Wouldn't you?
I'm not a woman.
Hey now.
I haven't checked under the hood, so, you know.
Wow, right into the gutter.
Right into the gutter.
I'll smack you with my handbag.
With the gutter.
Yeah, gutter.
The gutter. Everything ends with an A in New England.
And just like the word and where is Budley?
He went to go eat dinner.
I don't even care anymore. Like, after a while and you're trying to key up, you just got to stop caring. What kind of handbag was it, Clark?
What?
No whining. What kind of handbag you got?
Oh, strictly Gucci.
You're going to smack him with the Gucci handbag. That's sassy, but don't you want to keep those nice, or are those your smacking handbags and you have, like, real nice ones you bring out? I mean, I would have, like, beater ones. If I was going to carry handbags, which I don't, you'd need, like, beaters.
Now, there's nothing like seeing a Gucci logo embossed on someone's cheek.
Do you, like, heat it up with a Bic lighter before you do it?
Don't need to. The speed at which the bag flies through the air, just the simple wind resistance going past the metal logo is enough to heat it up.
What about, like, weights? What do you have in there for weight? Or is it just, you know, handbag at that high velocity is enough?
A brick. Yep. What was that? The song, oh, man, what was that reggae song? Something like, he's got barbed wire in his underpants, and the girl was singing, I lick him head with my handbag. She put a brick in her handbag and licked his head. Lick doesn't mean lick with your tongue, it means hit. With his head with the handbag, and the fun was done. What the hell?
That's brutal.
Jamaican song.
Are Jamaican women kind of like that? I mean, you know, is that a common thing?
Yeah, barbed wire. Look it up. Barbed wire. What is that barbed wire? Oh, damn! I can't think of the singer. But anyway, barbed wire. Great song.
I think any woman that gets ticked off is kind of urged to do the brick in the bag trick.
Once every 28 days, women go absolutely bat-crap crazy and start howling at the moon.
That's why you need the 3885 menstrual minder.
Survey.
That's
How
right.
many have had
No
three-bagger
more will you
dates
have to
after
deal with
9
those
Coronas?
surprise outbursts. Or, if you prefer, you've got the PMS planner, which neatly fits in your shirt pocket.
That's when you get out of town for a while.
They got an app for that.
I'll bet.
Imagine having a house full of those, you know, like your wife and 3 daughters or 4 daughters.
Billy, Nora Dean, N-O-R-A, Nora Dean sang Barbed Wire. Check it out.
Okay. Checking.
Isn't that great? N1BCG, I love that level of influence.
N1GIC, just cause.
It's the GIC.
And howdy.
IA.
Oh, is the prefix assumed?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I've been called a trick by WA1HUD back in the 90s when we were working together at some engineering department. Oh, Unix engineering. Yeah.
Oh, you could call it grab it carefully.
That was a perfect double. I hate to miss the information.
Grab it carefully.
It'll be on DVD.
Probably.
Geriatric incontinence?
That's now 2 words.
Everything that I say that gets stompled over by these other malls will be available online for download later for a fee.
How about serving some Geritol with that?
Yeah, stop your bitching, Clark. This is the no bitch net.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll come back when the P&M net is on.
Oh, I wish Timmy would call another one.
No, the P and Moan net.
Piss and moan.
That's urinate and moan.
Come on, brothers, put your hands on the microphone and get ready to piss and moan.
All right, put your hands on the radio and repeat after me. Amen.
Oh, yes, the piss and moan.
Is that
hey, Chet, you come over here. I promise you, I will give you a nano compressor to get rid of that overdriven audio.
Maybe if I back off, it'll be a little better.
I still want to give you a nano compressor. It's sitting here collecting dust, and you have a need.
You got to back off by about 12 feet. Well, that fixed that problem.
I can't even hear him now.
I'm serious. If you make your way down here, you know, I'll leave it under a rock in a plastic bag with sodium hydroxide cleaning agent so we don't get COVID. I'll see what you did, Clark.
Am I improving at all?
This space for rent.
How much?
How much? I'll give it to you. If it fixes your
Hypothetically,
audio.
could buy the ham bands. Let's just say for some crazy reason the FCC decided, let's just put them up on the auction block. The cell companies really don't care about HF. So we're going to auction them off. And one of you guys decided to take your life savings and go into the auction and you won it. And the FCC goes, here you go. You've got the keys. They're your bands. What would you do? Obviously a midlife crisis purchase. What would you do with them?
I'd charge rent.
I would probably... I don't know. I'd just make it no rules. Make it like CB. Just let it rip, Mad Max style.
So it'd be like mall drop HF.
No, AM only.
It's like I would allow all modes, and even like modes you're not allowed to use. Like you could literally do anything at any power level that you want, anywhere in those bands, and no licenses, just like free for all. Have fun for like a year or two, and then get real strict and crack down and generate just like a ton of revenue.
What are you, sadistic? What do you think we do now?
PC2DA2. You're Donner Hall University. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello to Jim, if that's Jim out there.
Hey, Barry. Hey, Bob. Everybody's going. I thought I put my call sign in, and the band went quiet all of a sudden. I said, geez, what a way to walk into a room.
It's like you feel like all eyes are on you.
Crazy afternoon, Jim. Long time, man.
Yeah, every afternoon's a crazy afternoon these days.
Brand, did you pump up the power?
No, it's just a band.
Yeah, you came up a lot.
I don't know. I was still running the same snot. Just flip the array, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Fan noise isn't nearly as bad as it was before, which I'm happy about now. So anyway, That's the story on that.
Hey, we'll just crank it up a little bit here. How's that, guys?
Audio.
Bob, you're always the same up here. Perry and you are about the same signal. Big.
And I'm still piss weak.
25 over.
Everyone on frequency is like way above the noise.
Nothing wrong with that.
As it
Almost
should be.
30. Bradley, you still there?
He got the dinner call.
Oh.
Yeah, I acknowledged him. I think I'm the only one that heard him. Maybe. But yeah, he got the dinner call. He said he'd be back.
Yeah. Yeah, we go way back. The Budley, when he was living elsewhere in Stowe. And it must have been almost 20 years ago when I was talking with Budley. Good guy.
So, Perry, are you actually, I heard you talking about the LD Moss Hamp. Are you going to build one up, or no?
No, it was just kind of an idea Billy was throwing at me. Eventually, I will. That's the plan, but not anytime soon.
Yeah, I've got two sets of the dual transistor boards sitting here, already populated. I just need the copper spreader and the transistors. Maybe a project for this summer when the band goes to pot.
4 of those, yeah, that's good. That's starting to get into like territory.
Yeah, that's starting to get into like, yeah, that's a good amount of power. I know, like with the RF kits, like if you push them like over 400 watts, they start to get a little dirty. You know, they're really like that particular amplifier is really like a legal limit amplifier, but they can, those LD MOS transistors are capable of a lot of power.
Yeah, a pair of them will do, 3 kilowatt easy. But and they've got new chips out. They've got the BLF150XR. It's supposed to be a little more strap and a little bit less harmonics. But I also ordered the low pass filter boards for him too. So whatever I stick on will be somewhat clean.
Hey, Bill, Bob, KBW, you still here?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, K1, KBW.
Yeah, drop down to 7.3, we can talk.
Okay.
There's some new, I haven't heard of that 150, but there's some MFRX 8 something or other model, and it runs on 60 volts, and it's supposed to be a little more strapping, and yeah, the same thing, just run a little better. Robert was talking about those. That's a good option too. I don't know if they're like ruggedized like the 188 XRs are, but I assume so. Probably, dead short them and all that good stuff, and they don't care. Just don't get them too hot. Don't overdrive them.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. They're direct replacements for the 188s on the same board.
Yeah, heat and drive kill them things, man. They could take stupid amounts of reflect and SWR, but yeah, they don't like heat and they don't like being overdriven.
You're loading into it the thing, or the output isn't so low when you get up to where people want to use them and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do any kind of combiner or anything. I'm building 2 separate amps. One's going to be specifically for 6 and one's for here. I don't need to build anything. I mean, if you think about it, even a pair is 100% headroom for legal limit.
Yeah, that's what we were saying before. I mean, that's real comfortable. Legal limit, not really running them balls to the wall. That's what you want. Now, 4 of those, you could run twice the legal limit, just, at like half strap, which is, how much would that cost? What are they, like $200 a piece, I guess?
No, the 188s, they can, actual honest to God Mitsubishis can be had for like $160.
Who was the company that I got mine from? It wasn't Mitsubishi, I don't think, but that's not that bad. So you can get a bunch of those and do crazy watts, or you could get like one big tube and do it. But it's just a preference.
I'd actually be curious to put a pair of those in a Class E rig.
I don't know, like kind of high level deal. I don't know how that would work.
No, I mean the input capacitance on them is correct. That's the whole thing with the Class E rigs. They're just using power supply switching FETs, and they all kind of top out at 40 meters because of the input capacitance on them. They're not designed for that type of that service, that high of a frequency. And the LD Mosses are, well, it's like, there used to be a guy that ran a 4x1 in Class E, and anything that is a standard RF part can be run in Class E.
Yeah, I guess you could do Class D or whatever. I think that works a little better on the... Well, you know what? I don't know, like, what the specs are on that for doing something like that, like gate capacitance and switching times and this and that. I don't know. It would be very fun to experiment with, though, I guess. But I just got a tube.
That's right.
I got 2 tubes. They're about a...
It's barrel assemblies. Yep. Something chambered in just 2 tubes.
Yeah, but some of the stuff.
Why are these scammers hanging up on me? This is very depressing.
Yeah, I haven't heard a scam call in a while.
Clark, you're the dude. They know you. They talk about you, in the lunchroom. They're like, man, that guy, I hope I don't get that guy.
No, I think the supervisors at the scam centers actually put the noobs on the phone with me just to, vet out those who aren't going to make it.
I get the same thing, too. I give some a real good run for their money. Some of them never call back. Some companies, you would get somebody else on the phone. I still get a couple of them at the shop, but it has, because of recent events in the news, has calmed down.
It's supposed to be kicking up into full gear. The new thing now are these guys who are saying, oh, you can get your economic stimulus check, we just need some information. Yeah. Or we've got a line on toilet paper. Oh, you do need some toilet paper, don't you? Well, we can get you some toilet paper. No worries, please. Just need your credit card information.
Oh, you forgot to whistle after every syllable.
For toilet papers?
So much easier for you to say.
Test.
Here comes this damn noise again, man. It's like a power line noise. It always comes in at this time of night. It's so annoying.
Oh, that's me. I just kicked on my little fan over here.
It's the 400-pound woman next door turning on her ladies' aid.
I'm telling you, man, it sucks. I've been fighting noise here for years. And, once you think you got everything, then something new shows up.
Pro lights.
Your asshole neighbor's touch lamps.
I was plagued by that at my parents' house, man. I just got used to it, and I got used to, like, when I can't hear people, just jumping on a web SDR. And it's the same deal. I'd find stuff, new stuff would come, be okay for like a week or two, and then crappy. It just sucks. Didn't change until I moved, and that's it. I don't know. You can do a lot, but you can't. I see on your SDR, like, your noise floor is like, 10 over S9 a lot of the times, and there's not too much you can do with that.
Grow lights at your parents' house?
You got a noise floor here that comes and goes, but a couple of years ago I was plagued by that this time of night. But I realized it changed at the different times of the year. I realized it was darkness. It was probably about a quarter mile from here. I found a street light that was going wonky. I think I was walking around with a little AM radio or something like that. Or I was riding around on AM, and I located it down to a street light, and the thing was something was acting up with the damn thing, and I called the power company, and I bitched and complained, and I said, this thing is interfering with emergency communications, and I'll be damned, within a week they fixed it.
You know what I found helpful? I put some dark burnt shag orange carpeting on my noise floor, and that took care of it.
You know what my buddy did? He was actually an OO, and he had the same thing. He was like emergency coordinator, blah blah, all that stuff, and he was getting taken out on like VHF by some telephone pole somewhere with like a loose ground connection or something. It was making like micro arcs and just taking them out. And like he told them all that stuff. And they're like, yeah, whatever. And then finally one day he called him. He was like, look, like this is serious. Like, I already contacted you with this stuff. Like at this point, I'm gonna go out there with a chain, a nice heavy chain, and just toss it up over the high voltage lines. And then you'll have to come out here and fix it. And like the next day, I guess they came, and it just so happened that I visited him that day, and it was pretty cool. They had the parabolic antenna, and they were aiming it at stuff, and like they found it, and like we confirmed it. Like the noise just went away when they tightened up that ground up on top of the pole. It was very cool. W2BTK.
Best way to find power line noise is to use a handheld scanner that's got the aircraft band on it, because now it's VHF, and it's listening in the AM mode, so it's sensitive to static. And on VHF, the power lines don't carry the noise, so when you get close, you really are getting close.
That's why I got the shortwave radio I did, was for noise finding, in that because it has the AM aircraft band on it.
Exactly.
Yeah, the power lines behind our house, literally 40 feet away from my in-fed half-wave 30 kV lines. And I drink and hang out at pool parties at the second in charge at the power company garage here, and I called him up one day and said, look, I've been dealing with this for years, and I don't know who to call. Who do I got to call to get this noise taken care of? He says, no, not a problem. Next morning there were 7 bucket trucks, and they replaced the poles, the feed lines, everything, and he came and knocked on my door. Is the noise gone? It's like, yeah.
Wow, man.
And then he let the cat out of the bag. Yeah, we were slow. I had to give the guys something to do this morning.
You got lucky.
Yeah, I have their engineer on speed dial, the guy who comes out and does all handles the noise complaints and for ham radio ops. And I don't have to put in a service call. I can email him, and he'll be out. He'll email me back and let me know when he could come out, and he just comes out between jobs. It's awesome.
Yeah, if it's a decent power company, for the most part, they're on top of it. But then there's others, and I tell you the worst fight. The next town over, the city put in a 2 megawatt solar panel system in the field right along Route 40. And as soon as they lit that thing up live, it completely, for 2 miles in every direction, blacks out the AM broadcast band, completely wipes out 80 meters, 160, 2 meters, everything. And I think every ham in town filed a complaint. And they didn't do anything about it, and the FCC just showed up and said, nah, you're shutting the whole thing down.
What was causing it?
A solar panel field. They put in a 2 megawatt solar panel field and grid tied it to the power grid. It was a project the city of Elkton did.
I gotcha. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, and what was the worst part was it didn't just stay on one frequency. Like on the AM band, you could take a spectrum analyzer and just the noise hash was about 50K wide, and it would just roll up and down the band. And then the harmonics of that would just roll up and down the band. It was wiping out every amateur band, broadcast band, everything.
They were never able to correct it. They actually had to shut the thing down, or they actually found a way to correct it, or put a whatever faulty equipment was in there, got rid of it.
Well, it turned out to be the inverters, and it's still offline because they spent like $1 million on these Chinese inverters, and basically the inverters were just throwing out hash into the power lines, and it just traveled through the power lines all throughout town.
Yeah, man, switching power supply. Come on.
I had to track all that crap down in my parents' house and, like, throw ferrites and stuff because they couldn't unplug most of it, and that helped a lot. But, like, I always had crazy noise, and now that I have my own house, like, I know everything that I have plugged in, and there's no, like, zero noise coming from anything in here. It's pretty nice, and then there's no neighbors, so it's just like it gets trippy quiet on the airwaves out here sometimes when it's quiet.
When I got married, my father, who's also a ham, for a wedding present, bought my wife 5 imitation Tiffany lamps that were touch lamps. When he handed them to her at our wedding reception, and she opened them, and I saw a touch lamp on the box, he started elbowing me in the gut and said, "What do you think, boy?" And I said, "I think you're an a-hole, Dad."
Oh, dude, you know what? That's perfect, man. That's a great gag gift because she probably liked them, and man, you'll never forget that, huh?
Thank God she doesn't like him anymore, and we gave him to the Salvation Army.
That's right. Let them interfere with ham radio in Uganda.
That's right.
It was pretty cool, cruel actually.
Oh, my dad would call me up once a month. How you like them lamps, boy?
Rub it in.
I'm sorry, Dad, I can't hear you. What?
I can't hear you. The wife's screaming too loud.
Dude, touch lamps. I guess Dave had some kind of fancy kitchen sink faucet that was real screwy or something. I know that was a source of anguish for a while.
Make you a deal. You touch me the right way, and I'll turn the lamp on for you. How's that?
I have these LED touch lamps, and they're great.
Problem with the touch faucet, so you touch it the right way and it squirts.
I have LED touch lamps, and they work fine, but that's weird. No, that's last statement I heard was weird.
We're at a lodge, and we're sitting at the bar having some burgers.
Oh my God.
And stuff like that, and he asked for mayonnaise with his hamburger, and he didn't actually put it on there. He was just like playing around. You know those little sealed things of like ketchup and mustard and all that stuff that they give you like for picnics and stuff. And he was messing around with it. All of a sudden, like the seal at the end broke open, and then boom. flew out all over the bar. And I looked at him. I said, "Nice job." And he goes, "I knew with it long enough that would happen." I said, "Yeah, I can say that about a bunch of things." And my girlfriend goes, "Like what?" And it's like that's not a comfortable position to be in.
Oh, I love it.
Wait, I was not listening. What? And I heard Clark say something. He was in some kind of uncomfortable position.
Okay, so
Bill, could you please go to the front of the class and explain your homework assignment from last night?
Dude, how come whenever, like, all right, think about this. You're in high school and, like, things are happening, whatever. Every single time, either you get called up to go to the front of the class or the bell is about to ring, stuff happens. You end up, like, pitching a tent or something. High school. What an awkward time that was.
Oh, I can tell you the time that I got in ripping big trouble like that was, it was in French class. It was an intro to French. And I had done my homework where, they were supposed to say, oh, you got to translate the dog saw the ball, the boy saw the ball, the girl saw the ball, the tree saw the ball. So I would just write the dog, the girl, the tree, the boy, whatever, and then, put ditto marks down the right-hand side of the page. So the French instructor, it's old guy, white hair, really crotchety and everything. He comes by and he looks down at the desk and he sees that, and he goes, "What is this?" And I said, "My homework." He goes, "This!" And he grabs it and he holds it up and he's yelling at the top of his lungs in front of me. He goes, "I want you all to look at this. This is not how you learn a foreign language." He smacks it down on this is a wooden desk. Yes, Bill, I'm that old. He storms up to the front of the classroom, grabs an eraser, because of the blackboard, also dating myself, blackboard was filled with writing, grabs the eraser and starts angrily dragging it across the blackboard. Well, somebody, not me, somebody had put a piece of chalk in that eraser. So you know what happened when he was trying to erase the board. And he throws the eraser down, turns around, extends his arm and his finger, and he points at me. He goes, "You out!" And I'm like, "I didn't do that. You out!" And that was it. Last time I ever took a French class. N1BCG, as in garçon.
Shut up, get out. AB3AL.
W2BTK, we used to drive.
When I was young and decided to play the saxophone, and I guess you're learning saxophone lessons to Mr. Thatcher's music class. And he walked out of the room and do whatever he did, and I had the mouthpiece, and I was making duck calls, duck calls on the damn thing. Standing on top of my desk, dancing up and down, making duck calls while the class was full out laughing. Thatcher walked in the room and just said, "Torello, out!" And that was it, man. I was done. Never picked up another instrument.
Oh, now I know where the Simpsons got their inspiration for the opening sequence.
I was so mad one time that she had, like, she was getting, like, hot, like, red in the face. Like, she was about to explode. She's like, ah! She couldn't leave the class because, I mean, there were, like, multiple kids, just really bored and kind of, like, it wasn't a good time to leave. Things would have got, crazy. So, like, she's, I need air. Like, we had these tiny little windows. This was in middle school, like, I don't know, 7th or 8th grade. And these little windows, and you could just open this little tiny, like, I don't know, 5-inch by 5-inch slot, and it, like, slid open. And she's like, she, like, sticks her mouth in there, and she's, like, trying to breathe the air. And she actually, like, got her head out there and then got stuck. And she was stuck in the window for, like, 10 minutes, like, freaking out, like, yelling, like, "Oh, my God, like, you have to do something. Like, go get some, blah, blah, blah," like, kicking and stuff. Oh, my God. And it was just insane. She got her head out of the window, and like we all just kind of like shut up after that. But like, geez, she went nuts. Like she really, really, really went nuts. W2BTK.
So it was like her head was in a guillotine?
My history class, senior year, American history, and the teacher was one of those uber leftists. You know, all the founding fathers were racist slave owners and all that crap. And I'm sitting there listening to this, and my stomach was bubbling, and I knew it wasn't going to be pretty. So I raised my hand politely and said, "Excuse me, miss, I need to go to the restroom." "No, you're not going to the restroom." A couple minutes later, raised my hand again. "Excuse me, miss, I really need to go to the restroom." "No, you're not going to the restroom." So my desk was right next to her desk, and the round metal circular trash can was sitting right next to her desk. And I was not going to do it in my pants. I pulled that trash can over next to my desk with my foot, stood up, dropped the trowel, filled that trash can with a...
Oh my God!
Shook it off, sat back down at my desk, and she tried to send me to the office, and she eventually sent me to the office. And I told the principal what happened, and she had sent down 4 other guys that were laughing their butts off because of it. And they all told the principal what she did to me, that I asked 3 times to go. And he's like, "I can't do anything to you."
Shook it off.
Nice. I like that one too. They wouldn't send me to the principal's office anymore. So they used to send me to the principal's office. And then I realized, you know, they had the PA system that you could direct to like all classes or to individual classes. And there's also another control that was in there too that would adjust the clocks in the classrooms. This is going back in the early 70s or so. And as soon as that, it wasn't the principal, usually wasn't there, it was the secretary or something. Mrs. Oliveri was her name. And as soon as she'd walk out of that room to go to the mimeograph machine, man, I'd hit all call on that microphone, and I would go at that thing so they couldn't send me to the principal's office anymore. So they used to put me out in the hallway because they just couldn't send me to the principal's office. I'd get into too much trouble in there.
I earned my frequent flyer miles going to the principal's office.
Dude, I remember being in there a lot. The one time I think I got suspended in like 6th grade or something, like really young, like before, you know, you really heard about a lot of kids getting like suspended from school. That was more like high school, but I had this screwdriver that I thought was really cool, and like I had it one day in my pocket at school, and I was like, and I'm sitting there all bored, and I started taking apart my desk. And of course, you know, like the teacher didn't notice at all or anything. So like I had like most of the screws like completely loose, and I just kind of left it like that, like somebody's gonna put their backpack or sit down and it's gonna fall apart. And so I did that like the rest of the day in like all the classes that I was in, and like kids saw me doing it. And so like the next day there was like 2 other kids with screwdrivers doing this, and like I guess one of them had fallen apart or this or that, but one of them got in trouble and went to the principal's office, and then like immediately started bawling their eyes out and just saying my name over and over again. So like I went down there, and then like I ended up getting like suspended or something, but that was a lot of fun. And then oh, that's enough. W2BTK.
Man, the last person to scream my name while crying was a Playboy model. What's going on with your life?
Oh man, it always has to go that direction, doesn't it? No, I was talking about a child upset and, you know, ratting out another child.
When I was in high school, went half day to high school and the other half day to vocational technical school, And I took electronics, and if you completed the program, you actually walked out with an associate's from the community college. And all the classrooms had doors to the outside parking lot. My instructor was a Korean War Navy radio operator who later went on to teach electronics at Bainbridge Naval Academy during Vietnam. He was an old, gruff, tough SOB, and in the class was a real troublemaker. And one day he wired up my stool so that when I sat on it, I got quite a shock. And when I went flying from the 120 volts, the kid was the only one laughing, and I kind of stood up and collected myself and looked at the teacher, and he says, in his 2 packs of Pall Mall a day voice, "Well, you know who did it? You got 2 choices. I can send him to the office, or you can take him out back and whoop his ass." So I proceeded to stand up, grab the other kid by his collar, and drug him outside and pounded the crap out of him.
Man, school was way better back then.
Oh, yeah, this is before every parent had a lawyer on speed dial.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll kick your ass at the flagpole today at 3 o'clock. Be there, wimp.
You know, it's for real, though. Like, I'm hearing that, like, wow, that was awesome. And then, like, my younger brothers are like, wow, you really didn't have, like, security, like, police officers walking around the halls at school when you were there? I'm like, no, like, what the hell are you talking about? We used to, like, take our shoes off and throw them at each other in the halls and stuff. That was a real thing, too. We had wars. And the kids got, like, bloody noses and stuff. And shoe throwing was a thing. Anyway, they were like, what, you didn't have police, like, walking around all the time at school? It's like, no. So, like, look where it's going. Look at the progression. It's interesting. Follow the trend.
And I tell you what, out of all my teachers from school, most of them have passed on. He is the only teacher that I went to visit in a nursing home, and I attended his funeral. I had great respect for that man.
Yeah, I only had 1 or 2 teachers that I had many respect for, too. But, yeah, like Billy was saying, it's just like every, parents got a lawyer in their back pocket. You know, you got in trouble in the school and stuff like that. You know, it's not like your parents would, say, oh, well, schools are wrong. This, when you walked in the door, your old man would beat your ass. Ha! Idiot. You didn't learn last time, did you? And he'd throw you another beat. And you go back in school and do it again anyhow. But, yeah, so much has changed nowadays. Jeez. At least they, sort of kind of made better men back then. Better women, too. They didn't get in trouble as much as the guys did, but kind of gave them a little bit of respect towards the rest of the society, so to speak. Through the hard way.
I got dinner call, guys. I'll catch you cool cats later on. Whiskey 2 Echo November Yankee.
Hey, we'll see you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty young, but I was born in the 80s, and I remember being like, in 1985 I was born, so I was like, when I was like 5, 6 years old, 90, 91, back then, you go to like the mall or a restaurant with your parents, and you're being a little, you-know-what? Well, your dad would just like drag you out into like an open space in public, rip your pants down, take his belt off, and beat the crap out of you until you started screaming and like, okay, and then that was it. That's what happened, and I've never seen that happen, like anymore. I don't know. You can't do that.
When I was 5 in West Virginia, I was given my first pocket knife, and the old man sat me down, taught me how to sharpen it, how to use it, and he says, all right, you want to know why I got that for you? I said, why, Dad? He said, because you're going to have to cut your own switch from now on.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah.
Man, that's better than my first knife story. That was another thing. I got in a lot of trouble at school. I showed it to somebody and they were like, "Oh, guess who has a knife?" You know? Come on.
In West Virginia, they sat us in a classroom, 2 rows front to back, boy, girl, left and right. And the boys, to teach the boys how to be a gentleman, when the girl next to him's pencil broke or needed sharpened, he was expected to take his pocket knife out and sharpen it for her. And it taught him to respect women, and it didn't disrupt the classroom. We moved from West Virginia to Maryland when I was 11, and my first day in class, my pencil broke, and I whipped out my knife to sharpen it, and the sheriff's department showed up.
Yeah, see? It's just crazy. I don't know. Now with this, like, and I hate to bring it in this direction, but now look, like, you know, with this whole thing that's going on right now, what kind of liberties we're going to give up. But more of just a passing observation, not really a topic change.
I'm not giving up any of them, period.
Yep, well... Anyway, what happened to Clark?
I said, that's right.
What happened to Perry?
And then the turkey crossed the road.
Oh, I'm here. I'm on my phone. Reading drama.
Phone or phone?
Phone.
You want drama? You should be listening to 3885.
That's funny. I can't say the word tire. You hear how I say tire? It's not correct, and I can't say it correctly.
Hey, you say tire like you're from the Midwest. You talk like you're from the Midwest. I say tire, and fire, phone, water ice, water. I say water. Yeah.
Gotta get some new tars because they caught far, and I gotta get my Earl changed too.
Yeah, tire.
I don't say roof. Roof.
Yeah, roof. Yeah. What route did you take?
Murphy says roof.
Make sure you well.
It's fine. I mean, my grandparents said roof. They're from. It's just, it always was like a little goofy to me when I would say it, like, oh, up on the roof. I'd be like, wait, it didn't feel right.
My girlfriend from Oklahoma used to refer to the driveway as cement. I said, that's asphalt. She goes, no, it's cement.
Oh, maybe you had a cement driveway, not an asphalt driveway.
No. She also would say, you're ornery. Like, I'm ornery? She goes, yeah, you're very ornery. I said, you mean like ornery? She goes, no, not ornery, ornery. I said, that's hysterical. And she goes, right, you're even more ornery.
You should explain to this chick that if the driveway was cement, it would be more conductive and that lightning strike might have been a little more spectacular.
Oh, no. That was trying to hear my Spanish wife say the word peanuts.
That's like driving on the parkway and parking on the driveway.
That's right, Scott.
Good evening, K1 Ken.
Well, howdy. Yeah, why do we drive on the parkway?
And park on the driveway.
Somebody screwed it up long time ago.
That's because some dumbass decided to call it a parkway, not a highway, or a freeway. That's why.
Wait, man, what? Weren't we talking about why do they put pizzas in square boxes if they're round? Yeah, why do we drive on the parkway, park on the driveway? What else?
Pie are not square, pie are round.
Holy carrier, Batman.
I don't know what to do. Maybe I should make dinner at this point.
Yeah.
Get us the deli around.
I got half a Stromboli. How do you say Stromboli? Stromboli? I don't know. I better go.
Stromboli. It's a Stromboli. You know? Phone, Stromboli, Philadelphia, cheesesteak, water ice, soft pretzel, Philadelphia, baby.
No, that's what I was thinking of. The one that bothers me the most is hoagie. I want a Wawa hoagie. Come on, Cletus.
Hoagie. Yeah, get a hoagie at Wawa. Hoagie. What's wrong with hoagie?
Well, because I get submarine sandwiches when I go to Wawa.
It's a movie.
They're hoagies, man. They're not subs. They're not grinders. They're not sandwiches. They're hoagies. That's where you get a hoagie anywhere in the country on a long roll with meat, lunch meat and cheese, and if you prefer lettuce and peppers and onions and all that stuff, it's a hoagie. That's all it is. It's nothing else.
The worst accent is the Hamden, Dundalk area of Baltimore.
I go in there and I ask for a submarine sandwich. And I say it just like that, submarine sandwich. And they, in a very commanding tone. And nobody questions me. They make me my submarine sandwich. And nobody calls it a hoagie. Right? I'll be right back. Woo!
I think they just want you to leave the store.
Yeah, hon, Butchie and Donnie done got in their Camaro and went down to the Wawa and got themselves a sub. They put some Toiki and some other stuff on it there, hon. And later,
smack.
Flo, she's going to
smack.
Some pasta on the stove.
I go to no Wawa. I go to a Piggly Wiggly.
You know what? I thought Piggly Wigglies were like a joke until I moved down south. And then I had a Piggly Wiggly probably 3 miles from my house in South Carolina. And I only went to it one time. But they do have a really good meat section at Piggly Wiggly.
Perry, I thought it was a joke too. And then I went down to Morehead City, North Carolina, and there was a Piggly Wiggly there. And I had my friend take a picture of me in front of it just to prove to everyone else, oh yeah, these things are for real.
Oh, they're for real. They're for wheel. They're for wheel. W3MM.
The Wigglies and Stuckies.
I'm about to order some food, man. I'm starving, and I didn't go grocery shopping today on my day off because I was lazy.
Oh man, Mr. Softy would get jumped right now.
How's Mr. Softy gonna get jumped if he's soft?
Perry, you can explain it better than anyone.
You could just give him the mayonnaise packet.
I just figured out that my phone has a level built into it. That's pretty cool. It's like I could level the shelf. And it's got a ruler. It's got a flashlight, a tally counter, and a compass. Man, this thing's like a Swiss Army knife.
And it vibrates too.
See, that's something for everyone.
The important thing is you fellas have a positive attitude through this whole social thing, And that's what I'm getting as I listen across the band. Everybody's ticked, but there's a joie de vivre behind that ticked. There's a underlying happiness of some sort. And I'd like to tap into that because I'm really tired. W2JTD.
Yeah, it's because none of us on the frequency have any ailments to complain about.
Son.
Hey, that built-in level actually is pretty neat. I've used it before. You just can't put your iPhone down on the buttons that are on the side.
Yeah, I have the new Android Galaxy S10 Plus, and it's got you know, like the sides round off, like it's not sharp, so you can, like, if you're looking at the side of the phone, you can see the screen from the side. It's like rounded, so like my fat chubby digits touch the buttons. Like there's like little sidebar things that where this compass and this level was that I didn't know about, and I'm sitting here scrolling on Facebook and my fat thumb, you know, just popped this thing up. I said, holy crap, I have a level on my phone.
It's the end of the world, kids. We should be planting potatoes.
Yeah, or just stockpiling ammunition.
What, are you going to shoot the guy that plants the potatoes? I'm screwed then.
I did that for 8 years in the previous administration.
I mean, I can see sitting up all night trying to protect my potatoes, but if you're going to kill me for my potatoes, well, that shoots the whole process. I got to go back to the drawing board.
No, I could trade you ammunition for potatoes, you know. That way you can protect yourself, and I have a valuable thing to trade, because let's face it, ammunition is going to be worth more than anything, I think.
You can take the Stickin' Amendment, and did I call it the Stickin' Amendment? Anyway, I'll give you the potatoes if you're hungry. I'll share them. You don't need a Second Amendment. There's no reason to kill people. Ronnie Van Zant, Leonard Skinner, guns ain't made for nothing but killing people and, you know, sink them to the bottom of the sea. You don't need guns. You need rakes, hoes, implements of destruction.
You don't need to kill people, he said. There's always someone like a downer, huh?
I'll kill
like
you.
Beef and pork?
Wait, what was the premise?
Wait till it's done growing those potatoes, then you can use it in a gun.
If you like eating beef and pork, your local butcher shop uses a gun to put the animal down.
Yeah, but I'm drawing the line, you know, between I'm drawing the line between monkey people and cow people.
Monkey people?
That's
I can't think of the word. It's saying whatever hopped out of homo, get me the hell out of this, and became us, as opposed to Elsie, you know, the giver of milk.
And that's
you
racist.
mean
Next thing you know, he's going to be
yes, there
referring
were
to
first
them as
ham
you
radio
people.
operators, and then there were Cro-Magnon man, and then there were Homo sapiens.
Oh, man.
Don't forget the croutons and pre-RK.
It's so much worse than croutons. God, you know, croutons have nitrogen.
Wait, N3RIK, is that the Bruce or is that some other Rick?
That's what I was wondering.
It's like a triple. It's like trying to listen to a resonance CD.
Well, if we all just zero beat it, we'd hear each other.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Might be me.
Am I? Oh, I drifted down, didn't I? Look at that.
Anyway, again, I reiterate, I'm really, really inspired throughout the whole ham radio community. No matter how bitter you assholes are, there's a positivity we're going to make it through this stuff.
He called us a-holes. Boy, he knows us well.
No, just you, Clark. Remember.
Oh,
and he
now
said
I
you
feel
people
special.
are monkey
I don't want to be
people.
lumped in with everyone else.
No. And Tim, is there Tron in there?
You people are monkey people. I don't know, man.
Oh, God. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, it's happy. We're painting a happy face on this whole. What the hell? You gotta wake up tomorrow, man. It's all gonna suck. You know, the government sucks and the response sucks and we're all gonna die. And yet, I gotta do my wash.
You know who's responsible for this, right?
Man, if it's not Hillary or Woody Allen, it's the Tron. It's Timmy. I knew it.
Yeah, who's responsible
Who do you
for
think
all
it was
of our
named
pain
after
and
the
suffering as
Orgasmo
lizard people?
Tron?
That and Carol Baskin.
You know, I don't know. It's almost as if the planet is trying to heal itself. If you look at the big, exponential big, and then go out a couple more big, and those of you math heads that realize the calculus is a death biscuit, know what I'm talking about, go out again big, and you'll see that it's the gig trying to get back to a medium. W2, JT.
You want to do math? Greta Thunberg says all we have to do is self-isolation for 12 more years and the planet will be where it needs to be with a carbon footprint. So think about it.
I can't go with that because I'm into 12-year-olds.
Well, you're like the DJ who plays the same song twice in a night, like once early and once a little later, because he doesn't think anyone will notice, but sometimes people stay in the club all night.
No, Bill, the problem is there's supposed to be turnover here. There's supposed to be quarter-hour ratings. You're a Cume person. You're like someone who listens in total time, but I'm dealing with quarter-hour ratings. AQH, average quarter hours, and meaning that like a morning show, you can repeat the same material every 15 minutes and expect a 90% turnover in audience.
You know, what's a shame
End of your comment
is
that
the virus
on the scale
is
here.
transmitted between bats to humans. If it was just
This dude's a master doubler.
humans, we wouldn't have a terrorist problem anymore.
Well, if there wasn't doubling, there wouldn't be doubling.
That's right.
You really think it was like bats, though? Didn't there, like, did find some briefcase with a bunch of bottles, some crap? Like, somebody's smuggling around the subway or something. It got, like, real suppressed.
Those guys, man, they'll eat anything that crawls or walks on your belly.
You seen, like, the videos of that market over there, man? It's, like, it's gnarly. It's crazy. Like, wow.
They eat like turtles. They like alive. They bite the head off while it's snapping at their uvula.
Yeah, they like light dogs on fire with a torch while they're still alive, skin them alive. They're messed up folk.
I'm protecting my uvula.
Yeah, I'm protecting. Yeah, holy macaroni! I just ordered a cheesesteak, Billy. I was going to order a stromboli, but I didn't want to pay $15 for it.
Cheapskate.
Nice. I tried to order from Pat's. God, they've gotten expensive lately. I tried to order what was it? Parmesan chicken. What, $25 for it?
I like 2 of those fallopian tubes, medium well, thanks.
They're taking a chance at dying, man. Give them a tip.
Yeah, so am I when I go to work every day and work on getting in and out of these people's cars, but I don't get a tip.
You know what? Kudos, man. Wash your hands and keep your fingers away from your,
Yeah, well.
And ain't nothing more disgusting than someone's car.
Yeah, well.
Don't touch yourself, Perry.
Yeah, you guys, you have no idea some of the crap that I've seen over the years. But yeah, I wear gloves and, what happened here? I'm trying to order my food. Gloves and, steering wheel covers and, we don't have any seat covers, but, that's all we can do, man. Spray keys down with Lysol, and we're not having any people wait in the office. Everything gets dropped off, and it's all we can do.
It's all any of us can do at this point, really. We have to, it's a new form of social, consciousness. I need my car repaired. I need a wrench monkey to do it. And, there's a couple of degrees of separation between me and the wrench monkey. And good for him, because I'm always dissatisfied. Anyway, we're all doing the best we can. It's really good. I was down in the depths of despair for a couple of days there, but I'm being uplifted. Even listening to the Slop Bucket Jesus channels, I'm still uplifted. I think everybody's got a good, and that's the basis of this whole thing. We're going to recover if we have a good attitude about it.
If you want real churchin', you should be glued into 3885.
Or you should listen to that guy that's going to blow the coronavirus away.
I tried that, but nobody sent me any money.
Blow the coronavirus away? I haven't heard that one yet.
Kenneth Copeland, Baptist, chemist. Trying to think of some like keywords. Kenneth Copeland, Baptist.
Yeah, go on YouTube and just type in "blow away coronavirus." You will laugh your ass off.
I need every
My
bit
brother
of
and
fun I
sister-in-law
can
are stuck in the Jerry Falwell cult in Virginia, and they believe it, and they keep sending us stuff. How do I respond? Over.
Just send him a picture of the flying spaghetti monster and let them know that his noodly appendage will touch them in ways they've never been touched before.
I have one of those shirts.
No, I pretty much told them that I thought their whole gig was, fantasy world, and without. Far be it for me to become a target here in the coming revolution. I've got a teabagger flag. I'm ready to pop that on the porch like lamb's blood. Pass over me. Take the next house.
Yeah, when I tried to explain to somebody that the whole lamb's blood thing meant that the Bible was blood magic, they just absolutely blew a gasket. It is not.
Oh, lamb's blood. Holy cow, this whole time I thought it was lambskin.
It doesn't burn either. It's almost spooky because I used one for like kindling, and you've got to you really have to separate those pages out. There's not enough oxygen. The thing starves you. It starves you of oxygen. It starves you of life. I feel a theme coming on here, and they're not going to like it on Sunday.
Well, all this rain we've had, that's because the glass dome with windows that covers the flat earth, the windows were open to let the water in.
Well, Bigfoot... Wait, it wasn't Bigfoot. It was Loch Ness. Oh, the Lockdown Ness Monster. Yes, the Lockdown Ness Monster. Get back in your boat and swim back to England. You're in my territory.
Wow, that was 17 different subjects in 5 minutes.
This is W2JTD. I never claimed to be intelligent.
So how about them Yankees?
You see a fork in the road, take it.
Only if there's matching cutlery.
So, Jeff, right in the midst of a great big weird that we never expected, and KX.
Into YKA, is it?
This is a great backdoor effort behind what we have to do to survive at in these particular times. So, I appreciate being able to get on with you guys. It's really cool.
My rolling rock is empty and my bladder's full. I'll be back. AB3AL.
Yeah, welcome to the Twisted.
No, it's fine.
Wait, Rolling Rock? You're disqualified.
Hey, my next door neighbor is a beer truck driver. And I didn't feel like going to the store the other day, and I knocked on his door and I said, "Hey, can I give you $10 for a 6-pack? I really don't feel like going to the store." He says, "Well, I'll give you 2 30-packs of Rolling Rock." So I've been drinking that for days.
Can't argue with the economics. The best man at my wedding was the Boilermaker at Ortlieb's Brewery in Philadelphia. And I drank Ortlieb's beer till it was coming out my ears. Believe me, I got a discount. But wait, that has no bearing on the conversation. Anyway, yes, positive. We're awake. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet.
Agreed. KC2DHU for legal purposes.
W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
Good evening, all. Good evening.
Good evening, George. W3MMR.
Perry.
Yo.
Good evening, Sir Perry. Sir Clark. Sir everyone. How's everybody doing? Perry, that's a hell of a thing you got on that dolly.
Yeah, I like it.
I got a 2K3 sitting here, and I'm working up a threat. You know, it's going to be like the old dude against the young dude. The old dude with his 2K3 that's unproven, and he's not sure how to wire it, against the young dude with his heavy dolly.
My dolly. I was gonna stain my dolly, but I left it natural. El natural.
No. Your shackle burned down first. You know, it'll be like when you dump the motorcycle and you get the seagulls on the helmet. You know, mark of excellence.
we wouldn't want that.
No, nobody wants that. Unplug. Throw the lead out the window. Anyway, good show, and I do have to scoot. This is W2JTD. My wife is pulling on my coattails.
All right, we'll see you later. W2BTK.
Yeah, see ya, Paul. Yeah. My cheesesteak will be here in 30 to 40 minutes, and they're going to leave it at my door, so I don't even have to see anybody.
Rock. Bye-bye. Hey, Billy.
Hey, what's up, George? How you been, man?
Good to hear you. You got a great signal here tonight. Most of you do. Great to hear all of you.
Yeah, you're coming in strong here, too. Thanks for the signal report. Nice audio.
Thanks for all the thousands of checks I had to be labor with you guys over the past 2 or 3 years. I finally got something that works. Yeah, it's pretty over. So I don't know how you got the Eiffel Tower in your roof now, but take the choices.
Wait, which antenna are you running?
An NFED.
Very nice.
No, I meant your signal was very nice.
Oh, yeah, I got, well, I'm just in a good spot, and there's all these steel-belted radial tires off in the woods over there, and I think that's it.
Say good evening to Clark, too.
Oh, Clark? Where is Clark?
You have steel-belted radical tires that are improving your signal?
Yeah, they're my radials. There's, tons of them over there, right across they're right there, trust me. That's it. That's what I attribute my signal to, because this antenna works better than it should.
That's a different take on radio.
Radical tires. Oh, there's something to be said about that.
I'm talking like huge piles of these things. I mean, there's thousands of them, you know? Big tire pile over there, and they're all old, you know, steel-belted, old-school tires. You know, they've been baking in the sun, and I think they get slightly conductive.
That many of them? Yeah, maybe. Is that one of the places that just kind of like grinds them up and, you know, mixes them with asphalt or something, or is it just like the dumping ground for them?
I need some Goodyear custom poly steels.
Oh, hey, Dave. Yeah, come dig through the pile, man. He's been getting rid of them. He got rid of a ton of them this year. It's my neighbor. He had a truck parts kind of business in like the 70s. Did real well. And his father let people come and, like, you know, dump the tires up here. He had, like, a little scrap salvage yard going on, too. And, well, that was a mistake. But he's clearing them out. And paying big bucks for it, because, you know, to dispose of those costs, it's a fair amount of money per tire, you know. And he's been carting them out all year. He's away in Florida now. He's coming back. I'll bet he'll do more. But I kind of, you know, I'm taking measurements and being very meticulous about this, because I really think it's the tires. And when they're gone, you might not be able to hear me. W2BTK, and hey, Dave.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think your signal's going to go away when those tires are gone. You're going to have to put up a real antenna. Maybe even get, like, a real transmitter. Sorry to hear that. We're going to miss you. W2VW.
Good evening, Dave. Hello.
Are you trying to say the rubber makes you feel bigger?
Anyway, I miss Paul. Hope Paul's still listening. Hi, Paul. Hope Mags is doing well. He's probably off eating dinner or something. I fired up because I wanted to say hello to Paul. And as I was tuning up, that was it.
You popped your circuit?
W2VW.
Connor.
W2VW, W2JTD.
Yeah, I even heard you when you transmitted into the wrong antenna. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Dave. Boss is Los. How you doing, son?
About the same as you. Glad you popped up here, man. Yeah, not a bad bunch, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. This is like, it's a very active group, very entertaining. Always a hoot.
And don't forget, you can look at this online, too, if you didn't already figure that out. Billy's got a live stream going.
And good evening, N2MBX.
Good evening.
Hey, Mikey. Yeah, Paul, if you want to check it out, it's on my QRZ page.
Hey,
Okie dokie.
You guys okay down there?
Who, me?
Who else has got a Mags?
Oh, sorry, I got a partial thing. Oh, we had a tornado. We got the swirlies in the estuary, and it took out an arbor that was fully populated with vinage and you know, hummingbird food. The problem was my W7FG antenna, fed with the ladder line, swung in the breeze. So I attached the ladder line with a piece of nylon cord to the arbor. When the tornado came through, it caught the arbor and blew it off its foundation, thereby taking down my antenna. But other than a couple of shingles on the roof, I don't care if it destroys the house, man. My antenna's down.
Oh, man, that really stinks. Well, I hope you get the chance to put it back up and it doesn't get blown. Yeah, I guess, man, you got no protection around there, I think, when the storm comes in, right?
Oh, it's bay to ocean and ocean to bay. But by the same token, it's, you know, SWL paradise. I'm on a peninsula, man. You know, the world is my oyster down here with the saltwater estuary as a ground plane.
Oh, you'd be surprised how much fun it is to be in a tight neighborhood with tens of thousands of pieces of China crap emitting square waves. You don't know what you're missing, man.
Yeah, oh, God, I envy you, but I'll have to pass. Yeah, I'm actually toying with a 160 vertical out in the estuary, the mud flats. Dang it. You don't even have to run radials out there. It's crazy.
Yeah. Or you could put like a couple of raised radials out. That's a lot easier to deal with. Anyway, I kind of interrupted here, and there's a lot of people, so I just want to say hello. And I'm around here from time to time, so we'll catch up with you. I think you were going to eat dinner or something. So, there you go. W2 is very weak. Let me drop back into the woodwork.
All right, Dave. Good hooking up with you there, son. 7-3. And Maggie called Pam today, and everybody's high, fine business, although Pamela's going crazy. But you knew that. W2 very weak, W2JT. All right, back to the squirrel. Hey, Dave.
I promise not to talk. Billy.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess what we're gonna do topic change here or what? I'm not quite prepared. So I'm just changing my stream. I mentioned before you can find it on my QRZ page, the W2BTK. Messing around with that, it kind of occupies a lot of my. You know, I'm 3/4 on the air and like 1/4 doing this at any given time.
Hi, Mikey, if you're still there. Let's talk about Clark.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
Yeah, let's talk about Clark. I was going to go away, but you want to talk about Clark Anderson? Go ahead.
Okay, who wants to start?
I think he's very entertaining. I think he's a real asset, man. I really enjoy listening to that guy.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Maybe it's his voice.
No, his voice is as irritating as Hillary Clinton, but you got to get past that. He's really funny.
I like listening to Clark.
No, we want Clark. We want Clark. It didn't work on FD8.
Hello, Dave.
Yes, because I had a out of commission.
If you live through
message
Herb,
supposed
everything
to go
else is a given.
early.
Hello, Dave.
That's true, Paul.
You've been trained. I mean, what could be... Oh, wait. Baxter. We had it. We had Herb and then Baxter. We're bulletproof, man. That's the solution.
K1, man.
Yeah, we had a lot worse than that, if you think about it, Paul.
Oh, we had Johnny, EGC.
It's me, EGC.
I think that's the best one I've heard yet.
Well, when we said that EGC was okay in the old days. Anyway, we got Clark out here.
Our
So
bees,
Clark.
offering our flowers to the foot of the AM goddess. And what did she give us? Bupkis.
You know what Bupkis is, right?
As in Dick?
It's nothing with a great big heavy.
As in Dick Buckus?
No, Bupkis.
No, that means zero. It doesn't mean like nothing.
No, it doesn't mean nothing. It's like Ugats doesn't mean nothing either. Bupkis is like some kind of farm animal crap. I forget, like sheep crap or something.
Well, there's a. It fits a Yiddish analogy if you twist it a bit.
So Clark.
Yes'm.
We have a problem with you.
Oh,
did you say Yes'm?
Line. What?
Sure did.
It's this night from any other.
Hold on. Dave's not a she. This is not a Yes'm.
It's okay.
Yes'm in the plural sense. So what's the big what's tonight's big problem?
This is Earth Day. It's Earth Day. What did you guys do for Earth Day today? And stand the hell in the house and not driving on the grass count.
Happy Earth Day, everybody.
I mowed.
Now blow out those candles.
I mowed the grass. Sorry, Clark. I missed that because we doubled. It happens.
I vented a bottle of Freon into the atmosphere.
Oh, I do that every day.
That's
You
how I
must
was
be
able to work
married.
the 6 meter. 6 meters has been jumping, you guys. Anybody want to think about putting beams up?
So is 10 meters, but it's E-skip.
Yeah, but if you've got a 10.3, a cheap beam, man, the world is your oyster.
I hate oyster.
I don't know, but I'm staring at Billy here, and he's got a 70s porn star stash going on.
Oh, you're watching the feed. Yeah, no, I've been letting this thing ride, man. Who cares, especially in quarantine. It's been a while since I shaved. Good thing I have a pretty crappy webcam, or else, I would have to take care of myself a little better.
Looks good, man. Keep rocking it, kid.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I could turn off the light. Yeah, that helps. No.
You know, I haven't had a haircut since 1972, and I haven't shaved since 2000, and it has not hurt me at all.
Well, the beard mustache, I can't really do much of a beard, but the mustache is okay. When I first started growing that, man, like, I'd never had one before. It was painful for, like, I don't know, a month or so. Painful. It was weird. Mikey, yo, what's up, Mikey? I didn't know what to do, so I just let it ride, and it stopped hurting after a while. But, yeah, I don't know. Every once in a while, get a little something, but I guess that goes away after years and years of mustache.
No, man, it shouldn't hurt. You got some kind of, like, problem. You have an anomaly, man. You grow, it might itch a little bit, but it's not going to hurt. Jeez. I feel like Dr. House. I'm starting to think about, you know, what your cardiopulmonary system's going to, like, you know, go south.
Well,
Paul Westheimer.
Well, see, Billy, the
2VW.
See, Billy, the
Okay, to ATD.
See, the trick to it is getting beard conditioners and beard wash and using beard oils. If it itches or if I don't understand the painful thing, that's kind of weird. But you know, if it itches or anything like that, I use beard oils in mine, and I've grown mine pretty long, and I don't get the beard drift anymore. You get like dandruff in your beard and stuff, man. You got to get the right stuff for it. It's the only way to do it.
There you go.
W3MMR.
It's the truth. I've had a beard down to my belt. I mean, I had a beard that made ZZ Top look like Meet the Beatles. And I can tell you, just got to wash it with shampoo like your hair. It's just hair.
Didn't you used to play Cousin It on TV?
Yeah, but I had to walk backwards, and that was kind of a hassle. And I was replaced kind of like the second Darren by somebody who could walk better backwards.
They must have been from Fourland.
Sixland. Had a cowboy hat. Whole lot of, hey, yo. But anyway, hey, guys, we're all making it through, man. Thumbs up. I'm doing this thumbs up thing, you know, because I'm depressed and I want to kill myself. No, I don't. But if one of you guys happen to, like, pop on my doorstep and pump a couple 38s into me, I would. Anyhow, it's good to be alive. We need to be happy.
Xanax has just been...
That was weird.
20 channel points, Billy. 420 channel points, huh?
Oh yeah, you can do stuff with those. You know, you gotta look like you can redeem them to have me key up over top of whoever you choose. If you want, I forget what else I put in there.
Was it like a coupon?
You get like channel points when you hang out in the chat on a live stream, and you could do like, I just put it up there yesterday, so there's not a lot you could do, but there's like 3 options. One is like highlight a message, one is have BTK strap somebody, and they get to pick who I key up on, you know, stuff like that.
Is that like sort of like S&H green stamps, and they just kind of redeem them for the prize?
Some of us are old.
Yeah.
They were worth 1/10 of 1 cent for the record.
I wonder if we can get our Twitch account.
Billy's looking up S&H green stamps.
No, it sounds like a good little contest. I'm into it. All right. Wait a minute. I can't play. I'm running a rice box.
I think Billy missed that, Mikey.
Yeah, Billy, I wonder if we can get, let's say, MMR's stream and my stream and actually share, like, you know, make them all come together.
We could probably do that. I mean, like, I can pull your guys' stuff up and overlay it onto my stream, or, you know, like, if you had your webcam or something, I could overlay that here also. And, you know, I don't know, you could do all kinds of stuff. Like, I'm trying to get ideas, because I just been streaming whatever's going on in the radio, me operating and stuff, but some other kind of stuff, I don't know, like maybe radio discussions, you know, people, like, for people want to get into radio or this or that, like some kind of podcast. Dude, who knows, but I'm definitely not opposed to that kind of stuff.
Can you filter me out if I run some kind of sub-audio tone?
Wait, what?
I run some kind of sub-audio tone. And when that comes up, it's like blanks JTD. Because I'm an idiot, you know. We don't need everybody to know.
That's right.
But then you got to run a tone. Then, you know, it's extra work.
Which is going to cost me money, and it's going to be another bill. And I've got solar cells. It's making a dent, but you know, we're pretty much just kind of juggling right now.
Can you put some 60 hertz in there? That could be your subtone. We could do 60 hertz. Anybody with hum gets filtered out. Wait a minute, then nobody will hear us.
I got it, Billy.
60 hertz. You kidding? That's the bottom line here.
Yeah, it's called squad streaming, Billy.
Oh, squad. Yeah, you can't do that unless you're like, you know, a pretty big channel.
Well, W2JTD, Cape Mead Courthouse.
And 2MDX.
W3MMR. In Philadelphia. Mountain.
AC2DHU.
Double.
G1PYE.
Tie.
TYE, go for it.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. It's Jason up here in Canada, up here in Nova Scotia. Victor Echo 1, Papa Yankee Echo, listening in. You guys are sounding particularly clear up here this evening, so we thought we'd chime in here, head the rig on a little bit, and seems like we're pretty much tuned up. So good evening to everybody on the frequencies tonight.
LWA1STH.
Yeah, good evening, Steve, and good evening to PYE in Nova Scotia. 20 over S9, or 15 over, excuse me, S9 into southeast Pennsylvania. The name here is Perry with a P, and the call is W3MMR. Good evening.
Yeah, you got a really great signal here. You're pushing the needle on the R390 up over 80.
VE1YPE, you're also pinning the needle at W2JTD, Whiskey 2 Japan Tango Delta. Cape May, New Jersey. It's a peninsula like Florida, but we're not crazy.
I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, very good copy up here anyway. I decided to chime in. I don't usually come up this far up the band, so, you know, it's good to get up here on the in this AM window and say hello every once in a while.
Hey, Jason, did you change your own capacitors in those RA117s?
I changed some of them. I have an R117, two of those, and an 117 here, RA17 and R117, and I haven't changed all the capacitors, but I changed a lot of them. But if you have one of those things, you should change them all because they're junk.
Yeah, I know. I had one. I got rid of it years ago. Really cool, very, very unusual receiver that not a whole lot of people know about. Anyway, yeah, you've got a great signal down here, halfway down New Jersey at the Atlantic coast.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. I'm using the the R390A with an FRT 501 transmitter, and the transmitter's running about half power, so about 275 watts at this time.
Now that is a boat anchor.
Yes.
People in Canada don't fool around.
Nope. They take the bull by the tail and they face the situation. Whammo!
Band is behaving rather nicely tonight. WA1SGH.
Yeah, except for like the symphony of carriers that are out there. I mean, I got a lot of notches in there.
What's cool about the Anon is on synchronous I can choose what sideband I want to listen to, and it has zero effect on the fidelity, and synchronous still works, so there's no selective fading or anything like that. It's like I'm choosing, listening on upper sideband or lower sideband. So it's been actually really nice. And if I wasn't using that, I would have about 15 notch filters in.
Now, Perry, you're on the Anon, so am I right on frequency?
You're a little bit high, but you're close enough.
How about me? I should be 0 beat. If I'm not, I'm suing ICOM.
3884.998.
Oh, crap.
Ooh, do me next.
$5,000 now to get a software thing to keep up. And then next thing I know, you'll have the software thing with Michael Jackson on it, and I'll be like old school.
Yeah. Billy, you're at 997.
No, that's not bad.
You're not running a Drift-O-Matic, so I'm sure I'm just close someplace.
You're a 471.
PDX 100 on the air.
I think my tube VFO has gone and warmed up by now. I started out right on 3885, then I drifted down like almost to KC, and then I set it a little bit above 3885, and now looks like I missed it, but I think it's stable now. So I'll just stay here. How about that?
Hey, Perry, if I'm not doubling with someone, I'm on the Azu tonight, and so I'm not in the other room. I can't see anything, so if you could comment on the audio, and what does your frequency readout say for me?
Audio sounds fine. Might be a little hum in there, or like a fan on in the background, and you're at 3885.115, I think is what it was. Now I forget. It was 3885.1 something.
W2JTD, I missed the top of the hour.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Perry. WA1STH.
Yeah, 150, 3885.150. And the audio sounds good, Steve. You got a good signal down here. It's just, I do hear a little bit of a hum.
W2 very weak. Let me see where my VFO is drifted too, but we have more tube VFOs on here than solid state on here tonight.
Wherever you are is 0 beat, man.
Clark is at 002.
Except Clark with his Doctor of Dental Surgery VFO.
Pretty free, man.
That gets the cool award. We'll let him use it, not give him a hard time.
Yeah, he's right at 002. Yeah, you're 2 hertz off of me, Clark.
No, you started the QSO with 0 beat, whoever that is.
You can't.
I can.
It's like, it's the sound of a tree falling in the forest and nobody to hear it. Who started this QSO? Where did it begin? It was the embryonic Tron thing.
No, we were
It was
left here
Clark.
by ham radio storks.
Oh, well, you know what you gotta do.
You sound shallowy.
Clark definitely started this QSO, just for the record.
Again, fellas, stiff lip, upper crust,
time
you know?
ago.
All smiles. We're gonna make it. Help me out. I got a 38 revolver here. No, I don't. Really.
Good evening, Clark.
Good evening.
That was a 38 special cassette you meant.
I don't even know. I barely know Leonard Skinner, and that's because I took guitar lessons from the guy that wrote Sweet Home Alabama, and that's my claim to fame. I don't know anybody else famous except for you and Nicky Bairdwires.
Yeah. Wow. You really don't know any... No, you gotta know somebody.
I know Ed King from Skinner, and I know... I met a politician named Bob Dole. I know Peter Noon. He sang with a British band years ago, Henry IV or something. And Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich is an asshole.
What are you doing meeting Bob Dole and Newt Gingrich with that hair you got?
They were very open-minded. They were Eisenhower Republicans. They weren't like these friggin' racist. I'm out of, you know.
Where's Tim from when you need him?
I won't get started. I promise. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll strike that from the record. How about that?
No, don't. They were Eisenhower Republicans. They're good dudes, man. Tom Gain, governor of New Jersey, Brandon Byrne. Every one of those stinkers, man. They were people that cared about people. They were nuts, but they cared about people. And boy, did they love to shake hands.
Is that like a Kennedy Democrat?
What I wanted to do was what Hunter S. Thompson wanted to do was row the boat out to the Kennedy yacht and spray paint FK the Pope on the side. But he tried it. There were too many spotlights. He couldn't do it.
As I explained to the police when I awoke, the girl and the car were gone. However, I was able to make it back to the party to finish my Chivas Regal.
Inflated my condoms. Became a smoke. Yeah, man, that was awesome.
Yeah, Moonlight Drive by the Doors.
There's actually an attraction now in Kennebunkport called, Chappaquiddick called Ride the Senator. And it's this big black car that rides along these rails, and it goes along this fake bridge, and then at the last minute, it like dives into the water, and then everyone gets sprayed, and then it backs up, and then you get out, and the next group gets on.
And it dumps your plain-looking girlfriend.
Hey, Dave, how come the Doors don't have a bass player?
They didn't need one. They had what's-his-face playing that weird keyboard thing.
Yeah, I know the answer for that. They didn't need it. That's exactly right. It saved them paying a fifth member was the bottom of the line. The keyboard player, covered it.
But they got studio people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, in the studio, but
no.
Not out on the road. I mean, 4 doors. Split the profits 4 ways. You got a fifth one. Capitalismo. Hippies.
It would be like
all right, well, then that...
in the trunk.
That's one thing, but then... If that explains that, then how come Metallica has a bass player, but they mix him out of the recordings?
Who do they mix out? The Hawaiian guy? Man, that guy rocks.
Have you ever heard the album And Justice for All? It's sick bass lines on that. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the details. I love Metallica, and I love the bass lines, and I love watching that Hawaiian guy, it's like he plays the guitar by stepping on it. It's such a great stage presence.
That's why Jason Newsted left the band, because he was sick of being left out of everything.
It's just that one album, and I don't know who's their bass player now, but it's just it's completely mixed out of the record. There's no bass guitar there, and they just extended the range with fake bass with the guitars, and the kick drum took up so much room. It's just a really weird. There's no bass guitar. There's really none on that album, Justice for All. It's crazy.
If you listen to their older albums, say Injustice for All, Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, and then listen to their Black album, they were doing all their own mixes before the Black album when they hired Bob Rock to produce it. and there was literally no bass. Like, you could barely hear the Jason Newsted's bass playing in any of those albums, and it was very guitar driven. And then you listen to the Black album, and it was like listening to an entirely different band. But I didn't listen to that album that you're speaking of. I didn't like it. What did you say? Saint Anger? Or I didn't like Saint Anger. I don't know if that's the one you said. I forget what you said now.
It wasn't Jason Newsted. It was the producer. Jason Newsted was a kick-ass bass player. It all comes down to production.
Well, right. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying.
I said...
We all said... We're in agreement, damn it.
Oh, no, yes. I was trying like hell to respond.
I found where one of the carriers is coming from.
So what's the name of the new bass player that's not Newsted? The guy with the long hair that, like, stomps on the thing.
I don't know. He used to be the bass player for Ozzy, I think.
Yeah, he was.
See what you get biting the head off of a bat, Ozzy?
Yeah, if you think one man can't make a difference in the world.
He was fine, though.
Ozzy! I don't care, I'm breathing compromised. You know, for the rest of my life, all you guys can go scratch. Come up to my doorstep. You know. You ain't getting in.
And 1 left.
Double get 2 JTD.
The bass player Metallica had Jaco Pastero's original bass.
The Hawaiian guy, the guy with the long hair that stomps on it, God, what's his name?
Don Ho.
Yeah, Tiny Bubbles.
How about that, Bill? Tiny Bubbles.
No way. No, they're talking about the song, I think, not the individual.
No, they're tied together. 3 degrees, man. It's important.
You know, this is going somewhere. See you later.
Yeah, it is. Now, we've talked about Tiny Bubbles. He's famous on 75 meters as well as a chicken band for his antics in a Pal Talk chat room.
Robert Trujillo, the bass player for Metallica. Robert Trujillo, remember that name? He's right up there with the Ox from The Who.
Isn't
Wikipedia
he ended up
amazing?
giving the bass back to the family there, Jaco's bass.
I got 2 words for you, Paul.
Can you give it to me in 3 words, Dave?
Chris Squire.
Oh, forget it. You're right. Hands down, you win. Here's not only the box of cigars, my bank account, and the Mercedes. It's not running that good, but it's all yours.
Yeah, I already have one of those, but thanks for the offer.
Yeah, Christopher Squire. Hot dog. He was putting notes where just you never, not only would you not expect it, but you thought that if everyone was put there, you'd be offended, but you weren't.
And if you look at them doing backup vocals on stuff, they have all these recording studio things online now that popped out. You look at him putting up backup vocals, it's just amazing. He knows what not to do, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, the white spot in the painting, the space between the notes. Christopher Squire was, yes.
Yeah, well, they were really something else, those guys. Yeah, well, can't last forever, I guess.
Right. Onward through the fog and all that.
Not nobody. You don't need to play the bass anymore. You can make music with Joe Computer, man. Unless you're Square Pusher, he plays the bass.
I run all my stuff. I was going to brag about how I do all my recordings analog, but none of you guys have heard them, and I'm not going to release them. So all I can say is, man, I love Tony Bennett.
Well, you got your analog recording setup, like what do you have, like a mixing board and some outboard gear and some kind of tape machine or something?
Did you say Tony
Yeah, I
Bennett?
got a 4-channel 15 IPS, and I'm feeding it with a TIAC. God, this thing weighs 150 pounds. Board, and a bunch of crazy processing and whatnot that I bought cheap at Hamfest. And I'm making recordings that'll beat the band. But my will states that when I die, they're set on fire.
Did you say Tony Bennett?
Oh, yeah. Maggie and I went to see Tony Bennett up at the Kimball Center. It was like the best. We were crying. I mean, I saw Johnny Winter at the Spectrum. I saw Jethro Tull. I saw a bunch of... We saw Tony Bennett at the Kimball Center. It broke us. It absolutely broke us. It was so weird.
Yeah, I seen him many years ago. And Johnny... Oh, don't make me cry now. I got just about every album that Johnny Winters did and seen him many times. And actually, I got picked up by Johnny Winters and Edgar Winters because Edgar Winters lived in Stamford at the time.
What do you mean picked up? You were hitchhiking?
Exactly. I was hitchhiking back from the Norwalk Beach on entrance 16. I lived in Norwalk off exit 14. And Alice Cooper was living down here in Greenwich, which I live in. My family's here. And we're hitchhiking. We had all along here, and this VW microbus pulls up there and it opens up the doors. Goes, where you going? It's exit 14. Get in. And we jump in, and one of them turns around and reaches back, which was Johnny, and goes, you want a hit? And all of a sudden, they see this pure white hair just hanging down, and the light hit his eyes. And I'm like, just like stunned. I go, yeah, sure. And I hit it with my friend. I go, pass it to my friend, Victor. That's Johnny Winters. And I go, don't get the heck out of here, dude. I said, and I looked, that's his brother Edgar. So we're going like, we're passing it back and forth. And there's no, real talk on there. And all of a sudden, it was like 2 exits down. They pull up, open up the door, go, here you go, guys. And I go, here, you want this back? He goes, no. And I looked, I go, are you Johnny and Edgar Winters? He goes, only you will know for sure. And the doors close and they take off. Here this is in early 1970s, and we're standing on the Connecticut Thruway on the exit ramp there with a joint in our hand.
All right, Calhoun, who attracts the stories?
It's a skill. It really is.
That is awesome. And it's not only believable, I know it happened.
It doesn't end there. My cousin who plays guitar...
Never does.
...was going to a party...
W2BTK.
W2JTD. This is cool.
W2BW.
Bring some guests.
And 2MDX.
So I said, yeah. So we go in there, and there's everybody, rock and roll people there, and Alice Cooper, and my cousin starting. He goes, hey, this is my cousin Rob and his friend Victor. He goes, introduce him. And I was going, hey, nice to meet you guys.
My cheesesteak's here. I'll be back. W3MMR.
And he goes, hey, guys, he goes, I want you to meet, my friend Johnny's cousin and friend there. And he looks, he goes, we picked you guys up on the Thruway about a week ago.
Now you got to follow that up with the Rodney Dangerfield story.
With some popcorn.
I want to tell you, I was all right here, but last week I was in rough shape.
No, we're not going to go with the Rodney now. We did enough.
Call me when you have no class.
We all have our bump-ins with greatness, and that's a pretty good story. It really is. That should be recorded somewhere. Not here, but somewhere.
Let's roll tape.
Christopher Reeve.
Exactly.
I tell him that one.
I got picked up hitchhiking through New England by a pest control guy. And there was some kind of gooey crap on my sleeping bag the rest of the trip through New England. But I got to tell you, I was not bothered by vermin.
I wonder if we can get that for 75 meters.
No, there's no filter. No. There is a filter on the horizon, according to Fauci.
A vermin filter?
I have 2 vermins in the rack there.
WB2GCR. Oh, Bear. W2JTD. Howdy.
Then went left as me.
I know.
It's Bear, the guy that started that whole email dust-up.
Yeah, he's some electronics dude. He's really good at stuff, and it's a real pain.
Thanks. Wasn't that what you said about me, Bear? Like, Yeah, he knows what he's doing, even though he's a pain in the ass. I really do take that as a compliment, and it's the truth.
That's what I said it at.
When did I say that? I never said that about you, Dave.
Some guy that sounded just like you then. Anyway, hello.
No. I never said you were good at electronics.
Touche.
Well, I sold Jack Cassidy a pair of Puma sneakers.
Yeah.
That was David Cassidy.
Oh, it was Jack Cassidy. I was like 15. And I was working at a store in New York City called Paragon. It was like the biggest sporting goods store right on Union Square. And I think I was working weekends. And guy walks in with long hair and little glasses, and
Like
I
on a
sold
David
some
Cassidy.
sneakers. That's right. He bought Puma sneakers. I'm sure he wore them that night at the Fillmore.
He should have signed his base.
He wasn't carrying his base. He was incognito.
Thought you said he was in New York.
Yeah, the incognito part of New York.
But those cats walked up and down the street between Manny's and whatnot. Nobody knew who they were, man. Everybody looked like that. Bunch of wannabes and the real guys. And Grace Slick.
Never liked Grace.
With her legs in the... Stop.
Do not do drugs, because you could go from looking like this to looking like this.
Did you ever
Actually,
hear
she
the
looks like
episode from
Sally
Hyman's
Starr,
in the
which
morning?
was,
Scott,
yeah.
was it
Pretty
Scott?
hot,
Was it Scott Muni doing the thing about him and hanging out with what's called Grace Slick?
And whatnot. Wore a cowboy hat, but when Grace Slick got old, she turned into Sally Starr.
Yeah, once they went to Jefferson Starship, that was it.
Jefferson wheelchair.
That's when I started listening to the Dead Kennedys.
I saw them at Central Park there when they used to do the free concerts.
The Dead Kennedys or the...
You gotta listen to some G.G. Allen. That's the good stuff.
Who?
G.G. Allen.
What the hell is that?
I gotta listen to like Billy Strings, man. He's somebody I've been listening to a lot. He's new too.
Hey, Dave, very weak.
Yes.
Maggie's here to say hi.
Who is it?
It's Dave.
Hi, Dave.
There you go, man.
Hey, Maggie. How you doing down there? You're cooped up with Paul. Hope you're doing okay.
Oh, yeah, we're doing great. It's so good to hear your voice. Hope everything is good with you and your wife as well.
You know, she could say that with a knife at my throat without even flinching. That's really cool.
Well, somebody's got to keep you in line. Yeah, good to hear you on here, Maggie. You sound a whole hell of a lot better than Paul does if you just kick him off and take over the radio.
I don't think that would actually work, but I do need him by my side.
I'll give it up at the Climate Tower and put the W7.
Oh, shoot. I wish somebody could do that for him. That's
Can't say shoot. Dang. Oh, the OOs will get us.
The OOs. You kidding me? They work for us.
That's like saying Chipper in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah, Maggie fly by here. So we're all worthless and weak until she comes by and blesses us with her presence.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Good to hear her on. Yeah, we're doing fine up here. Yeah. Let me see something. Okay. I've drifted on the frequency. Thank you.
W2JTD, I don't care what the unknown says, but I'm on 3885.
KC2DHU. Somewhere close by. Don't cut no wood, Mama. Daddy's coming home with a load.
Hey, Billy, that guy, G.G. Allen, is dead. 36 years old. Very young age.
Coming home with a load.
W2BTK. Hey, I think I'd make a pretty good OO.
You know, Billy, with a little bit of training, you could be like the best OO there ever was.
Undercover.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's crossed my mind. I really enjoy listening and observing, taking note of people's signals, stuff like that.
You know what Jimmy Nonek said one time? Snitches end up in the ditches.
Are you making threats, Rob?
Yankee Victor, how about your whole
I never said... Well, you know, you got to have better reception there. I said my friend Jimmy Nonek said snitches end up in ditches. I never said you will.
Oh yeah, see, no, that was actually the problem because I didn't hear the beginning of your transmission.
Billy, your Viking 2 picture has glare on it.
I know, it's pretty cool, right? Hold on, are you looking at it right now? Oh, well, there's a little bit of a delay, but I'm gonna blow it up.
Yeah. You're taking a picture dead on. I mean, it looks good, you know. It does, but it's got some glare. Let's see, you gonna move that thing?
There's a badass delay tonight, like 15, 20 seconds maybe.
Yeah, it just moved just now.
Yeah, my computer's lagging out. I'm low frames per second. I don't know what's going on.
I don't have any audio. There's no microphone plugged into the front of that rig. What's wrong with you?
My lag to YouTube's only a few seconds. Facebook's worse though.
Some nights on Twitch I get only like a 1 or 2 second lag. Tonight it's real bad. I don't know. It depends on it. I have it set to like auto select. Let's not talk about it. It's boring. But yeah, I gotta get some more images.
Yeah, that's because you got 437 viewers here. It says here in the bottom right.
That's like people have like viewed the page, not active viewers. I think I have way less than that.
You may be popular, more popular than you think.
Yes, if you suddenly find yourself being way too popular, it's never good.
Well, unless they're throwing money at you.
Man, yeah, well, I hit another level of Twitch, and thanks to everybody who watches and stuff, they slapped ads on my channel, so sorry you got to deal with that, but I do actually see a little bit of that, so it's a good way to support ham radio streams if you watch them, and don't immediately click away. But I'm sure some people do. They see an ad and you get bored. But I don't know. That's it. They'll only let you go so long until you get the ads, man. But it's all good. I don't know. So I guess thanks everybody for watching.
Ad blocker always works fairly well.
Yeah, I've got some hardware ad blocking going on over here. It works pretty well. I haven't gotten it to go with Twitch yet. I was able to do YouTube for a little while.
Well, it's either watching you or Walton's reruns on TV.
What's better, that or a fire poker in the eye?
I don't know, Alf. What is?
I was asking Dave.
I've never had a fire poker. I've had a hot cinder from a fireplace hit me in the eye. But never a whole fire poker, so I'm not qualified to answer that question. Sorry.
Then it would be the Waltons.
That was, I think, the first time I've ever burped on the air.
Well, it's about time.
Jesus Christ, the first time?
Yeah, because I'm not a burper, man. I don't drink, so I don't have, the beer burps. I just ate a crap ton of food. I'm still eating a crap ton of food, and I needed to make more room.
Did you have the presence of mind to look at the envelope display when you did that?
I did not.
Yeah, we'll try to remember next time. And diet soda works good.
Speaking of that, I'm going to go get a soda and drink it just so I can get some burps going.
Yeah, I got a fresh can of Pepsi Cola. It's on the screen right now. Fresh can of Pepsi Cola. I did not know it came with my cheesesteak. Apparently it was a meal and with fries, and it didn't tell me that. And I ordered fries, so now I got 2 things of fries and a Pepsi Cola. It's pretty cool.
Throw a dead carrier. I want to see if I can hear the fan. No, where'd the noise go?
I moved it under the desk and put an exhaust fan on, or like an exhaust tube, and then I put a quilt, like a real thick quilt, over the front of the desk. And I turned the audio down a little bit.
The noise is right here.
Well, glad you guys are.
Good evening, old men. This is W4ICC.
Hi, Connor.
What? Who was that? It was. I couldn't hear them. They were all pissed weak. They sounded like they were only 5 years old.
Hello, I prefer children. Good evening.
We're running a Friends Flex. We're running a Friends Flex in New York. Since I'm too pissed weak, I tried getting in there multiple times on my radio, but without the amplifier, you guys can't hear me. So I hope you can hear me now with a. We're running 200 watts of carrier.
And the audio is breaking up.
You're overdriving something.
And Perry's having dinner.
If you're going to leave a hologram for future generations, just forget about it.
Oh, if that's Ray's station, do me a favor and tell Ray for me he's an asshole.
Whoa! And Connor, your signal is good here. Your signal is real good here.
All right, it sounds like we're going to get violent now.
Yeah, I don't know why people have to get violent, but yeah, I don't know. My audio is probably breaking up because my internet sucks right now.
That's pretty good here, Connor.
How long were you in the artillery anyway?
Speaking of artillery, I'm going to borrow out of your 73 all WB2HJK.
Holy crap, George, 30 over while you're bowing out. I'll see you at W3 MMR.
Good catching up with you, George.
Just came up by about 30 over here, too. Good hearing you, my man. My friend.
Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie. Thank you all. Good night, Clark. And guys, carry on. The signals are great here, too. But the other half, you know the routine. 73.
Yeah, good night, George.
Hey, that's Clark. Good night, George, for W2BTK. You had a real good double there with Donut Hole University, neck and neck. Big signal. See ya.
Good night from Alf.
Thank you. Good night. Good night, all. Love you all. Take care. Be safe. 73. Bye.
Wash your hands.
I already had it. Do I need to wash my hands after listening to you guys?
And your feet.
No, please wash your hands before listening to us.
Finished.
My mother always told me I had to wash my mouth.
Should I put on my rubbers too?
It was soap poisoning.
After I listened to this,
I told you we shouldn't use life, boy.
And you got to pop the P when you say soap poisoning.
Help me.
Poisoning.
That was a comment by WB2GCR. Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Does that work with the reverb?
Oh, Billy, a high fidelity.
Definitely.
You're really starting to sound like Timtron there now.
Timmy's listening to this, just shaking his head like, you call that a belch?
Timmy could belch on an ICO and still get bass.
Connor, if you have any control over the transmitter, your positive peaks are like 350% above the carrier level, and there's some. It sounds like there's RF getting in there, which that you can't do anything about, but that's the issue. Your modulation to carrier ratio is just ridiculous.
Timtron can belch like he's in the Howell Caverns.
Actually, it sounds like an ICOM.
Well, I'm watching
I say
it
go,
on
man,
the
you
scope,
know,
which tells me stuff that an SDR won't. And he's just wicked positive peaks. Ridiculous.
You ever see ICOMs when they go while you're transmitting because of the ALC, like going up and down in steps? Whatever kind of evil the old, like the 756s and those.
Oh, well, I'm on a 718 right now. It's just RF drive, but the unmodified 718 does that wonderfully.
I'm on a 718. Hey, Chris.
What was that, Paul?
Yeah, it's either me or my
No, it's me. I don't have an ugly twin. If I had an ugly twin, they would have killed himself.
Yeah, the 718 with the stock mic does the same thing, Dave, so I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm looking at him, and he's just... I don't think it's his fault. Or if he has... I assume he's got Power SDR or what have you, and he can get in there and get into the menu and F with those all critical AM settings and get it straightened out, because otherwise he's quite strapping.
Yeah, that's constructive criticism, Connor. We're not, nobody's mad at you. Just trying to point you in the right direction, like people used to do for us.
Yeah, when they said don't buy comic books.
The problem is that the RF power setting is at 9, and I can't move the RF power.
Oh, if you could find a way to turn the mic gain down and get some level of compression or something in there, some limiting in there, you'll be fine.
That's right.
And window left.
Or call Ray, but he'll probably charge you for the phone call.
It's the Frog Harbor net.
I don't know. Ray's pretty nice to me.
Hey, remember we were at Meriden? We walked by them. I'm surprised you didn't say anything to them.
Remote in New York.
Well, you're getting there.
We're all a work in progress. All of us.
Yes, we're all bozos on the bus. W2JTD.
W2VW.
Tape, was it you that sent me that? Somebody, I think it was you, sent me a VHS tape of the Merry Prankster films.
I'll take credit for it if it's cool.
I think that was you, but I found it the other day. I want to digitize it. It's Ken Casey and the Hieronymus Bosch bus and the Merry Pranksters in action.
You know, if I didn't send it to you, I do have all the things. I've got the bus movie. Ken Babs and I were like going back and forth with this thing. I've got, what was it, Twister? Casey wrote this thing called Twister, this wacky, boring... Yeah, I got the whole Merry Prankster gig, man. I mean, if you need something, you call, we haul. That's all.
I'm pretty sure that VHS tape came from you. I got to digitize it. That was cool.
Cool. Excellent. Cultural exchange.
Film back in the day, you know, Super 8s or something like that. That's actually pretty cool.
It's good to have a cultural exchange and keep things going. You know, I like to think that the beat movement, I like to think that people are still reading Howl by Allen Ginsberg and kind of saying, hey, wait a minute. Something's happening here, but you don't know what it is.
Oh, God. I've got a cassette. I found it recently of Ginsberg and the Fugs at Gertie's Folk City.
The Fugs? College filth. Coca-Cola douche. My bad.
What are you going to do after the orgy?
I made a DAT of that stuff and sent it up to the Tron to play on WBCQ, but he never played it. Oh, the Fugs, God. I played them for Maggie, my new innocent little blonde, fresh off the farm life. I played the entire Fugs catalog, and she absolutely thought it was the best thing she ever heard.
Who's the guy so desperately trying to be heard?
After the orgy.
After the prom. And I ain't got no spunk bag. Saran wrap.
So who's the PW station? That would be the guy wondering if he's being heard.
Yeah, the weak guy.
Oh, God. Well, I'm fresh off of 6 meters with George W. What the hell's this call? N2LJ. I'm done with that. And I'm going to see out in the living room to see my friend Miss Gibson for a while. And we'll see you a little further down the radio highway. This is W2JBL. Now signing over off and clearing. Good night, Erwin Richard, wherever you are.
See you, Chris.
George,
picking
tell
on
Alp
YouTube,
to say
son.
hello. I'm playing it a couple of times over. He's good. The link, W2JTD.
See you, Chris. W3MMR.
7-3, Chris. Good to hear you. W2 very weak.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back in Ireland.
What was the ErbNet? What did he call when he rang those bells? Liberty and stuff?
Well, let's see. Priests and nobles to the scaffolds. Jesus and Jefferson. He was always on 3883, though. He wasn't on 3885, but I don't think anybody ever noticed that.
Hey, Rob, WB2WW is calling you on 14652.
Who?
WB2WW.
A bill collector.
Run! Probably.
You gotta watch out for call signs in Tooland with lots of W's in them. It means bad things.
What's the 52?
Yes.
Something I did, a black coconut Harry
it is.
Nilsson thing.
What was his
Lion.
call signs?
All right, for the fourth and the last time, WB2WW.
W2BTK.
W2JTD.
W3. MMR.
Remember how we were saying Clark was so good-natured?
He's not. I've talked to him before.
What the hell? N1BCG, whatever.
Yeah, I've never met him, but I've talked to him. And he seems okay.
Hey, Dave, did I yellowfy my audio by giving it a lot of density, or is it okay?
Let me hear some more of it. I don't want to bang my gavel that quickly.
Well, I'm taking remember how the other day I was grabbing a bunch of compression on the way in? Well, now I'm not doing that. I've just got more gain into the multiband, and those little gain reduction meters are flashing and doing stuff now, whereas before they really weren't. And I could see on the pan adapter that I'm dense. Hello.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it especially in the STs, the 6 and 7 ST stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the recovered distortion here is way higher than normal. It's very effective, but yeah, it's hard to take. It really is. But the band is kind of, there's a little flip-flopping going around, so my simple precision detector is fighting, whereas, as you know, some
I like it better.
detector might not hear any of the crap that I'm hearing. But then everybody with an old diode detector is going to be like, what's this guy doing?
Is that smart?
Yeah, that's perfect explanation. So, all right, I know where I'm at. I know I'm going to leave it like this for a little while because I think it's funny, but yeah, it's not going to do well with QSB and distortion. Yeah.
And then there's the hum.
You sound great, man. Go with it. I can hear you.
It does sound great.
Too much.
It does sound great. It's very... I mean,
broadcast engineers, go ahead.
Like Paul McCartney's solo, Taxman. Sounds like that.
Eligible is a little 60 cycle, but the cheap AM stations around here pull the same trick.
Yeah, I got that 60 cycle hum modulating your voice.
Wait, really?
No, you sound good.
Doesn't look that bad right now, but I've seen it spiking up. Yeah, it's some kind of FM kind of weird. What did you think that it was, Dave? Like a leak from cathode to grid to cathode or something like that?
it's definitely phase modulation of some type going on somewhere. Don't know where, but let's just say you had an imbalance in your cathode choke. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe there's a turn that heats up and shorts, or there's a leakage somewhere, you know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's in the cathode circuit of the amp, because if you put it in, like you take the Dentron amps with 4 Dentron amp ever sold has some crap wrong with it, like every single one. One of the things they did with those is they grounded one side of the heater, and the choke didn't work like that, so you get an intermodulation hum, and you had to get in there and fix that and come up with a fake, either an inductor or a bank of resistors. And it's that same sound, but the thing is, it comes and it goes, and it never gets any worse. You know, like usually, if it's a failure of a part, you know, one day it's just going to quit. In your case, when it's cold, it always works fine, and when it's hot, it always screws up to varying degrees, which is what makes it so interesting. But for sure, it's not your normal kind of hummage. It's phase modulated. And the funny thing is, the old BC610 transmitters from WW2 had that same exact kind of hum if you used the factory exciter.
Sounds like a day in Arizona. W2JTD in a group.
Yeah, I almost bought a Dentron Clipperton one time, but I decided against it. Clipperton. I always thought that was weird. Clipperton. W3MMR, who doesn't have a Clipperton.
Or something. I've had this stupid thing for years.
Everybody's doing the ID.
And then wrote in the 600.
That's right. W3MMR. And I'm going to put this on the quiet side and get the hell out of here. I got to go to bed because I have work tomorrow, like a responsible adult who's an essential employee. You know how that's real quick. I'm going to get on this soapbox real quick. You know, they're always talking about essential this and medical workers and janitors and, power plant operators. What about the mechanics and the guys that are fixing everybody's cars? They don't ever talk about us. Not that I really care. I just thought it was kind of funny. Anyway, 7-3 guys. Have a great day, and I think it's great that somebody's trying to key up over me. But good job. Nice try. W3MMR.
Hey, Perry.
Mechanics matter, man. I've been to the mechanic twice during this thing, and they've hooked me up, and we've social distanced, and everything's been cool. So kudos to you guys, man. Keep on keeping on.
Perry?
Yes, Robert.
Thank you for being there, and thank you for your service. It's appreciated.
Oh.
Right on.
No, that definitely wasn't a ploy to get thank yous, but I just thought it was kind of funny that they never mention it. or the other essential, employees, like the people who are running the bodegas on the corners and the little mom and pop shops and, all those people too. So, support local business. I'll see you guys later. W3MMR.
Yes,
Good night,
and the
Perry.
people that are checking you out in the supermarket so you can buy your
Perry.
toilet paper and your chicken.
See you guys.
Good works.
Don't forget, turn the amplifier off.
Guys, I got to scoot. W2JTD.
Yeah, see you, Jim. I forgot you were still in there, and Rob, I won't forget to turn it off, and Dave, and Billy, and Clark, and Mikey, if you're still in there, and George, and Connor, and anyone else who may be on frequency. 7-3, have a great night, and we'll catch you fellas later on. W3MMR is clear.
You forgot Paul, Perry.
Damn it. Paul, man. Paul. Hey, Paul, I'll catch you later, Paul. If I don't see you later, Paul, I'll catch you later, Paul. 7-3, Paul.
Show me. W2JTD.
Good night, Paul. Thanks for stopping by, man. Always good hearing you. Take care. Don't go nuts down there.
7-3, Paul. A lot of fun.
Say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
Well then.
That was quite a message.
Nice clear frequency. Static crashes aren't too bad tonight. Let me take some measurements here if you guys don't mind.
But I decided against it.
Five.
I always thought that was weird.
I don't know if it's
Yeah,
Sounds like a day in Arizona.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Yeah,
Sure. I think I just got
I
strapped.
made myself a glass of wine, so I don't care. What do you want to talk about?
Nice, red or white?
And Billy and Clark.
Red.
Oh yeah, Merlot, Cabernet. What do you blend? What do you got?
It's a red blend.
Anyone else? Paul.
By the way, if you mix a little red wine in with the power feed to Big Blue, it runs better. You should do that every once in a while. You forgot Paul.
Paul, man.
I haven't been using wine.
Catch you later, Paul.
But
See you later, Paul. Catch you later, Paul. 7-3, Paul.
I got a funnel in the back of this 807. I just keep filling the beer in it.
The cat keeps she's curious whether there's some new stuff over there, and she keeps walking over there, and I keep whipping my head around to see where she is, and that I'm trying to get used to wearing these headphones because my ears have been ringing after I get off off the radio, the high speaker volume I have to listen at to get over the blower. So I just been listening on headphones, but they're not long, and it whips my head. I'm all screwed up, in other words. That's what I'm trying to get at. W2BTK.
Man, you need a remodel. We got to work this out, get it all figured out. And when the big switch gets pulled and it's safe to do remodels, got to do that remodel, man. Get everything staged and get it ready to go. Because, man shouldn't have to worry about his cat while he's on 3885. There's something about that just ain't right.
That ain't right.
Yeah. She kind of knows, not to go back there, but cats are weird. When she decides, she's cool with something, she'll rub her cheek on it, and I guess they have, glands there that produce something, and that's how they one of the ways they mark stuff. And I'm just afraid that she's going to go over when I'm not paying attention and do that on the back of those diodes, man, where that little bus bar with the quarter 20 nut, because it's right there at her eye level. It's yeah, but she stays the hell out of there. I'm gonna go see exactly where she is right now. She's probably in the living room. Kind of lost track of her. Usually she hangs out in here with me.
Yeah, you got to put some barrier up there, man. A fly goes in there and the kitty sees that. Their little tiny peanut brain. Even if it's a piece of plexiglass, anything. Yeah, that's the service position there, man, not the operating position. Sheesh, man. Anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, that cat falls into anything high voltage you got there, you're going to have Chinese food. Cat die young.
Yeah, well, it's pretty well blocked off. There's only one way over there. She's got to walk right under my feet to get through there, so I'm pretty well aware of where she is at any given time. She was sitting just out of my view in the doorway to the shack here. Oh, there's Kitty. She's a good kitty, man. I love her.
Oh, she's cute. I had a kitty jump in one of my transmitters when I was on the air. I told you about it. It was the same deal. Same foot switch I'm using now. You let off the foot switch, and in about a second and a half, it's safe to be in there. I had a big, like a 50K bleeder, ridiculous size bleeder. This is the first really stupid big rig that I had. Anyway, the cat jumped in there, and the cat lived.
-1 kitty life.
Clark's dog now had to key up my transmitter, right, Clark?
Yup. The cat's keyed this thing up before. One time she keyed it up, and I actually, that's in the back of my mind too. I usually kind of leave it somewhere where she won't step on it, but she did do that. It was before I had an amplifier, just the Viking 2. I thought it was funny, I had the ID after that.
Do you think Boo Boo could probably get her own call sign?
I think so. She talks a lot, man. Like, for a cat, she's very talkative. Boo Boo. Mike probably didn't pick that up, but she said she talked back to me.
Kill the Pope. Kill the Pope.
Somebody's playing recordings of Paul. I did not hear Boo Boo. She didn't make it over across here through my electronics.
No, that's what I heard was kill the Pope. I tried to demodulate it as best I could, but it's analog equipment here. It's old school.
Well, you're probably not going to say anything right now, but she's looking at the microphone.
Man, if I was the Pope, I'd be like heading for my safe room. That works for the joke anyway. W2 JTD.
Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. And then when you left.
Is it time to ID yet?
No, it was 10 minutes ago.
Oh man, I missed it. W2VW.
Hey, Clark, that WB2WW is down in Hartsdale there. The drag racers with Toyota.
Is that the guy with the Hall of Shame?
Oh, he was on 2 meters.
I made some guy
the same guy. That's
like
Timmy the Jammer.
WWWWW or I don't even know. On his Hall of Shame there.
Can't have more than 3 W's, man. It's again the rule.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that. That's a different guy. That's Timmy the Jammer.
Oh yeah, Timmy the Jammer.
A pox on Timmy the Jammer.
He put me on his website and called me a scumbag and a snowflake and said that I jammed the Patriot Net. Funny story behind that. I guess we already told it though last night.
I'm a scumbag and a snowflake. I've never seen you at the meeting.
Yeah, it was news to me. He called Dave all the same things.
I'm really hurt by it. I may not sleep.
You're all a bunch of posers, man. I'm the real Antichrist.
Really, Paul, just imagine this. A bunch of guys that talk to each other, right, every night on a different mode. This guy's on there calling people all kinds of names and stuff because they think different things than he does, apparently, and that he gets incensed over that. Then he's telling one guy how he's going to come over and shoot his kids and all this stuff and assault his wife. And this crap's been going on for years. You know what these guys did? They invited him to a party. They had a party. They invited him and he showed up and everybody was really nice to him. And then all the crap stopped. But then the guy had a relapse.
You got to keep it going, man. You got to keep the friendship thing going. We're all cool. You don't like abortion? Cool. You want to salute the flag? Cool. No problem. Let's all get along.
How do you feel about blaming China for all this stuff?
I don't give it.
It's not for me to sort out at this moment. But what is for me to sort out at this moment is to not look at somebody else who I live with, who is a fellow citizen, and view them as other.
Very good. I was just testing. You know that, right?
I know more than that, man. You're one of the good ones, Dave. We trust you. Maggie trusts. If Maggie trusts you, man, you can do anything.
Well, it's good to be on that list, man. I feel the same way about.
Yeah, more than so. Pam's doing good. She's lonesome, man. It's just Pam in an apartment, all alone, in New York. I told her she should write a screenplay for some kind of like creepy Broadway production, but Maggie's been yapping at her, and everything's cool, and she says YOLO, and she's really happy that you and I, and Carl with a K, and JYU do connect from time to time, so kind of carry on the legacy, as it were.
Yeah, that's kind of strange, huh? That's great. She's still working up there?
Before the thing, yes.
God.
You know what? If you look at it from Pam's standpoint, it's A, base of operation, B, continuum, C, familiarity. There's a lot of reasons besides the money for a single woman whose husband had big goddamn shoes cranked off. You know, I kind of see what she's about.
Yeah, understood. No, I know it's not about the money. And yeah, and you know, they did tell her you have a home here and all that stuff, and it's true. It's just that grind. I guess it's keeping her doing stuff. She doesn't want to go out in the country and maybe where it's quiet for too long. Yeah. Gotta, get together sometime. Maybe one of those watering holes down there. We'll take a ride next time, if there ever is a next time.
I'll tell you what. If the gig opens up, there's a nice open air place, the Harborview. I almost got N3WWL down there, but we had a scheduling conflict. Yes, very weak, and Mrs. ZRF and the JTD crew. We could have a good commiseration down there. We should. That's a good open-end thing, man. When something happens, and you know what? So it's in Woodbury, New Jersey. It doesn't matter. At some point in time, be nice to connect.
Yeah, well, my ex-YL loves that area down there, like Cape May and all. Not that, courthouse, but Cape May. Yeah, we'll figure something out, man. Let's pencil that in. Of course, we don't know when, June, July, August, next year, the year after. I don't know. I got a rare blood type. I hope they don't come after me.
Well, I drink a lot of alcohol, so I'm really fighting the virus from the inside out. So, you guys want to come down to the Harborview off Route 47, have a couple of cocktails? I think you'll be more than safe. I'm preoccupied from the get-go. I've even got a tattoo.
Roger on the tattoo. All right, we'll do something, man. That's great. Yeah, and as far as disinfecting, it's very, very important to disinfect. But you have to keep the level, just right. The blood alcohol level's too high, then you're weakened. So don't exceed 50% of blood alcohol level. Should be good.
Oh, crap. Well, I got to back that down a bit. All right. I guess if I go upstairs and eat some Brussels sprouts, maybe I can bring this down. Bring it down a touch, but yeah, bottom line is hang in there. Be happy, be healthy, be cool, and when we can, we'll gather around and look back on this scene and say, God damn, that was a weird scene.
Yeah, my brother-in-law lost his dad today, so that was a real bummer. And he had been in the hospital for something else, and this crap got him. And then walking our little dog around the block, we had like these really cute little kids come out. They were already out in front of their house, and the dad was there, and One of the kids was wearing a mask, and the rest of them weren't, which is kind of strange. So it might have been like another kid not from that family, but cute little girl's like, "Can we pet your dog?" And I looked at the dad, and he didn't say anything. I'm like, "We'll be back in about 2 months, but we've got to keep our distance for now. Sorry, sweetheart." And that was the saddest freaking thing.
Yes. This is the ultimate loss of innocence.
Man, this is worse. And it's different. It's a whole, man. Loss of innocence, loss of I don't know what all the scammers and scumbags are going to do.
They're going to do what they've been doing for eons. Man, it's a shame. I was hoping for flying cars.
Ants is saying here in the chat that in the UK, they're saying they're going to be on lockdown till like Christmas. Only allowed to go shopping and 1 exercise a day.
Reasonable.
Wow.
Really, we need to be locked down. We need to be locked down. Shop on Amazon. Make the guy a billionaire. Who cares? Stay safe, stay alive. We'll get through it.
And get little tiny rolls of toilet paper for 4 times as much.
Hey, man, I got a case of Scott tissue out there from Boxed. I think it was Boxed. At regular price. I'm sitting on 36 rolls, man. I'm the king of the hill. Top of the mountain, Ma. W2JTD. You never thought I'd admit to much, did you?
W2VW, yeah. How's that go? It wasn't Look at Me Now. It was, what did Jimmy Cagney say?
Cagney? God. Something creepy, and then he stuck a pie in the girl's face, from what I remember.
No, man, in the end, the white heat, the cops chase him, and he's on he's like in a refinery or some chemical plant, and he's climbing up all these ladders, and they have these tanks that are up way high, and the cops are shooting at him, and he's like, "Hey, you'll never get me, cop, huh?" That was the one when he was like really nuts, and his mother was like the head of the, she called all the shots in the gang. "Oh, top of the world, Ma, that's it. Top of the world, Ma." He puts his hands up, and then he explodes, and that's the end of the movie.
It's a classic. And yet, here we are with methamphetamine and people like all jacked up and climbing up towers and saying, "Shoot me." It's crazy world.
One of his famous saying was, "You dirty double-crossing rat."
You dirty rat. Oh, that was back in the days when the black was black and the white was white, and, you kind of, like RoboCop. They dicked this guy 6 kinds of sideways, so at the end of the movie, you didn't care how many times RoboCop shot him. It was all justified.
It's always like that in the movies. It gets resolved in the end.
Well, you hope it does. If it doesn't, then it's just one of those endings. It's like, what the hell? Which could be balanced from a PR standpoint on maybe you'll come back to see number 2, or maybe you're done.
You ever notice in movies how, like, scenes like that where the bad guy is there, and they always have some, like, really, sub-frequency playing, like, really low stuff, 35 hertz, something like that, kind of mixed in there low, and then, like, when he leaves, they pull it out, and you subconsciously, like, feel relieved, and you don't know why. But I think that's why. Have you ever noticed that?
Are you kidding? That's my main complaint. What have I been talking about the last 20 minutes?
I don't know. I'm drinking wine and I'm like in my own world.
Wait a minute. Who's the guy that's intermodulating a 60 hertz tone?
That's the world I live in. That whole undercurrent world. It's the problem is it's obvious. It'll drive you insane because it's obvious, and everybody around you believes it is real, but you know it's not real. And there's that we should start a thing, man, but don't call me because I'm introverted.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all very cryptic and scary.
It's worse than that. Let's see, you wake up in the morning, here I am, another day of pooping and eating and pooping and eating. Oh, wait, eating and pooping? I might have I'm not sure of the alignment here, but, every morning you wake up, here I am. What bigger surprise can you have?
You open up the front door and go, you're amazed. The earth didn't suck us all in yet.
Who's got the ID timer?
W2JTD has it, and he's late, and he apologizes, and he doesn't really have it, and there's no lawsuits.
And then when
I'm still waiting for the W3DUQ to go off one day. W2VW.
W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
Off every 8 minutes, though. It wasn't the 10. He was 2 minutes under.
He may have been. Yeah, well, he was ahead of his time.
He was on the edge, but not so much that he didn't want to be 2 minutes early.
That is the most progressive amateur radio operator I have ever seen.
He set the bar. He said we were all accepted. No one was rejected. Even Johnny.
Yeah. Well, Johnny was normal, When you and I came along, we were at the tail end and beyond.
No, we missed the Johnny. We missed the normal part, apparently. We got the tease the slop buckets and make us crazy part.
We got the 200 feet of feed line rolled up underneath the bench with the RF feedback, complaining that Gary fixed his amplifier.
Yeah. But we had some classic pissing men nets.
I actually got a call on a job site. I was on a job site, and I got a call from a guy who was an Episcopalian priest. And he called me up. It was like in the middle of the day, and he had my number because I was helping him with some equipment. Anyway, he calls me. He goes, "There's this guy cursing you out on the air right now. He says you're jamming him." And it was Johnny Reverb.
Oh, God. Well, you're all right now.
I know. Paul, you have a very very good approach there. You know how to calm me down. It is true. I am all right now. I don't have to worry about Johnny Reverb. Although, every single time we're going up Route 81 and we see Scranton, and I'm like, that's the friendly city with rotten neighbors.
Oh, I can't sit there in your dreams on a chair with a stick and go, yeah, can't go down this tube. Yeah, can't go down that tube. All I can do is say, I've been there. It was weird. It was real. You're not crazy. And all is well in the realm. For the next 2 minutes.
Wait, what?
3 minutes. I'm sorry. We got it. 4. Might be 5 minutes if you make a quick transmission.
There's a
All
guy
my
on
transmissions are quick. I've got a linear amplifier.
A what?
Linear.
Don't
Linear.
work on AM. What the hell are you doing there?
Hey, man, I'm not just an AM guy. I like sideband. I like FT8. I do it all, man. That's why I got me a linear.
What band, what mode, what time, I'll be there with a strapping signal.
Well, I got problems. W2JTD.
Man, that was only 5 minutes, but I'll support you anyway because we're pals. W2VW.
That's the case.
W2BTK.
Anybody else want to come in here and ID?
I too have a linear amplifier, I think. Needs a bit of tuning. It's making popping noises. But it does claim to be linear. And it gives me 160 watts of AM carrier right here on 3885. So, and try to get 100% modulation. I'm doing it. All's right with the world. Everything's an oyster, except it's not salty and tastes like chewing gum.
Hey, you know, this thing makes popping sounds too from time to time. I think it's just like thermal expansion and contraction and stuff, because, I mean, it heats up real fast and cools off real fast.
Does it cool off less fast than it heats up?
Or does it heat up quicker than it cools off?
Yeah, no, the first one. It heats up a little faster than it cools off. Well, no, you know what? That's not that true. It's not that much faster. It's pretty... I don't know. It works. You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. That's the bottom line, man. And the other crap is just, cojones breaking.
Yeah, I like my hum, too. I'm going to be sad when it's gone.
No, you're not.
It is comforting. It's like a warm blanket, there's always something there to like, oh, I'm lonesome tonight. Oh, there's that 60-cycle hum. Hello, baby.
Yeah, it's like a constant in an ever-changing world. I'm providing a valuable service, Things are topsy-turvy, we got a pandemic, everything's screwed up. Well, hey, there's always that hum, and you can count on it. When you hear me on the air, you can hear that hum. And if you look at it close enough, I mean, technically that could be like a religion or something.
Back in the 70s and through part of the 80s, you would have Radio Moscow on 39 meters. They had a giant signal, and they had a 50 hertz hum, 50 hertz power supply hum on their signal, and they left it there because they could.
And they were everywhere, man. They had like 3, 4. They were in the 31, the 49, the 25. They were in every shortwave SWR. They were in the 19-meter band even. Radio Moscow. Lousy, crappy, awful audio.
Did you see the brains behind Radio Caroline passed away?
Oh, yeah. He was like a surfer dude. Maggie looked at him and said, yeehaw, and I went like, all right. You don't need to see this.
Billy, you know anything about Radio Caroline and how it really impacted the way music was played, especially in the UK on the radio?
Well, they were up against the Beeb, which was a brick wall. So, all right. How did they impact? And I know the answer.
Well, here's something for you, Paul. Billy is trained in music. He'll tell you if you ask him about his training. He's no ordinary person that just drifts in from the ether here. So he knows stuff and how things work, but he's still a youngin'. So this is way before his time. But yeah, Radio Caroline, pirate radio ship out there in the North Sea someplace competing with the BBC because BBC had a lockdown on all stuff. Like, if you wanted to get your record played or any of that, you had to be part of the EMI, the union, the machine. You had to go through all this stuff. So anybody coming up out of the grass would get squashed. They'd, never have a chance. But then you had a competitor all of a sudden with a signal, and they were doing stuff, and they could be heard by all the same people who were listening to the beam, and it was a whole lot better. It was like listening to, 3885.
That and Radio London was the bomb. They were the absolute blast. But brings to mind, and one of my fundamental questions in life is, where did Alan Weiner get the money to buy the good ship Sarah and do that gig?
I've met Alan Weiner. He's a hell of a nice guy, and he's taller than everyone else on the planet that I've ever met.
But where did he get the money to buy all that crap?
Yeah, he's got the money thing figured out, it looks like. I don't know if you've been tuned into his current stuff, but that's on a huge scale. It's just amazing when you think about what's being pulled off there right now. And then, of course, there are the disappointment parts of it as well.
Yeah, QSO and the disappointment parts, but I'm talking about way back with Randy Steele and Timmy and the Transmitter and the good ship Sarah. Just the money to get that going, just, I don't know, maybe his parents died and left him a couple of $1,000.
Well, would not be the first person you've heard on this exact frequency that benefited from that. Yeah, there's a few of them.
Oh my goodness, there's a novel in here. There certainly is. But yeah, there's something to be said about illicit radio. It builds bodies in 12 strong ways, just like Wonder Bread.
I like that Radio Metallica clip sent. That's really funny. And they weren't saying nice things about Al like you guys.
Yeah, here's one for you, Paul. You remember Ron Boot?
That was OMZ, right?
Yes. He did a lot of pirate stuff. And he told me one time he was broadcasting a Father's Day broadcast on 39 meters with his BC-610 from his dad's house. He was still living there, and he was in the middle of a broadcast, and he heard, like, and it was the FCC. And I heard all about that crap. Anyway, later on, Ron Boot got kind of larger. He bought a couple of transmitters from other people and had a pretty good signal. And I happened to capture a broadcast from, man, I don't know, what was that, 1999, something like that, when the Monica Lewinsky flap came out. And when, right after Alan Weiner got his license for 7415, and there's a copy of that up on the internet. Billy can tell you where to find it. You might enjoy listening to it.
The problem with Radio Metallica worldwide was Ron Boot had such a distinctive voice. I mean, if you listen to him on 75, he popped up on 60, whatever, south of the Hamptons. It was him. There's no other voice sounds like that. It's like a wrench or something.
Well, they were after him for years and years, and they finally got some money from him because he wouldn't stop getting on the air.
Heck, $5, I'll get off the air forever. You kidding? Might do it for nothing.
W2VW. No, this was several $1,000s. And it landed up being I think he was on 2 meters somewhere. I ran into him on 2 meters somewhere right before he got busted, too. And I was really surprised to hear him and his same buddy. He had a buddy. I don't remember who the guy was, but these guys, you know, they were probably raised together. They went to nursery school together. They got in trouble together, and the buddy was there when Ron finally got popped.
I worked with those guys on 2 meters that were on their way to Atlantic City, and you know, I questioned whether I should invite them over to the shack, and I decided not to. Turns out to have been a good decision. But a very interesting character. He goes into the historical log of interesting AM characters, along with W2, JTD.
The W2 very weak.
Yeah, I'm still here too. W2 BTK. Oh, if you want to hear the recording Dave's talking about, I got it on YouTube. The channel name is 631NJ.
It's good entertainment that you won't find anywhere else. Isn't that what Timmy says? Entertainment that you won't find anywhere else.
Oh, BTK, I got on your video thing, and it was like compelling. You know, there was some latency from the real radio, and it kind of put me off for a moment, but that's very, very interesting.
Yeah, thanks. I just started doing this. It's picking up a little steam, I guess. There's a few people that watch regularly, and the latency tonight is extra bad. I don't know why that is. It's like 10 to 15 seconds. Most of the time it'll be like between 1 and 5 seconds. But I don't know what the deal is tonight. Just the internet gods are pissed.
No, but plenty enough, because we really don't know what each other want. You know, we don't want to know what we look like. I mean, that's why we're here. You know, we all have faces for radio, kids. But yeah, it's cool with the spread spectrum and whatnot. Very, very interesting. You're dragging an old buzzard out of the mud and making him look at the future.
Yeah, just don't try to listen to this while you're talking. You probably figured that out.
Yeah, you get some feedback.
Only when you talk it. Wait a minute.
If you make a long enough old buzzard, you'll get feedback.
But the video's cool. Yeah, I popped that on and just listened to you and Perry talking back and forth, and it was it looks exactly like what I'm doing here with a different microphone. Fine business. Awesome.
And the other thing is, if you're changing your stuff around, you know, you can visit this, because they all get archived.
Yeah, that's true. If you're going to key up and talk and you're making changes, I pretty much do it. I try to do it every night while I'm laid off here. So you can key up and talk and listen to it, and then the next night compare it side by side.
My wife's on Marco Polo with all her relatives. Marco Polo is an app for the iPhone or the whatever phone. And it's really ham radio QSOs. It's simplex. You talk, they talk, you talk, they talk. Well, you don't have to answer them if you don't want to. You can play their crap when you want to. So they're getting all the best of this without having to get a license. I don't think it's fair.
They don't even have a modulation transformer.
They don't even know what a mod... I don't even...
You're supposed to have to lift heavy stuff to do ham radio.
Plate transformers that it takes you and the rest of the guys in the ham radio club. You maybe have 100 guys in the club and you ask for help, and 20 show up, and 3 come down and look at it, and it's you and one other guy
do ham radio.
Better off getting your technique down so that you can lift up to 120 pounds all on your own. Then you don't have to deal with that crap.
Leverage, man. Capital L.
That's right. It's all about the technique. You got to stay in your power zone. Use your knees, not your back. Don't twist.
Man, mod transformers are one thing, but you ever try to pick up a piece of 4-inch rigid conduit, a 10-foot stick?
No, I haven't. That doesn't sound pleasant.
It's hard, man. You have to have a really good balance.
Yeah. There's weight and there's like uncomfortable weight, you know? Like you can lift up a core for a nuclear bomb, but balancing a refrigerator and taking it out to the street, you know, you gotta flip it end on end.
I just did that crap with a water heater here. Anyway, folks, I'm gonna check on out. It's been fun, but I got other stuff to do. So, peace, love, and happiness, and Billy, Paul, anybody else out there, thank you. And stay safe. And stay the hell away from people. Talk to you next time. W2 Very Weak here on Beechwood Mountain.
All right, Dave. Hey, real quick before you go, Ance's asked me a question here. I don't know the answer. He said, is Peter Dahl Hammond now?
Some of Peter Dahl's line was picked up by Hammond, but I don't know about all of it. You got to check it part number by part number.
Lajol, thank you. We'll see you later, Dave.
All of it.
W2BTK.
You got to check it part number by part number.
73 BTK, 73 VW. Nice yapping with you, Dave. Good old connection there, Sonny. W2JTD.
Good night, Dave. Stay your distance.
Wash your hands. Anyone they left.
GC.
Thanks again. Goodbye, Bear. Alf, didn't even know you guys are still there. Sorry to overlook it. W2 Very Weak.
Yeah, 73 Bear, GCR, W2JTD.
I'm not here.
Yeah, you are, Bear.
I am not here.
No, you're on the nighttime pattern again. You're there, man.
Yeah, baby, my man, I'm so there.
Yeah, what are you doing over there? How are you making that happen?
What?
You keep going like from a little signal to a big signal.
Ah, that's the wobulator.
I like it. Is that another feature that you've built into your radio?
Yeah, it's top secret. I can't even mention it.
The wobulator. Are there patents? Can I Google that?
Yeah, but you'll get sucked into a black vortex, so I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't need to be put on any black or red flag lists or anything from searching for wobulators.
Oh, immediately. You'd be gone. Fuck out. Guys with black coats would be like driving past your house mysteriously.
Has the military picked this up, or are we not quite at that point yet?
Oh, I'm not at liberty to discuss it.
You couldn't afford a wobulator. I mean, it's got a $600 power cord alone.
What's that?
I said he couldn't afford a wobulator. The power cord alone cost $600.
Oh, don't give away the secret.
Man, well then that's it. What are you going to do with all that money, Bear?
What money?
Smart man.
Well, the secret of it really is you make your antenna out of 52 gauge ultra pure silver wire.
52 gauge, huh? That would be about as fine as a strand of hair, I believe.
Yeah, well, you see what happens is that when you properly excite the electron, and you have such high conductivity in the wire, they jump off almost like instantly at a much higher velocity than normal. It causes your signal to wobulate.
I've
Do you-
heard that
do you have to run it
spaghetti
like?
noodles work. It has the
See,
same
I heard
effect.
somebody talking sort of about this, but this was years ago, and they were saying you got to run like a 1/16 wave antenna, and that's you can get the same effect.
Oh, huh. I can't discuss these factors. You know, oh, God, I just can't discuss.
Can you like with the 52 gauge silver conductor wobulator antenna? Does that require any type of lube or conductive grease to help the watts slide off, or is the single file fashion of the electrons enough to build like a momentum?
Well, you're starting to catch on, but there has to be vitreous humor in the coupling cavity.
I see. Well, what happens if a squirrel, walks up to the thing and starts chomping on something?
Well, if it's on, squirrel cutlets.
What if the squirrel starts making like weird sounds into the transducer?
Does he have a license?
I don't think squirrels need licenses. Have you ever seen Rick and Morty? You really shouldn't mess with squirrels.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. The squirrels are really, tree rats, They're so cute.
If the squirrel starts making a lot of noise, you need to lubricate it a little bit better.
You would love Rick and Morty, Bear. That'd be right up your alley. It's a cartoon, but it's like not for kids. It's kind of really, really funny humor to me. The grandfather is a scientist, and he develops some type of helmet that he gives to the grandson, and he can listen to animals, like what they're saying, and he's listening to all these animals, but then he hears these squirrels, and they're really, like, they sound like they're discussing something, like CIA type stuff, and they're like, wait a minute, I think that kid can hear us. And then all of a sudden the squirrels catch on, he's listening in, they all swoop in, the squirrel CIA, all this stuff, and then the grandfather comes out, he's like, Morty, I told you not to mess with the squirrels. And then they actually have to ditch that reality and go live in a parallel dimension where the squirrels aren't all trying to kill them. It's a good show.
Where do you... Ooh, that's quite a message. Whoa, where do I get some of the stuff you're smoking?
Watch Rick and Morty, man. I'm telling you, it's my favorite show.
Yeah, sure. Sure. You're watching that show? Sure you are. Oh, yeah. Oh, sit down over here, kid. Yeah. What network is that on? That's unbelievable. I gotta see this. What network is that on?
It's on the Adult Swim Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. But I think you can log in there and watch it at adultswim.com. But dude, it's too much. I mean, it's far and beyond like my favorite show I've ever seen in my life.
Well, that's pretty high. That's pretty high. I mean, it's beyond Ren and Stimpy.
It really is. And Ren and Stimpy was, I mean, let's face it, that was kind of genius. I used to watch that as a kid, but this tops it. I mean, for sure. Definitely, no question. And if you enjoyed Ren and Stimpy, you'll become a Rick and Morty fanatic.
Well, now we know what happened to you. You watched Ren and Stimpy as a kid.
Log rolls downstairs, rolls over in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog. It's great for a snack. It fits on your back. It's log, log, log. It's log, it's log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, it's log, it's better than bad, it's good. Everyone wants a log. Come on and get a log. You gotta have a log. Log, 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 log.
Yeah. Call the Child Protective Services on your parents now.
You're welcome. W2BTK.
Look what they did to you. I'm telling you, it's child abuse. Well, who else is here? I've monopolized the last few minutes. WB2GCR. Now return this frequency to normal use. W4JPP.
AB3AL.
Go ahead, guys. Pick it up. We're talking about Log and Rick and Morty. And Swell.
Bear, do you remember the episode Son of Stimpy?
Oh, I don't know them that well. I actually have some Ren and Stimpy DVDs, but I kind of watch them intermittently. Not the way you might. So no, I don't really know the episode.
Oh. Well, he farts. And he thinks the fart is his son. It's really dramatic.
Yeah, I can see the difficulty you're having with reality.
Don't forget Gritty Kitty.
But Rick and Morty's different humor. I mean, it's like, it's pretty intelligent. Like, the stuff they come up with is just so, like, it. I don't know. You'll be fascinated by it. I know it, Bear.
All right. Well, I'll see if I can find a clip on YouTube just for fun. I'll have to remember Rick and Morty. Yeah. All right. The other two stations, the 4PPP or whatever that was. Come on in here. You gotta the button on your thing. You gotta squeeze it. Oh.
It's W4DPP Jones in Oakland, and I didn't want to press the button. It was more entertaining.
Oh, Joe, are you a big Ren and Stimpy fan?
You know what? I'm not going to say that I'm not, and it's not because I've seen it and didn't like it. I just didn't watch enough TV as a kid. I was lost in space kind of kid.
Oh, no. You don't understand. No. Ren and Stimpy is modern. Yeah, it's a little old now. It's like 20 years now. But if you go on YouTube, you just look at Ren and Stimpy. It will... it's really very... Well, let me put it this way. If you like Ren Digest a lot, you will not be able to handle Ren and Stimpy. So, I'd say stay away from it. Anybody listening, if you're a really, nothing wrong with it. If you're the type of person who likes everything very normal, do not watch Ren and Stimpy. Because it's sort of like, well, I'm not going to say that on the air, but it's sort of like you were participating in a certain CIA experiment back in the early 60s and didn't know it, but you were watching TV at the time. Everything went wrong and sideways all of it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it sounds a little more like, and I have no idea what the medium is, but maybe HR Poppins.
Well,
and there's always Beavis and Butthead too. I mean, come on. I was real young when that came out. Most of my friends weren't allowed to watch it. My mom saw it and thought it was so funny. She would let me watch it, but only with her.
Unfettered access to an animation studio. That's what you get when you have Ren and Stimpy, the cartoon. It's like everything that someone who's completely whacked out of their mind at Disney or Warner Brothers ever wanted to do but weren't allowed because they did.
You guys doubled for most of that, so I'll let the other gentleman know.
All right, other gentlemen, go ahead. All right, who doubled? Was it Billy or someone else? AL was in there. Okay, 3 AL, I think. Hey, look, I'm not in charge. You guys, it's a free band. You can key it up anytime you want.
There was somebody who was saying that their parents didn't let them watch something.
Oh yeah, that was me. Sorry. Go ahead, whoever I doubled with.
That was me. You doubled with me. What do you think you're doing?
I don't know. I never claimed to be a very good ham radio operator.
I need teepee for my butthole.
That's quite a message.
That was one of Beavis and Butthead's famous sayings.
You know, it's not quite right, but it is fun.
We could talk about suppressor grids. Pentodes are cool. I've never used one.
Yeah. Well, they come in different sizes. There you go. Yeah, suppressor grids, parasitic oscillations, bias, regulated screen supplies, you know, all that good stuff. Yeah, you can do all that. I don't think anybody's ever applied negative feedback to the screen. Interesting. I'm WB2GCR, just blabbering away. That's all. So someone else pick it up and bring this conversation to something else. Because if Billy and I are left alone in a room, it could go sideways.
That's a good movie.
What, it could go sideways?
No, the movie Sideways.
I'm trying to remember it. Who was in that?
Kind of an independent film.
Yeah, I seem to remember the title. What year do you think?
Oh boy, if I were guessing, I would probably say, I don't know, around 2000, 2002, 2003.
Yeah, I seem to remember it somehow. I don't know if I saw it. I remember the title, but yeah, was it good?
You know, it's just one of those independent, low-budget films. It was, with some funny parts, some depressing parts, like any independent film.
Oh, as long as it wasn't as bad as an Ingmar Bergman, you know?
No. It was entertaining.
You made us watch Ingmar Bergman in school, and I'm like, what? Oh, man, this is awful. Oh, jeez, it's so dark. The guy was so dark. Oh, he made Mahler feel like springtime.
So let me. So I already said that this is Joe and Maine. I don't have my laptop here. I don't have an automated log. So you guys, tell me where you are, where you're from, what do you do? No, it's not what do you do, just where you're from.
Oh, that's a good question. What do I do? Yeah. What do you do? You don't milk. You don't drink. What do you do? Adam Ant. Big hit for half a second. Great song. This is WB2GCR. I'm in Small Bunny, Hippity Hop, the capital of New York State. I'm in the city itself. running a Viking Valiant 2 at 120,000 milliwatts with a special high-performance customized sweep tube modulator. Listening to you on an Ethiopian Athletic Committee EAC R398, equipped with a BHI DSP noise reduction module, which everybody should have. And talking to you through 52 gauge pure silver wire up about a quarter wave in the form of a somewhat bizarre dipole, fed with coax, looped through the QTH to its final destination, which is hardly optimal, but there it is. Now I turn the microphone. There was AL in there, 3AL. Whose name I believe is not Al. I don't know if he's still there, but I turn it over to BTK, W2BTK, who is high atop the ridge in western New Jersey at this present time. Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. Look at me, way up here on Hannah Montana Mountain. Excuse me, just talking to somebody in my chat here, who found the stream on Twitch, and he's looking to get licensed, man. He wants to become a licensed ham radio operator. Now how cool is that, man? Since he's been locked in for a couple months, been watching YouTube videos and getting commercials for like ham prep stuff. And he's been studying, getting 80s on his practice exams, and well, let's give the guy some encouragement, man. He's trying to do it. W2BTK.
Oh, you can't get a license anymore. Haven't you heard? Since the coronavirus came out, they decided they weren't going to give out any licenses ever again.
Oh, damn. Well, that's it.
Anybody else in here? The guy listening, no, it's not true. It's really not true. Well, maybe it is.
Well, I like that. I like hearing about people who are going to get up and try to get on ham radio. We need more of that.
Head.
And I've never actually recruited anybody into ham radio, but my sister and her husband and their 3 kids down in Massachusetts are all, they started about 3 weeks ago studying to get their licenses. And my wife and I have a friend here in Maine, and she's almost 80 years old, real pistol, one of these ladies that travels all around the world, you know, volunteered as a nurse during the African AIDS stuff back in the, whatever that was, 80s, still travels all over, and she decided she was going to get her ham license. She was over here one day, and I was doing some ham radio stuff out here, and she was watching. She said, I want to do that. And so she's actually studying to get her license, tech license as an Indian.
Well, could you give me your hand, please?
Name here is Joe, Juliet Oscar Echo, and the call sign is Whiskey 4 Juliet Papa, W4JPP.
I'm going to tell you what, Joe, I want you to get that 80-year-old woman over whenever it's safe. I want to transmit any stuff. I want you to get her on the air on AM, and I want to talk to her. And I want to see her get a general class license and get on the radio. That's what I want. That sounds like somebody I want to talk to. Everybody wants to talk to her. She's probably got some stories to tell. That's what we need. People who have something to talk about. So if that lady needs any help, I'll help her. I don't know what I can do, but you know, I can always send her some coax connectors and stuff like that if she needs it.
Yeah, she's actually, she's very, very super lady. She still teaches, I forgot the acronym, but basically the degree for nursing assistant. And she just got back from a place in northern Scotland that's, I don't want to say a hippie community, but a self-sustaining community up in northern Scotland that she's wanted to go to since the 60s when she was a hippie. And she just did literally a 2 or 3 week trip over there just before all this stuff broke out. It was at the end of last year. And so she's actually 78. But yeah, so she just got back from doing that and then went to France to visit a pen pal that she's kept in touch with since she was 12 years old. So pretty adventurous, and I'm sure she'd be happy to get her general class. But give me your, I didn't take your call. I'll write it down. I'll send you an email.
Sure, I'm WBear2, WD2GCR, Giant Chocolate Resistor, or General Coverage Receiver. QSL?
Give me the first. I got the W and I got the GCR. Over.
B as in Bear, Baker, Bravo, WD2.
Roger. Okay, you know what? I'll send you an email, and I'll copy her in on it after you respond. But no, she's just one of these people that just never-ending quest to learn new stuff. And she's I'm 56. My wife is 52, and she's become a good friend of ours, and we hang out a bit here and there, and just one of these super people that just never stops going over.
Yeah, okay, well, that sounds great. That sounds really nice. Yeah, well, she's got 10 years on me, and, if it was 20 years ago, she wouldn't be so old. Neither would I. What do you know? Over to you, Billy. Just think about it. In another 20 years, you'll be an old fart.
Yeah, I'm kind of already an old fart in relative terms. I mean, you got guys like Connor coming out here. He's like 17. Daniel, I think he's like 20, maybe 21. So, me being 34, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of the old man of the young men. Think about that for a minute. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm like 10 years strong in the hobby in one sense or another. Not ham radio, but a lot of CB and stuff mixed in there. I'm still very interested in it. I foresee myself doing this in 20, 30 years, I'll be the old man. It's fine. Get off my lawn. But, man, as you hear about an 80-year-old woman getting licensed, that's the coolest thing ever. I mean, come on. I don't know. You can have so much fun doing this. You know what it is? You can learn a lot doing this. And I have. I was pretty appliance operator-ish kind of guy when I started out in radio, and now I like build stuff and I like I'll go like search Amazon for something I need and then like be about to buy it and be like, no, wait a minute, let me check the junk box, and then I never end up buying it. Stuff like that. It's a good feeling. I don't know. Rewarding ham radio. Anyway, what kind of crappy transmission was that? W2BTK.
Oh, it's a stupid hobby. Weird people sitting in their basements and attics with wires, clip leads, smelly, blown up transformers, unshaven. They have no shoes on. They always talk about it, too. They're barefoot. What's with these people?
I think I had a camera in there.
Exactly. And I'm not wearing my pants either. There you go. But I'm fine.
I gotta go fill my line. I'll be back.
All right.
All right, who else is coming in here at 10 o'clock? The band's fine today. It's fine. What is everybody doing? Don't watch TV. Get on the air.
W4SVA.
4SVA. Go ahead. You have the tell. Come on.
Oh, what's that? Are you guys hearing hum on my signal?
Little teeny bit.
What was that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, I gotta figure out where that came from. I'll be back later, maybe.
Before you go, where's your QTH?
I'm near Harrisonburg, Virginia, a little bit south of Harrisonburg. The name is Chris.
Hi, Chris. Nice signal up here in Albany, New York. Yeah, you got a little bit of hummage there, sir. Don't know if it's power supply or something else. Sure, we'll figure it out.
Hums. Man, there's all kinds of different hums, too. Some are easier to deal with than others. That's what I learned. Phase modulation hums are quite a pickle.
And there it's on there again. Hold on a second. Well, I don't know where it's coming from. I got to pull this thing out of the spot here and look at it. It was working good last night, but you know this old crap. Anyway, yeah, name is Chris. I'm in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, and it's time for me to go to bed. I don't know why I'm sitting in here, but I guess I'll stay up past my bedtime tonight.
Well, we have a question for you, Chris.
Okay.
Are you a fan of Ren and Stimpy?
Good question.
I didn't catch it. He was kind of down in the noise.
Are you a fan of Ren and Stimpy?
Ren and Stimpy? No, not really. Why?
Well, we're just trying to find out because we have inquiring minds.
I don't even know who they are.
Now, you see that? That's it. Don't even know who they are. Well, they're a comedy team from TV. And if you're curious, you can check them out. If not, don't worry about it. But I heard the Shenandoah Valley is one heck of a beautiful place. It's one place in this country I've not been to, but when you mentioned it, I thought I should go visit.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you get off I-81. That's a pretty nasty highway there.
Hola, guy, please test someplace else. Hola, guy, go test someplace else, please, or use a receiver.
Man, yeah, that's, what is that? Hold on, let me go see.
Hola, radio test, amigo.
God, that is it's a little overmodulated. I just tuned on his frequency, and it sounded the same way it does from down here when he's notched out.
Where is he?
He was up there like a little above 3890, somewhere in there.
No way, because I'm only plus or minus 4, and he's in my pass band like he's right on frequency. Where'd he go?
All right, Bear. I'm going to, I think I'm going to call quits here for tonight. I've been streaming for about 5 hours. We've been active on the radio for about 5 hours here. And Louie, hello there. So, yeah, 7-3 there, Bear. W2BTK.
Yeah, and Billy, shoot me an email, would you? If you feel that way, shoot me an email. You know, that would be good. I'm good on QRZ and on AM phone, all right? Shoot me an email, would you?
All right, what, about Rick and Morty?
Yeah, sure, that's what it's about. Yeah, okay, fine.
All right. I'll send you an email with some good Rick and Morty links.
All right, I'll take that. I'll look at that. That's for sure. I will definitely look at that. So, but don't forget. I've got some.
All right, man. I'll catch you later.
Intelligence to share with you. All right, W2BTK sign, WB2GCR, all alone at 10:07, and I'm going to probably call quits in a minute unless it gets real exciting in here.
You guys all going to bed?
No, but turn down your modulation.
Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to figure out where this is at. W2MKM. Bringing it down. How about there? W2MKM.
A bit lower. Bring it down a bit lower.
Yes, sir. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let me get rid of this. This is. I still don't know how to use the flex on AM. Radio test W2MKM.
You're on a flex, sir?
Yes, sir.
Well, do you have any compression in?
No, sir.
All right. Do you have a Roger beep on?
A who?
I think you're beeping a little bit in there. Yeah, you're not quite set up right. I'm not a flex guy. You were hitting it way too hard. It's much closer now. You probably want to make sure your transmit bandwidth is out like plus or minus 5. Plus or minus 5 is good. And make sure you're got that set. And maybe you want to EQ a little bit differently than you have. It's not bad. The handle here is there. I'm in Small Bunny, New York.
Hey, Bear. Yep. Name here is Ed, Echo Delta, and long-time listener, first-time caller, as they say. So no, I'm hear you guys all the time, and I'm listening. So I dialed that back a little bit. Let me know if that's back. I brought the high cut up to about 5K, and I came down a bit. No processing. EQ on, EQ on, EQ on, and EQ off, EQ off, EQ off, EQ on, EQ on, EQ on, EQ off, EQ off. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Oh yeah, big difference. You probably want it on, and you got to drop your level down somewhere in that chain. I know there's a bunch of places to drop it. You're hitting the modulation a little bit too hard. A lot of modulation, so you don't need as much as you think you do. It's not sideband.
Yeah, no, I'm just still trying to figure out. Okay, modulation brought that back a bit. Any better?
Yeah, that's more manageable. More manageable. What's your QTH? And give me your name again, please.
Yeah, name is Ed, Echo Delta, and I am 10 miles east of BTK, up here on Point Mountain.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And let me just check something here. Yeah, I'm on plus or minus 8. I'm on plus or minus 4 on the 8KC filter. ER398. Yeah, all right. Very good, very good. And are you running a linear, I presume?
Yeah, yep, running a AL1500 and about 1,000 watts.
Yeah, what's your key down carrier?
Hang on.
Yeah, in AM, when you're keying without talking, what's your carrier?
338.
All right. Well, amp might make that. All right, that's fine. Does the amp make 1500 watt CW?
Oh yeah, it's a AL1500, and should do it easy.
All right, 300 watts of carrier is a lot of carrier for most linears. Yeah, all right. Well, that's good. That's good. If you get which flex are you running, by the way?
6400 M. So I had a 5000, which had the different audio chain, and didn't work too much AM on it. And
Missed that radio, great radio, but it got zapped because of my laziness and not unplugging it during a pretty hellacious storm, so we were not able to bring it back to life, and I ended up having to trade up to the 6400M, which I love the radio, and probably going to go to a 6600. I do want dual receivers.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about them, really. I've never run a Flex or the software, so I only hear people talking about it. So you might want to get with one of the guys who runs AM with the Flex all the time and figure out the ins and outs of the profiles and the what to doodle this way or that. You can get a great sound out of it. A lot of the guys run them, and they sound great. So, you just have to tweak it the right way, as you know. It'll be fine. So, what's going on? Are you still in Jersey there, or are you over the line in Pennsylvania? What are you up to? I mentioned before. You told me your name. It just went right out of my head. So. I'm a genius that way. Yeah, there you go. So, wonder what you're up to. It's a pleasure meeting you here on AM. It's always good listening on AM. And you got a nice signal, so I presume you're on mostly due to the virus hiatus that everybody has, but tell me about it.
Yeah, no worries, Bear. So, like I said, I am, name here is Eduardo, Edward, whatever rings. So, yeah, I'm neighbors with Bill, BTK, and we've talked a couple times. I was on, we were talking Monday night. But I've been in and out here occasionally. Like I said, I've probably been listening here regularly for, I don't know, about 6 months. And just walking around the shack, you guys usually keep me pretty entertained in the evening. So it's all fun. So yeah, east of Bill's probably about 10 miles, maybe even less, from the Delaware River, Pennsylvania line. I used to live out in very, very close to where he lives now. Then I moved a little bit east, and I'm sitting here at about 965 feet on top of another hill called Point Mountain. He's on top of Montana Mountain, Scotts Mountain, which is about probably about 1,000 feet. I'm sitting at 965. And, yeah, got the kids back from Manhattan. My daughter and her husband, live on the Upper East Side in Manhattan, and they finally punched out and said, Dad, hey, we're going crazy. We've been in the apartment for about 30 days, and we've been good, and come get us. And so I did that Saturday, and they're hanging out here at the farm, and everybody's working. We're all in the tech business, so we're able to work pretty effectively from the home offices here. So I've been doing that for a long time, and consulting and technology. So that's what's happening here. All good. We're blessed, and radio-wise, I've been doing this for probably about, close to 40 years, 40 couple years, and enjoy doing lots of stuff. Considering some boat anchors when I retire, because I know that is an application, and you got to spend some time, rebuilding and building stuff. And right now I'm working on antennas. I do like to play in the contest and CW, etc. So lots of radio interest, and good to hear a lot of the guys on with our social distancing, whatever the hell we're calling it. It looks like we're going to get back to work soon. Over to you, Bear. I forgot your call. W2MKM.
Yeah, W2MKM, W Bear to GCR, General Coverage Receiver. You make it over to Sussex?
I haven't been in ages, and it's not far from me. It's about 45 minutes, 50 minutes. If they have it this year, what is it? Usually in August, right? Maybe we'll get up there. I'm hoping they'll have it, because I think the natives are getting restless with all the government-imposed stuff, and I think COVID-19 is going to end up being another chronic disease, much like diabetes, heart disease, emphysema, COPD, etc. So we're going to have to deal with it. because there's a message according to what I'm reading in the journal.
Yeah, well, they can get as restless as they want. People are dropping dead at a fantastic rate as far as I'm concerned. As uppity as you want ain't going to help unless you're immune. So it's like playing Russian roulette. There you go. But anyway, yeah, last year was a banner year or something. Sure, it was great. It was like packed. And if they pull it, it's July, mid-July. So if they pull it off this year, it's going to be gung-ho to the wall. I don't know how they're going to do that, but we'll see. I predict that by June 15th, we'll be winding down. I think we might be good to go by middle of July. We'll see. We'll see. You know. Also, I think the virus is going to have a hard time when it's like 100 degrees in the shade, as it is in Sussex in the middle of the summer. I'm not that worried about it, you know. It'll just fry. Story there. I should look at what the rates are in, like, Phoenix. Phoenix is pretty dang hot at this time of year. Not cold. No. Curious to see that. Anybody else on frequencies, welcome to jump in. WB2GCR.
Yeah, good evening, Bear. This is W2XR. Just kind of reading the mail for a couple of seconds here.
Hi, Bruce. Say hello to Ed. He's 900 and something feet up near the Delaware River. I think he's still in Jersey. He's got a nice PTH there.
Ed, good evening. Good evening to you, and good evening to you there, Bear. Ed, my name is Bruce. I think Bear mentioned that. And just stand by 1 second. I just want to make sure I'm tuned up. I was tuning up into the dummy load earlier and just playing around with the transmitter. Now I'm tuned up into the antenna, so stand by 1 second. This is W2XR. Got to get my reading glasses on now. Oh, very close. It was pretty much right on. Anyway, Ed, nice to make your acquaintance. We're located here in the town of Smithtown, Long Island, New York. We're about 40-45 miles east of New York City on the North Shore of Long Island. And everybody's putting in a very good signal tonight, Bear. The usual 80 dB on my carrier level meter on my R390. And Ed, I'm sorry, I didn't get your call. So let me turn this over to Bear, and you guys can fill me in on the particulars. WB2GCR in the group. This is W2XR Long Island.
Oh, I can do that, Bruce, but I need to ask you a question first.
Ask away. Questions and answers are free of charge.
Are you a fan of Ren and Stimpy?
I couldn't stand that stuff, to be honest with you. I remember when it was on TV. I think it was on MTV, if I'm not mistaken, but no, I thought it was utterly obnoxious.
Very good. Okay, very good. And Ed, I don't think I asked you. Are you a fan of Ren and Stimpy?
My sympathies tend towards Bruce's.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said my sympathies regarding the program tend towards Bruce's assessment. I was never a fan.
All right, well, there you go. That's very good. All right, that's fine. Anyway, Ed's up in near the Poconos. He's on the other side of the Poconos. Ed, say hello to Bruce. Bruce is out in Long Island. He didn't tell you that. He's out in the middle of Long Island, and he's got a beautiful shack, really gorgeous shack. I haven't been there. I've seen the pictures there on QRZ, so you can look at his shack. And I got to tell you that if you want to do AM radio, you like it, if you like stuff, you look at Bruce's shack. You know, despite whatever people might say about Bruce. You know, whatever they say, I'm not going to comment on that. His shack is really something to look at. It's quite the thing. Go ahead, Ed.
All right. Thanks, Bear. Hello, Bruce. W2XR, W2MKM. So, I've been lurking on 3885, like I said, for probably about 6 months. So I've seen you guys' shacks and your radios and hang out here most nights, having a bourbon before bed, listening to what's happening. And Bruce, your station's amazing. It's beautiful. 390As, and I aspire to one of those at some point, I think, if I can make the commitment to, properly maintaining and upkeeping them. So, great looking station, and, at some point I may do that. Primary, sorry for the pops there, I got to get something we'll call a pop filter there. But, just getting really back into radio. I've always been, active somewhat, but now planning on some towers and, just put up a 40-meter Foursquare, which working real well. Got that on the air a couple weeks ago. Thinking about some 80-meter verticals, of course. The high-angle antennas. Right now I'm running a doublet, a full 160-meter-ish, fed with open wire. I got to make it a little bit more efficient because I've got that running into a 4-to-1 balun with about 150 feet of coax, and I think I've got some pretty good losses there. So want to make this antenna a bit more efficient. And then, like I said, planning a 90-foot crank-up tower project for probably next year. I don't think it's going to happen this year. And I like to do a little bit of CW contesting here and there. Member of the Frankfurt Radio Club guys. But diverse interests up and down radio and all kinds of stuff. So, Bruce, over to that good-looking station, W2XR, W2MKM in Hunterdon County, New Jersey.
Yes, W2MKM and the group from W2XR. Good signal, Ed. And I'm just wondering what you're using for a rig there, how much power you're running. Bear is barreling in to Long Island this evening, putting in an incredible signal with that Viking Valiant. Doesn't take much power on 75 meters, obviously, under the right conditions. And everything that you've heard about me is absolutely correct. There's nothing good about me to report whatsoever. So you can take Bear's word for it, that's for sure. But thanks for the compliments on the shack. And I guess if you take a look at the details there, you'll get a good idea as to what we're running here. I was doing some playing around, making some measurements actually of this transmitter, something that I haven't done in a number of years. And what I was really concentrating on in the last couple of days was really the noise below 100% modulation. And I don't know if I should believe the numbers or not. I'm getting about minus 48 dB hum and noise below 100% modulation. And that number to me sounds a little bit low. But by the same token, I think within that noise component is the phase noise from my exciter. I'm using an ICOM IC718 to excite this homebrew transmitter. And there's no way that I can easily separate out the phase noise component from the residual noise, which is probably largely 120 hertz power supply ripple. When I put my ear up to the loudspeaker, the monitor speaker, I can clearly hear it when the rig is on air. But nobody else can hear it apparently on air, which is not surprising considering the poor signal-to-noise ratio of signals here on the 75-80 meter band, atmospheric noise and QRM, QRN, whatever. So I don't know if there's really anything I can do about it. I doubt if it's a power supply hum issue. The only thing I can think of is perhaps I have a ground loop maybe within the bias supply to the modulator tubes, which are a pair of 833As here, Ed. So I'm kind of scratching my head, but by the same token, I'm kind of tempted to leave well enough alone. Because for all I know, it may have always been like this. What say you, Bear? WB2GCR and W2MKM in Hunterdon, New Jersey. I know where that is. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
And 1VIV.
Someone VIV heard from. In just a second. Bruce, I would have to talk to you at length about how you're measuring it, but my immediate quick reaction is put a crystal oscillator on to excite it at some given frequency measure. Ed, say hello to VIV, N1VIV, a long-time AM participant. And, pick it up, Ed. And we can just go breaking if you guys want. If not, I'll play by anything you want.
However you guys want it. And yeah, Bruce, until you pointed it out, I mean, I had to listen for anything, down below, and only because you prompted me that I, feigned to hear something in there. So, don't know. And the radio here is an SDR. It's a Flex. We're running a MXL. What am I running? A 990 mic into a PreSonus, and I think I set that up about 10 years ago and really have not been doing too much AM, so I really don't have it set up yet. I got what do I got coming in? One of those SDR plays so I can get some of the on-air, testing done on my own without spending a lot of time with other people, pining over what works and what doesn't. So, but it's nice to have good audio, and you guys all do, and if you're going to show up on AM, you might as well sound good. I think it was N1VIV. Go ahead. This is Ed in Hunterdon County, New Jersey. W2MKM.
Yeah, very good, Ed. W2MKM in the group. This is N1VIV. Well, good evening. Figured I'd pop in. Seemed like conditions were pretty favorable right now. Good evening to you, Bear. Nice to hear you. And Ed. Fabulous signal here into southeastern Connecticut. And Bruce, really strong here. So the name here is Joe, Juliet, Oscar, Echo. Name is Joe. And I'm located in southeastern Connecticut, as I mentioned. Right down in the very southeastern corner of the state of Connecticut in the town of Stonington. So we're kind of just a little bit across the sound there, Bruce, but everybody's sounding good here. I was going to say that Flex sounds excellent, and not on this station. I'm using the Behringer V1 right now on this station, but I've used the Marshall 990 on my other station just to the left of me with the Viking 2, and had some pretty good success. It's it's a good, decent, affordable mic that I've gotten some good service out of. But so let me see how you guys are hearing me, and I'll send it around. Over to you, Bruce. W2XR. And the group, this is N1VIV.
W4SVA.
Yeah, and I heard a breaking station in there as well. Joe, good evening. We haven't chatted in a while. Good to hear you on the air. N1VIV in the group from W2XR. Joe, I think you might be driving the audio a tiny bit too hard with that rig. You might want to try backing off the audio a smidge.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's some negative peaks there a little. Let's try that. One, yay. That might be a little bit better. The one thing I might need to do with this rig is, this homebrew rig, is some negative peak limiting that I have not gotten around to. But the audio's down a little bit there, Bruce. How's that?
Not that much of an improvement. I don't have a scope on the output of my receiver, so I couldn't really see what's going on. But it sounds almost like either you are hitting the bass line, and quite hard, incidentally, or maybe there's some non-linearity within the audio chain. But what are you using for a transmitter there, Joe?
Oh yeah, it's just a small homebrew transmitter. It's a single 6146, and it's modulated with a Hammond audio transformer that, with a solid state amplifier going into that, and just a pretty modest audio chain. So it only makes about 8 or 10 watts. I'm using it to drive a Kenwood TL922 amplifier. About 160 watts here at the moment.
1 ALF.
Also not zero beated.
Yeah, Joe, somebody made a comment about you being a little bit off frequency. If you can get on, I think all of us are on the same frequency. I know that Ed and Bear are. I'm on 3.885.00, and I can tell that you're off frequency because my sync detector is not locking up. But there is some type of a nonlinearity in there that I'm sure the other stations can hear as well. Are you running enough grid drive to the final amplifier in that homebrew transmitter?
Yeah, I suspect so, although it's been a long time since I've that wouldn't be... I'd have to kind of give it a look. I can see on my modulation monitor that I am hitting the baseline a little bit on the hard side, but I do have about 130%, 120% positive peaks. So that may be the issue. I didn't even throw my headphones on to see if to give it a listen, so I'll do that. And I don't want to hold up deep-rooted analysis, but hopefully it doesn't sound too awful. Thank you, though, Bruce.
No problem. I know if I had an issue with my rig, I'd certainly want to be alerted of it as quickly as possible. But with regard to the negative cycle loading or negative peak limiter, of course, two different things. I use an Inovonics 222 here to control the negative going peaks. And then I also use what's called negative cycle loading right across the secondary of the modulation transformer, which is really strictly a means of last resort, if you will, to make sure that if I do hit the baseline, at least the modulation transformer remains loaded. It's not in any way, shape, or form there to increase the density of the audio like the popular 3-diode high-level limiters. That was never my intent. But at any rate, let me not hold it up here. And there was a braking station. I think it was a W4, if I'm not mistaken. Braking station, go right ahead. This is W2XR. We're in Long Island, New York.
And 1 ALF.
W2XR in the group W4SCA. Real quick, before I make a long transmission, are you hearing hum on my signal? I had a hum problem earlier. I just wonder if I got it fixed.
I hear the hum. It sounds like 120 hertz power supply ripple.
Okay, it was something strange here that's going on. When I put it on the dummy load, it's gone. And when I switch it back over to the antenna, it's there. I can see it on the scope right now. So I don't know. It's a problem that showed up last year and then went away by itself. And it showed up again. So I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, name is Chris. I'm located in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, a little bit south of Harrisonburg. And Bruce, you're coming in here just absolutely blasting in here. And the other guys are coming in here good as well. So I'm going to throw it on around... I guess I'll throw it back over to you. And I heard another braking station in there, too. Didn't catch the call.
Oh, Chris, let me ask you a quick question.
W2XR or W4SVA?
Yeah, let me ask you a quick question. Yep, Chris, does your antenna have its own ground that's not in the station?
You're a little light in here. You said does it have its own ground?
Yeah, because you said when you go in the dummy load, it's not there. But when you go to the antenna, it is there. And I'm wondering if your antenna has its own ground.
It does have its own ground. Well, not really. It's bonded to the electrical service, too. But there is another ground that runs outside the shack to a cold water pipe. It's well buried. It's a quite long cold water pipe, but that's also bonded to the electrical service too.
All right. Well, my theory was that you're getting a leakage. You got a leakage, and when you go to it's a theory. When you go to well, it would depend upon whether the ground on the antenna is always connected to the system or not. But I'm going on the theory that when you go to the dummy road, it's floating essentially, but when you go to the antenna, you're getting a potential difference in some current draw causing the hum to appear, which might be a leakage, could be as simple as a leaky cap in a input module from the AC noise, module like a Corcom or something like that. It's just a thought.
WA3YRE.
Yeah, it could be something like that. I have been moving stuff around here in the shacks, and maybe something got moved. I don't know. I got to pull the transmitter out and see if there's something that got messed up behind it. Then maybe go outside and make sure the ground is still good. It's kind of strange the way it was happening, because I remember the same exact problem last year, and all of a sudden it went away on its own, and I tried to track it down. I looked at everything. I never figured it out, and it was gone, so I couldn't troubleshoot it. Now it showed back up again. But I'll check a few things and maybe be back later. W4SVA.
WA3YRE, portable 3.
Yeah, Chris, I'm also wondering if perhaps, maybe a bit of a long shot, that you might be getting some RF into the audio, because you mentioned into the dummy load you don't have the problem. RFI within the audio can manifest itself in many different ways, so that might be a possibility as well. I don't know if the ground that you described is all that effective either, particularly from an RFI standpoint, but just a thought.
WA3YRE.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. Tell you what, I'm going to unkey the transmitter, then unhook the mic completely, and key it back up and see if it's still there.
WA3YRE.
Well, I was still seeing it on the scope even with the mic unhooked. Yeah, we're hearing it.
But the hum went away when you unplugged the microphone.
Oh, it did?
In fact, I was even wondering if you had unkeyed the transmitter, or was that quiet?
Okay, well, I'm seeing two different things here on the scope. There's something on the scope here that you guys aren't hearing, and the hum you guys are hearing is not showing up on the scope. There's some strange stuff going on here.
Yeah, Joe, do that again. Pull the mic out, because I thought I heard it with the mic in.
WA3YRE.
Yeah, YRE, stand by. We hear you. Yeah, I got plenty of hum if that's the mic out.
Yeah, that was the mic out.
Yeah, I didn't hear any difference.
No, I was hearing the hum here too.
Yeah, I stand corrected, Chris.
All right, WA3YRE, here calling in there while Chris is sorting out his 120 cycle hum. Go ahead, pal.
Definitely hearing the hum on the signal up here in western Pennsylvania as well. Whiskey Alpha 3, Yankee Romeo Echo, portable 3, located in Scotstown, Pennsylvania. And I'm also doing a little rig work, which is what I'm talking. This is an old Yaesu Fox Tango 7 Bravo. Fox Tango 7 Bravo. It dates from about 1974, 75, something like that. And I picked it up off eBay and had to realign it. I tried it out on sideband. I had
not tried it out on AM until now, so I'm wondering what it's sounding like on AM. WA3YRE, Portable 3.
Yeah, Chris, this is W2MKM, Ed. And you're just barely audible to me. You're in the noise. You were a little stronger, come a little bit earlier. I don't know if you've got any ability to improve your signal, but having a tough time hearing you, pal. Audio sounds okay to me, but I'll yield to the rest of the guys. Bruce, Joe, anybody else can hear YRE better than I can because I'm struggling.
I'm hearing him, but he's very weak on this side. Then when he left.
Hey, Rob, how are you? No, I don't hear him. Bruce? Joe, anybody?
I heard him calling, and then he just completely disappeared.
Yeah, he got clobbered with a big QSB fade, so YRE, try it one more time, pal, but I think we're losing the propagation to your house.
Yeah, this is not a very powerful radio on AM. It'll only do about 10 watts carrier on AM, at least according to the manual. But I'm interested in what it sounds like. If you can tell me, if not, I understand because I am on the low side, on the low power side here. WA3YRE.
Yeah, that was a good transmission, YRE. You're not zero beated on 3885. It looks like you're about half a kc high on the band, about 3085.5. But I heard you good that time, and your audio sounded clean and sounded nice. Anybody else hear YRE that time?
Where's he located?
You guys doubled. All right, YRE, not sure what happened, but you know, audio sounded good for 10 watts. Dude, you're kicking butt.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's 10 watt carrier, so for DEP, I'm about double that. Okay, thank you for the report. I know I'm going to be a tough copy, so I'm not going to hang in here. I may come back with the 101 Bravo, but it's not a whole lot more power than this, unless you want to kill your finals. Thank you very much. Glad to know that I can set the radio up correctly for AM. And I'll let you guys get back to it and maybe help that other fellow get his cured. This is Whiskey Alpha 3, Yankee Romeo Echo, Strongstown, Pennsylvania.
All right, WA3YRE, and I think it was Strongstown, PA. Western Pennsylvania. So you came up again good that time, and you know, for 10 watts carrier, audio sounds clean to me. And just put some more juice behind that, fire in the wire, and you'll be in good shape. So we'll talk to you later. WA3YRE, the W2MKM. Bear, over to you, pal.
And if I want to get hold of Joe.
Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Baron. Hello, Bruce. Hello, Chris, and everybody else out there. N1VIV, N1LF. Joe, you do not sound as good as you did Sunday. For something changed.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look. I haven't even turned the headphones on, but don't want to hold things up. But I'll do maybe morning conditions would be a better time to do some testing and listening and sort some stuff out, and maybe tomorrow morning I'll do that. But thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
No problem. I'll be up maybe around available around 9 o'clock or so. If you want to text me or call me on the phone and let me know, you know, I'll get on with you. You can try some testing. I'm trying to think. I sent your things out there for your amp, your dots there, and Lou says he's happy that you're happy. So yeah, definitely something has changed since Sunday.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. I'm turning the headphones on real quick. Well, let's see. Well, it sounds mostly like it usually does, but might just be something with the signal going out. But in any case, thanks, Rick. I'm going to just sit back and listen for a little while and join in as necessary. I know Chris is troubleshooting some stuff, and certainly good to hear folks in here. Big group. I'm going to listen for a little while. This is N1VIV. Thanks.
All right, no problem. Like I said, give me a buzz tomorrow. And happy anniversary, Bruce.
What is my anniversary?
What? You marked 50 years of your amateur radio?
Oh, for a second I thought I forgot my wedding anniversary. Yes, thank you very much. Actually, it was 50 years last month. Got my novice class license, WN2 Oily, Greasy, and Slimy. WN2 OGS. Thank you very much there, Rob.
No problem. Happy anniversary and congratulations. And the shack looks real good there.
Thank you, Rob. You're also sounding quite good. What are you running for a rig over there?
K7DYY.
Yeah, those solid-state Class E rigs, they can really do a great number. I got to build one of those suckers up one of these days. I really mean it. I've been saying that for years. But I kind of like running old steam. That's my analogy to an old big homebrew plate-modulated AM transmitter. It's like a steam locomotive. You know, there's a special charm that's associated with it. This is W2XR.
Well, don't get me wrong, Bruce, and thank you for the flowers. Well, a lot of this work is from N1BCG, Clark's Audio, what you call Felix with his magic bag there, audio chain setting up here for me. I had the boat anchors. I had the Ranger, the Valiant, the HRO, the NC300, the HRO 60, the Valiant, and I still got the kilowatt matchbox that's what's left there. But had to trim the shack down there, the little grandchildren around and stuff like that. So, but we're looking to get another boat anchor. We're looking at a Collins 75 or 74 or 75 A4 and 32V that we got being held for us. So we'll get back to the boat anchors, but right now we had to go to the solid state side.
The dark side.
There's a lot to be said about it. In fact, the limitation I have here about adding a Class E transmitter is really space. I've used up just about all the room within this little shack, and it's not a matter of, you know, not being able to build it. I could easily do it. I just don't have any place to put something like that. Not that they take up all that much space either, but rig really sounds great, and you certainly had a great guy to help you out there from an audio standpoint in the form of Clark, that's for sure. Bear, why don't you pick this number up? And incidentally, real quick, Rob, you'll love that 75A4. I have two of them. The first one I got back in 1980 from the original owner in pristine condition with all three filters. And then the second one I picked up, I guess, about 20 years ago, and that was a restoration. And that's the one I typically use the most with my my vintage sideband station. But anyway, go ahead, Bear. WB2GCR in the group. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Rob's gone to the dark side. He's gone to the solid state computer rig, the dark side.
Yes, Luke. Come to the dark side. Yes, I did, Bear.
That's all right. It's fine. Yeah, and Bruce, I was going to mention, if you go with a Class D for Doogie, instead of a Class E for Elephant, it's much smaller radio. It's simpler in a certain sense. Much easier to make. So I mean, that DIY rig is very small. You could hide it, like you put your feet on it. You know, keep foot warmers. You wouldn't even get warm enough to be a foot warmer in the winter. You can hide that. So small, it's diminutive.
No, I've seen it before. You're right. It's not large. But I'd rather roll my own. I mean, you know, you and I come from the same cut of cloth in terms of building our own audio gear and ham radio gear and whatnot. The only thing I've heard, and it's strictly what I've read, doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, and I'm certainly going to defer to Rob on this one, but I've heard that those rigs have had some reliability problems over the years, and I think the variant in particular that may have had most of the reliability issues, I think they call it the K7 DYY Senior, if I'm not mistaken. But Rob, would you care to comment on that?
No, yeah, this is a Senior. In the ones in the past, they did have problems. If I don't click on my foot switch properly, double click there, it shows a surge and then sends it into what they call high SWRs, and it shuts the rig down. What did Clark say? There's 3 factors on it, that the SWRs are good, and then, that they're setting out of whack, the modulation, and the power set right. I think I got it set about maybe a 250 watt carrier, and only reason because I'm not don't want to blow my neighbor out, Clark, up the street, and that gives me enough to get out. I was getting enough out on with the Valiant, and probably because I have, I've been told my antenna is very good. I get out very good with my antenna, and I always have, even with the Yaesu running 180 watts or whatever. But I think that's a factor. But I had one problem in 160. I didn't have a 160 antenna here, Bruce, for a while, and because of the property size. And then Clark came up with a configuration. If you look at my QRZ page, where the feed line comes down, he built I think he calls it a step-down transformer. But there's a piece of PVC pipe in there, 3-inch round, wrapped with 50 winds of 12 gauge on the outside, 10 winds of 10 gauge on the outside, and they go into 2 small little coils that are about 1.5 inch PVC pipes with 12 wrapped on that each, sort of like caps on the end of that, and that feeds my 80-meter dipole. And he put knife switches in there, so I can switch from my 80-meter dipole into that coil on the PVC pipe and get out on 160. But everything is pretty much matched. I haven't really had any RF problems or stuff like that. I'm running 450 ohm ladder line through the Johnson kilowatt matchbox, and that goes out, and the antenna's about 70 feet at one end and 20 at the other. So knock on wood, I've been pretty good other than failure. But the 160 did have a failure in it. I forget what Bruce said. We tried to work it the first time, and I think Bruce said it was oscillating there. I sent it back to Bruce. He fixed it up, sent it back, and I haven't had a problem with it. So, I know a lot of people have gotten them. The earlier ones that what's his name had there. Well, the earlier ones did have problems. I guess new stuff coming out, people do. But Bruce, I'm happy with it. I wish Bruce would come out with just a 40-meter deck. That would complete it there. So I would have 160, 80, and 40.
Let me make a comment in a minute. Let me send it to Ed. Let's see, fall asleep in the chair. Go ahead, Ed, and then I'll make a comment on it.
All right, boys. I'm going to bow out. I'm going to go do a little bit of CW contesting. I got that little CW Ops contest that runs every Wednesday from a 3-hour time slot. So I got to work on my proficiency. So, gentlemen, GCR, VIV, XR, good talking to you guys. This is W2MKM in Point Mountain, New Jersey. 7-3, and we'll catch you guys probably tomorrow night. Bruce, over to you, pal.
Very good, Ed. Pleasure was all mine for sure. And glad to hear that somebody's still operating CW. Good for you. Good for you. Everybody's really putting in good signals tonight. In fact, the channel master is Rob right now, being that he's right across the sound from me. Rob, for what it's worth, my carrier level meter on my R390 will not go any further to the right. So that's a powerful signal, that's for sure. Well, very interesting on that rig. Will that rig accept line level audio or strictly mic level audio?
I believe mic level audio. Well, actually, I'm going through an Alesis mixing board, and then that is all goes in a CRL PMC 300, and then a DBX 166A, and then a Radio Shack equalizer.
Yeah, but the input on the rig, Rob, is it an XLR connector or quarter-inch foam plug, or what do you got there? Can you plug a mic right into it, or you plug the equipment into a different hole? What do you do?
Oh, yeah. You can plug a mic directly in the front. Most people use the D104, and Bruce has a little, I forget, audio thing that goes in the base of there. But, yeah, you can direct connect on that. But everything, I have it into the mixing board with the Electric Voice 320.
Yeah, but where do you plug that in?
Well, that goes into the mixing board, and then out. My microphone goes into the mixing board, and then that goes into the rig in the front of the K7DYY.
Yeah, but it's the same input as the mic?
The mic is what's called, like the same thing you use on the CB, like a Cobra. A Cobra CB, what's it, the 4-pin?
No. When you plug the mix board in, or whatever that is, do you plug it into the same place that you'd plug a microphone on the DYY rig?
Yeah, the microphone goes in an XLR cable into the mixing board, and then that feeds into the into the K7DYY microphone plug-in in the front.
Okay, that's the question. All right. Anyway, Bruce, there's some really nice Class D designs on the web. More recent one is by Nigel up in Canada. It's on AM phone. It's in the Class E section, I think, or in the technical section on AM phone. Nice, simple design using current production drivers. It might be something you want to look at.
Yeah, but Nigel does multiple bands.
Well, that could be an advantage too, Rob. Again, it's not on my hit list of projects to build in the near term. I probably have most of the RF components, such as the tank coil, the tuning and loading capacitors. I think the key parts would have to be clearly the FETs and building up the power supply. But some of the best signals I've ever heard from an audio standpoint were Class E transmitters. And again, your rig sounds really, really nice. I think I know what Bruce did insofar as the audio input that Bear was questioning. I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think what he offers is a microphone preamplifier that basically mounts inside the base of the D104, and it probably provides something on the order of maybe 50 to 60 dB of voltage gain, and then that plugs right into, I'm going to make an assumption here, line level input on the front of the transmitter, which is what you called the microphone jack. That might be the way he's doing it. I'm assuming that either 1 or 2 pins are for the PTT line. Well, maybe just one line. Everything probably returns through the shield of the cable. Another line, of course, is the operating power for the microphone, unless it's a battery that mounts in the base of the microphone. And then, of course, the other line would be the hot side of the audio right into the input of the transmitter. I've heard those rigs just with a D104, and it's amazing how good they sound. I really mean that. You must have a very, very high input impedance to ground to get the kind of bass response out of the D104. But as I say, that's another project for another time. Just to shift gears for 1 second, Bear, when we were talking earlier about the issue of the phase noise, that I think might be a sizable component of the noise that I'm measuring at the output of my transmitter, I did think about that. In other words, you mentioned using a crystal oscillator as the source. What I would need would be basically just another exciter with a VFO or a crystal, of course, and then take another reading of the total noise at the output of the transmitter. That would work. The only thing is, the way I built this power amplifier, I actually put an IPA ahead of the two 4-400, so I can drive this amplifier to about a kilowatt input if I wanted to turn the wick up that high with about 100 milliwatts of RF drive. And I'd have to pad down the output like of my Apache or my Marauder or something like that, which could easily be done, but I was thinking about doing that. WB2GCR and the group, this is W2XR for ID, at the top of the hour.
Yeah, okay, Bruce, I think that's fine. Yeah, you could do that. If I could just build up a little oscillator, take something like 6L6 and make an oscillator, has a few watts out. Probably do the job. Anyway, there's a big difference between Class D for Delta and Class E for Echo. Very different scheme. Different scheme. The Class D is, there's no tank circuit. It's all ferrite. Broadband. Tank circuit, if you need it, is going to come to match the 50 ohm output of the Class D for dog to the antenna. So yeah, you usually need a two complement, but only because your antenna is 50 ohm. That type of thing. I suppose you could make the output of the Class C 75 match most antennas a little bit better, but it's a completely different scheme. It's not at all like a Class E in many regards. In fact, the Class E is, in a way, closer to a typical plate modulated rig. Well, it's actually the equivalent of what Steve used to do, which was to modulate some big tubes as a PDM and actually modulate the high voltage speed flow. So it's a different scheme. It's much simpler, much smaller, much more compact. No big power supply need be involved. You can pretty much run it off line voltage. Yeah, because you're getting galvanic isolation in the transformer. In some cases, you can do that. So that's the trick. Over.
Yeah, there's an unmodulated carrier, I think, on frequency. And I'm getting some QRM, too, from some adjacent single sideband stations. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Again, I really, it's a distant project, Bear. Most of the stuff I'm building up now is really for the audio system, not the ham radio gear. But it would be something to play with, that's for sure. And I could finally take advantage of using some really ambitious audio processing with something like that, like my Orban 9100A or the DAP 610, which really don't work well with a plate modulated transmitter because it simply won't reproduce a decent square pulse. It's not DC coupled. Whereas, certainly a Class E rig will, and I have to make an assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong, that a Class D rig is DC coupled as well.
No, it's not DC coupled, but it's effectively DC coupled.
Okay, all right. I'll have to read up on it, that's for sure. But let's not leave the other fellas out on frequency. I think we still have Rob, and I think Chris may have disappeared, W4 SVA rather. Ed, we know, signed out. So who else is on frequency? Rob, why don't you pick it up?
All right, anyway, I'll take a little pause just in case anybody else steps in there. I think Joe, NV1V, stepped out of there. So, There goes our department there. So, all right, we're going to step out of here now and say 73s. Everyone have a good evening. Bruce, good talking to you. Bear, as usual, and anybody else out there in the frequency. Everybody have a good, safe day, and wash your hands. N1 left, exit stage left. Over to you, Bear. You take it.
All right, see you later, Rob. Take care. M1ALF WB2GCR. Yeah, Bruce, band's going a little long, but just to go back to the Class D, you know, it's a switching power supply. In effect, you're modulating a switching power supply. So it sort of can go to DC, but it's not really going to go to DC because you're dealing with a chopped waveform. So it's very wide range, and it obviously is reconstructed out of pulses. It's low-pass filtered to do that, in effect, to create a continuous waveform. So there's limitations, but it's very, very broad. I'm not sure why those processors wouldn't work well with a broadcast quality plate modulator transformer, but perhaps there's reasons. I don't know what they are, but in any event, if that would be a motivator, then consider it. I would look at what Nigel's done, just to see it. Look at the schematic, look at the construction. You probably sit there and scratch your head and think exactly what I did. What I thought is, gee, I don't know that much about ferrite for these transformers yet, and that would be the main question mark for me, is that I'm not sure what I'd be doing. If I could figure out what I was doing there, I'd probably have done it already.
Well, if it's largely a cookbook design, you know, which I'm questioning because I don't know anything about it, then you could probably put it together relatively easily. But just on another subject here, I saw your comment on that Facebook page about the negative feedback.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What did you think?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that you and I are on the same page. I think where the poster was coming from is, you know as well as I do that if you're an audio enthusiast, negative feedback can very, very frequently be considered a bad word. Now, you know and I know that that's not necessarily true. I think you hit the nail on the head. You have to apply the feedback in a judicious manner according to the nature of the circuit. And I think what he was coming from, because he never issued a retort to either what you or I stated, is he was probably taking the position that global feedback in any form is bad for audio. That's my guess. And I've seen posts that guy's made before on other pages related to audio, and some of them have been actually quite good, and some of them have been, quite honestly, ridiculous. So there you have it. That's my opinion. Now, the reason why I use 6 dB of negative feedback here is, and you may disagree, but when you're using directly heated triodes, such as the 833As, and you're using directly heated triodes as driver tubes, such as the 845s, you don't need that much global feedback. 6 dB is generally all it takes. But if you're running, for example, still directly heated triodes for modulator tubes, again, 833As, but if you're using like 807s as drivers and taking the audio off the cathode as a cathode follower to get a very low source impedance to drive the grids of the modulator tubes, then generally speaking, you're up around 20 to 23 dB of voltage feedback in order to maintain a decent linearity.
Well, you just, you just got very complicated on all sorts of levels. So Let me WB2GCR. This is a private channel, right, Bruce? No one can hear us, right?
Absolutely. We have our special voice encoders in the audio chain right now.
Oh, good. Well, in that particular group, there's I'm not referring to this gentleman at all, who I've never run into before. But, again, I don't pretend to be right. I just state what I think I know. I've been on other groups where people have come in and run rings around me, and I appreciate it because I learned something. The only way I know it is other people tell me what's wrong. But anyway, I thought the only way was one way. Anyway, there's a couple other people in there that don't like their opinions to be challenged, and they've blocked. There's one guy in particular who posts fairly often, and he always seems to, I don't know how to explain it. He always seems to kind of have the right thing, and then at the last second kind of runs the train off the track just a little bit. That's the only way I can describe it. He doesn't like to be questioned. So he blocked me. Another guy blocked me. That's all right. I don't mind. Of course, he can't see what I see. Anyway, in this case, I don't think he was against global feedback. I thought that what he was talking about was a little odd. He said I think the gist of it was that you put a lot of feedback in and the dynamics go away in a modulator. It's no good. Something like that. I couldn't quite wrap myself around it. But what I would comment on regarding that, then we can talk about your 807, which is a special case tube. You threw the 807 out. Why did you do that? It's a special case tube for a number of reasons. But you probably know about it. Maybe didn't think about it in this application. But 807 is interesting too. Maybe I should experiment with it more. Stupid that way. But anyway, what was I going for? Oh, yeah. The problem is, the problem with negative feedback is the 50s. The whole decade of the 1950s, when tubes were king, and amplifiers were very expensive, even if they cost $60. Because $60 in 1957 was a lot of money when an entire used car, cost $500, $600 for a good one. $60 was a lot of money. And ham rigs were incredibly expensive. Really, incredibly expensive, which is why people built their own, because it was really expensive. If you had a Collins, holy mackerel, you're a millionaire. Anyway, what the hi-fi people did is that somehow people got locked into this 20 to 20,000. I don't know what the origin of that was, but everything had to be flat between 20 and 20,000. Am I buzzarding?
No, but the signals are going a little bit south at this point, but I can still hear you.
Yeah, you're plenty strong here, Bruce. Anyway, so as you know, everything had to be flat 20 to 20. Well, this is fine, but you and I both know what it takes to make a transformer with zero feedback that's going to be flat past 20 or out to 20. Your average cheap transformer with no feedback is going both on the low end and on the high end long before you get to 20,000. So if you wanted to build an amplifier and you wanted to claim 20 to 20, you had two choices. Well, there were three choices. Choice one was you had to be Macintosh. And you can't be Macintosh because Macintosh had the patent. And there were all sorts of versions of trying to get around Macintosh's patent, none of which were commercially or practically speaking highly successful. That was one way to wind a transformer to get 20 to 20 without feedback if you had to be Macintosh. Of course, they used feedback, but that's another story. The other way to do it is to be Partridge. And if you wanted to be Partridge, you could wind a transformer that would be flatter than 20 to 20 without feedback. Remarkable transformer. You gotta read Wireless World about his transformer. Holy mackerel. Excellent. And the third way was to wind a half-decent transformer and apply feedback around it, force the bottom up, and force the top end up, live with the consequences. So that's where Williamson is. And that's where lots of feedback happens. That's my opinion on that. I think the guy was somehow, some way, referring to the wideband application of feedback, where feedback is pulling up the edges of the transformer. Because if you keep the feedback inside the bandwidth of the transformer, it's just linear. That isn't always what is done. Over.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. WB2GCR from W2XR. I think where he was coming from, Bear, was he felt that the modulation capability of the transmitter would be improved by opening the feedback loop. He didn't make any mention about transient intermodulation distortion or any instability within the loop, nothing like that. It was just a statement with no basis for his explanation or his rationale for making the statement that by opening up the feedback loop, you would be able to get better modulation capability, which is, I don't see it. I mean, if you're talking about better modulation capability at the low end and the high end response of the transmitter, then clearly feedback will be your friend, along with a reduction in the distortion components and noise. But he made no comment about that whatsoever. So again, it's somewhat telling to me that he made this generalized statement, but he never came up with a retort to either your comment or my comment.
Yeah, like I said, he's making the case that it quashes the dynamics, essentially. And I would agree a little bit, because what he's finding is, I think what he's talking about is taking an existing circuit and opening the loop. Of course, he's increasing the total gain, because you have to have extra gain. You can't take an amplifier that's set up for no feedback and put 20 dB of feedback on it, because your gain just went away.
Yeah, and I think I said that in my post. You're absolutely right. If you want to add, once you establish what the gain input to output of that amplifier will be, open loop, and then you decide you want to add negative feedback, well, depending upon how much negative feedback you want to add, obviously you have to increase the open loop gain by that amount. But at any rate, I just thought the statement was so far out of the blue, and I think I made my point. Nobody really offered anything as I say, a retort to either my statement or your statement, so that's somewhat telling as well. Incidentally, I did send you a friend invite on Facebook.
QPC recognized. Yeah, Bruce. I got that. I might take you up on that. I don't. I have a Facebook internal rule policy. It's problematic. Facebook doesn't have. I'll pick you up in a second, QPC. Facebook doesn't have certain tools that are useful. For example, I would like to have a WBT-GCR persona on Facebook, in which case I'd invite all my ham radio friends in. You know? But I don't want my ham radio friend... Are you a Seinfeld fan?
My wife Janet is more than I am, but I can certainly find him humorous when I've taken the time to watch him.
All right, well, he had an episode that's about what I'm trying to talk about, where, you know, they talk about their friends and that you don't want the worlds to collide. So, you know, I have friends on Facebook that I've known since childhood, and, you know, I've got all the people I talk to on ham radio, and there's other people who are in other communities that I interact with. So I had to make a decision on Facebook because, as I say, it's not easy to have a separate persona in Facebook. You have to log out, and then you have to sign back in if they'll let you still do that. And that's a royal pain. You can't just switch. I can't have a ham radio. I can't have an audio and a personal. So what Facebook was when I first got involved with it was a way to reconnect with people that I've known from the past and some people that I know from the present. And I'm reluctant, even though I'm friendly with you and other people on the ham radio, I'm reluctant to let those worlds collide. And that's why I haven't been quick to accept friend requests from a wide variety of people. You know, that's the story, Bruce. And then pick up QPC.
No, that makes good sense. I completely understand where you're coming from. That whole Facebook thing, you've got to be very, very careful with anyway. But that's another conversation for another time. Perhaps over a slice of pizza in Muncie again. But anyway, John, I didn't hear you, but obviously Bear heard you. Normally you got a great signal from Detroit, but make a transmission and hopefully I'll be able to pick you up. N8QPC in Detroit. And the group, this is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Well, W2XR, I don't know how the hell you couldn't hear me. Anyhow, hey, Bear, I've tried to talk to you a couple times. Looks like we got it going on this evening. How are you this evening?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. Pretty good. So far, I don't have the virus, I don't think, so that makes me feel pretty good. You're like 30 over here. Beautiful signal.
Yeah, we're about the same over here. No complaints. Up and down a little bit, but you know how the band's going to do its thing. Yeah, I was dialing by and I heard one of you guys say Macintosh. My ears picked up. Says Macintosh, that's me all the way. I have not extensive, but I got quite a few pieces of Macintosh equipment.
He's that sideband guy to his wife.
What's that?
There's a sideband guy up on 90. He's white as a farm. Anyway, you know, what do you got there, Macintosh? You see now, I've got a 50W2. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. I got a varied collection. I got a MA230, which they claim was the best integrated amp they ever made. And then I got a MC2505. I got a C20. the C22, and the classic 240. What is that? An MA, I think it was, or I can't remember. MA or MC, you know, the one 6550s in it. Then I got other brand stuff too that I like. I got Scott LK150. I think it sounds just as good as any of that Mac stuff that I got. Yeah, this little ICO amp that sounds just gorgeous. It's really brilliant. A lot of stuff. And I got a set of W7 Heathkits, and that's a couple nice sounding rigs too. I just got too much stuff, but I love all my tube stuff.
Yeah, what do you got for speakers?
I got a set of Altoc Legatos, and I got a set of Altoc Crescendos, and a set of JBLs. I don't remember what they are. They're just studio monitors, nothing real big, just 12 and tweeters. I don't even remember what's in them. They sound really nice. I got those on the 230 at my workroom here.
Yeah, all right, fine business. Well, that's cool. Yeah, the 50W2 was the original Macintosh. They made a 35W and a 50W2. It was a two-part unit, gray hammer tone, power supply, input section on one side, output section on the other. No, power supply one side, the amplifier on the other, the transformer coupled, and made right by... right in the beginning of Macintosh, before something like the MC30. I got me one of them. I'll have to find it. Oh, what? That would be fun. I haven't really looked for it, but they're nice. You know, Macintosh is fun stuff. It's mostly the output transformer. As I was telling Bruce, there's only 3 ways to get a wideband output transformer. One of them is Macintosh. Of course, it comes with its own problems. Don't forget that. The beautiful design of the output stick. They're pretty cool. So Bruce is into audio. He's got his own approach, and I've got my own approach too. And you've got yours, and that's how it works. It's all a lot of fun. That's the whole idea. Over to you, Bruce.
Yeah, band is really holding up nicely now. John, again, good evening. You're pounding in from Detroit. I'll have to take a look at the carrier level meter on the R390 on the next transmission, and I was getting a little nervous about Bear kind of getting a little bit less strong, but he has recovered nicely at this point. So everybody is Q5. But like Bear had pointed out, there is a lot of QRM from that sideband station. It's about 5-6 kilohertz of frequency. He's very, very wide. But I'm not really much of an enthusiast of the classic vacuum tube gear, in the sense that I don't really collect it. Although I have had a 35W2. That's passed through my hands. I had an MC240, and that's the model number, John. MC240, if we're talking about the same amplifier. You mentioned 6550s. That would have been the MC275, which from the factory used KT88s in the output stage. The Harley Davidson of amplifiers. Same thing with the MC240. I had the MC240 a long time ago, and it was in really nice shape. And I wanted to get a better turntable, so somebody bought the MC240, and I used the proceeds from the sale to get the other turntable. But it's just beautiful looking equipment. Even their modern solid state gear, although I think they still may make a later or modernized version of the MC275. It's just magnificent looking equipment. And I think if anybody kind of set the standard for industrial design for quality audio gear, it was probably both Marantz with the 7C preamp, that Bauhaus design, if you will, and Macintosh with the black and chromium plating on the power amplifiers and the blue backlighting on their preamplifiers and tuners. But it's certainly very collectible equipment right now. and I'm sure you'll love the sound of that stuff. And like Bear said, the secret to those McIntosh vacuum tube power amplifiers was clearly the output transformer and the driver circuit to the output tubes. And it was really the novel design of Frank McIntosh who had developed that. I think he was originally an engineer, if I'm not mistaken, with Western Electric. And then he started McIntosh Laboratories on Chambers Street in Binghamton, New York, pretty much southwest of Bears QTH. So anyway, I wonder how the signals are holding up here out in Detroit there, John, this evening. N8QPC and the group. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
W2XR, N8QPC. Oh, signals are holding up fine. I heard somebody else key in there. I don't know if somebody is looking for to get in. I got a couple other, I was just thinking, I got a couple other amplifiers I haven't fired up in a long time. I got a set of Dynaco Mark IIIs, and those are good little workhorses. And I got a Dynaco Stereo 70, and I know that they were cheap equipment, but you really can't turn your nose up at them. Nowadays, they still rock and roll. I mean, they're not laboratory grade stuff, but they still sound good, I guess I'm just sentimental. And you gotta laugh. I got a pair of Phase Linear 400s. They just fell in my lap. I was out one night and I saw one sitting in the garbage, and I couldn't resist it. I picked it up. Then another one came my way. The customer brought it over here. Says, "Here's a present." So now I got two of them. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. But they're all right. I played with them. They don't sound too awfully bad. Yeah, hi, Tim. Well, listen, that Phase Linear 400, I'm going to let you know something. There's something very special about that amp. It has a special sound that only a Phase Linear 400 has. People turn up their noses at that thing, and I'm here to tell you, if you got a speaker that takes some power, that really wants to take some power, you put that Phase 400 on it, and you will be very happy with what you hear if you put a real clean signal source into that. How about that?
Yeah, do I have it?
You might have it, but if you do, you have to see a doctor. Hand it over to Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, how's this pile of junk doing?
Well, does it have a Phase Linear 400 in it?
No, it has a Tromulator 200 modulator.
Yeah, well, don't start coming in here like Ted.
No, I'm not going to be a regular hog. Yeah, well, the thing is, the way I see it, an amplifier should do that. It should just amplify the incoming signal and drive the speakers and not add any sound of its own. But, being that speakers, depending on which you use, are not what you call a purely resistive load, and it's all in how the amplifier deals with reactance. Yeah, I wish I had a Max. I guess the best amplifier, Hall State amp I had was the Harman Hardon Citation 2. Actually, P.W. Fallon and I were at the Crochester, New York Hamfester. And it was back when people thought Hollow State audio gear wasn't much good, so PW, I think, bought it for $25 or $30. And he used that in his stereo system at the time that he started building things up, and that's when he built his, I think that's when he built his bass boxes with the JBL 15-inch woofers and passive radiators, which I've got in my collection. And he spent a lot of time building the enclosures and all that kind of thing. Well, he upgraded. He got a, oh god, it wasn't a phase linear. An SAE amplifier that I think was rated at 300 watts, and he decided to use that to drive woofers, and he came up with eventually a pair of the Dynaco Mark IIs, you know, the 50 or 60 watt amplifiers with the 6550s that was being described, and stuck the electronic crossovers eventually in front of it. And he had that system for a while, but you know, it's big, and you know, people just don't seem to have the room for big anymore, so he downsized. I wound up with the speakers, but many years earlier, when he got the SAE amplifier, he said, hey, you interested in my little Harman amp? I said, sure. Oh, tell you what I paid for it, $30. So I whipped out the a lot of cabbage from my wallet, bought the thing, and I used that in my system with a pair of homebrew three-ways just made out of scraps when I worked at H.H. Snot Company. Their drivers were pretty much made by CTS of Paducah, which are like, yeah, you know, they're all right, but for freebies, you know, they were getting rid of a bunch of engineering samples and speakers that had very minor voice coil rub that came off the assembly line, you know, just the raw drivers. And I remember PW and I helped ourselves to it. You know, stuff was just being put out to be loaded in the dumpster. We loaded up his vehicle, or both of our vehicles, with speakers. And they served quite well. But anyway, I basically lost the Harman Hard-On in the fire. It probably could be rebuilt because it was on the base of the wooden rack. But not having any space for things, it sits under a tarp outdoors, rusting away. And I see the thing, you know, every year or so when I'm stumbling around, I was like, geez, I got to pull that thing out and see if the output transformers are salvageable. So that's the story. In the meantime, I got a freebie Dynaco Stereo 70, in which I've done quite a few mods to. You know, the thing about the Stereo 70, or any of their amplifiers, you'll look at it like you look at a piece of, say, cheap shit ham radio gear that is basically big bang for the buck, and it's like, all right, how can I improve this thing? Well, for one thing, I depower them. You know, vacuum tube amplifiers back in the day, everybody was in a watts war. It's like, how much power can you get out of a given set of tubes? So the plate voltage would be jacked up there, and you know, there'd be these claims for output power and all that kind of thing. But over a period of a few years of use, the tubes begin to go flat because they're worked awful hard. And nowadays, good tubes are very pricey. So with the Dynaco, I changed the power supply from cap input to choke input. And instead of that multi-section cap, I mounted up a 450 microfarad, 450 volt electrolytic. So it's just like brute force cap input. And the EL34s wound up in other projects of mine. But I had a a slew of, a quantity of brand new old stock in the box RCA 5881s, probably made by Tungsol. And I put them in there, and then I went through it, and you look at all the coupling capacitor values and bypasses. It's all designed for a certain low frequency cutoff. So what I wanted to do was just bring it down. So I've got like 1 microfarad coupling caps, and I went through everything from stem to stern, and it's a decent sounding amplifier. I forget if they had a form of DC balance for the output tubes. If not, I remember adding it to it so I could balance the output tubes within a CH. So I used that amplifier for a number of years, but my wife is not the type that likes to crank it up at all, even though that amp is probably good for only 20-25 watts out per channel. It's much more than the level that she wants to listen to at. So a lot of the time, the thing would get left on along with the preamp that I was using. And it was just a waste. And even though it was depowered, it still made heat. You could feel the heat up at the ceiling as it was mounted up on a shelf near the ceiling to have it kind of out of the way. So I had this Radio Shack RCA with 5 watt or 10 watt per channel stereo solid state piece of crap amplifier, and that's what's being used now. I pulled the Dynaco, I put it away. I may use it as a stereo monitor amp in whatever feature studio I build. This WA1H LR.
Hey, Tim, do you know how much a hardened carbon Citation 2 goes for today in good condition?
Well, believe me, this thing is not in good condition. It's pretty well destroyed.
Yeah, in good condition, about $2,000. If you pull the power transformer, the output transformer, they still work. You throw a coat of the right color paint on them to make them look pretty again. You get $500-600 for that.
Yeah, it's only money. If they're any good, I'm going to build my own version of a Citation 2 with direct coupled drive rather than the RC coupling.
Yeah, they're okay output transformers. You ask Nick. He built them. Well, basically, he was there when they were getting spec'd and built. Yeah, they're not that great. They're good. They're not that great. But we got 2 other guys in here. Pick it up, guys.
Oh, I heard Bruce, and who was the other station?
Some guy in Detroit.
Sounded like John QPC. Standby. We do this again. John, do you hear me now?
That was a fine double. NHQPC copying the Timtron Kimmo.
You hear me now, John? I put the array on.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, I guess you weren't hearing me before that well.
No, not so hot. I could hear you. It was up and down. You know how that goes. It was riding the wave.
Yep, well, I should have put the array on in the first place, because I know it makes a difference out your way.
Yeah, now you're hitting me 40 over, but it probably makes it bad for those other guys, though, don't it? Can you hear them all right over there, Brett?
Oh, yeah, I prefer the array most of the time. It's weird. Even when they're the same signal strength, the modulation off the array is somehow better.
Well, there's no change in tuning or loading.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Usually, even when they're the same signal strength, the modulation sounds cleaner and clearer coming off the array. I don't know what that is.
Well, I'm going to have to set this thing up for split antennas because the static level, you see, before, when I came in here, Bruce and John and you were just wall to wall, no static, and now I wouldn't say you're competing with the static from some storm way out in the west, but it's there, so I got to split the antennas.
You need to buy one of these $125 BHI boxes, Tim. I'm telling you, man. It really is good.
W2XR.
Bruce, you there? Maybe he wants to get a cup of coffee. W2XR, you there, Bruce?
Yeah, we're still here. WB2GCR in the group from W2XR. Tim, good evening to you, my friend. Putting in a powerful signal into Long Island tonight. And I think you mentioned you were using a new rig or something. Sounds very, very good. Be curious to hear what you're using. And I have a question for you, Tim, that I will ask at the conclusion of this transmission. But I'm very familiar with the Stereo 70. I built one from scratch in 1972, I think it was, or 1973. I think I was either a sophomore or a junior in college. And I still have it. It's been boxed up for years. Haven't used it in years. It was the very last version that they made with the glass epoxy printed circuit boards and the black covered, black painted rather, cage. And then the Dynaco Mark IIIs, believe it or not, it was Dirk, WA2CYT, who gave me a pair of those. And that was the first amplifier that I really started to radically modify back in the mid-1980s. And I set that thing up for true Class A operation with self-bias. I played with all kinds of different power supply configurations, different output tubes. I completely gutted the audio input and driver stage. I built my own. What did I use? Gosh, I can't even remember. I think a 6FQ7, which is basically a 9-pin version of a 6SN7 at the input. And I think I used a 12BH7 as the driver. And I did add in a differential circuit with AC balance. And that sounded really, really good. That was a radical improvement over the stock Dynaco Mark III input board. But I think the worst sound I ever heard was a Phase Linear 400 driving a pair of Klipschorns. And when they talk about the first watt being the most important, oh my God, that amplifier must have had the worst crossover distortion at low power. I mean, it just, the guy that owned the system, he thought it sounded great, but to me, my ears started to bleed, and it was way too bright, way too bright. But my question for you, Tim, is this. I did a noise measurement on my transmitter earlier this week, and I'm measuring noise that's about 48 dB below 100% modulation. And normally, for at least a vintage tube broadcast transmitter, they would spec noise on the order of about greater than 60 dB below 100% modulation. And I'm wondering if perhaps a component of that noise measurement might be phase noise from my exciter. So that's one issue. But I do hear in the off-air monitor with no modulation, I can hear what sounds like 120 hertz hum. And it's very, very far down. But again, if you look at the measurement, it's about 48 dB below 100% modulation. And I've got a splitting choke at for the input network with 30 microfarads of energy storage, and that supports the modulator, which is push-pull, so you get hum cancellation right there. And then the DC goes on to a smoothing choke, which is 8 Henrys at 3/4 of an amp, with 8 microfarads at the output, and that supports the Class C single-ended final amplifier. So I'm wondering how realistic these noise measurements of, call it a kilowatt class plate modulated broadcast transmitter on the order of greater than 60 dB. I wonder how realistic those numbers are. So let me turn it over to John first. And incidentally, again, Tim, the rig sounds very good. I'd be curious to hear what you're running. NAQPC and the group. This is W2XR at 10 minutes before the hour.
W2XR NAQPC. Well, I'm not going to stay in here too much longer. I'll listen for one more. I got some junk I got to do. Yeah, like I was saying, I got all sorts of audio amplifiers that I've picked up through the years in various stages of disrepair and fixed them up. You know how that stuff goes. They come, it's like the vortex, I guess. They come in and then they don't leave. I have a problem with stuff leaving. It just comes and then don't go. I get rid of speakers, though, because speakers take up all sorts of room. I'd like to get a set of clips, the big ones. I don't know what the model numbers is. I'm not going to lie. I got a set of, I believe they're Delquist. Is the name of them. Those ones that they're thin and tall. They've been sitting in the garage and I haven't been using them. Hopefully no critters have gotten to them, but I got enough animal poison in my garage to poison everything in the whole county. I just stick them everywhere. Anytime that everything I put in there, I get it in those little bags and I just put it everywhere. So I'm pretty lucky about that. I don't think I've had anything eaten, but sooner or later it's going to happen. Well, anyhow, I'm going to send it on over. I guess it goes over to Bear, NAQPC in the group.
Yeah, NAQPC in the group. Very fine. Well, too bad no one's throwing out any phase linears in the garbage when I've been walking by, because I would have been happy to take them. Nice talking to you here, Catching Jim. Getting the propagations working out to Detroit. The Motown. Yep. We'll talk again. Yeah, those Dalquists. Well, if you can unload them on Craigslist, I would do so. Maybe someone wants it. There's too much of them, but they look cool back in the day. Say 73s to you. And we could talk stereo 70s for quite a while, Tim. Bruce, I'm not done. Talk about no stinking stereo 70. But I did appreciate, Bruce, your adventure on the Mark IIIs. Yeah. That's good stuff. Especially in the 80s. That would have been very advanced back in the day. Now everything's been done pretty much.
Turn it over to me.
No, he's transmitting.
Cool.
The band's going long.
Yeah, NAQPC, Bruce, you can tie the ribbons with him. WBC, GCR, and then up to 10.
Yeah, Bear, if you're hearing me, the band's going long. I'm starting to lose you, and at the same score, Bruce is losing you too, and you may be beginning to lose me, Bruce. Go ahead.
You're coming through fine there. It's just above the noise. I think John said he would stick around for one more, maybe just to listen, but if not, John rather 73. Always good to talk to you, and those DQ10 loudspeakers you were referring to with the Dalquist models, DQ10, they're classics in Canada. You should give them another listen. But 73 and all the best, and we'll talk to you soon. So Tim, let me turn this over to you, and did you hear the question that I posed to you?
Oh, sure. I did. And Bear, if you're there, if you can even hear me, see you later. Now, this is not a new transmitter. Bear is always one with the wise-ass comments, and I'm the one with the wise-ass answers. So, there you go. No, it's my Viking Valiant. I'm using a pair of triode connected 6 Yellar 6 big TV sweepies as modulators, and a Chicago CMS-1 modulation transformer, which is quite hunky for a Valiant. Oh, poot. Well, judging from what you told me about the power supply, I don't see any problem there. I mean, that is, super well filtered. So, with a 60 dB noise figure, is that typical of a hollow state type AM broadcast transmitter pretty much? Or are you including, your preamps and everything to get that 48 dB, or is that just the 48 dB down with no audio signal going into the modulator?
Yeah, I have a Bay Ear 10. I literally unpatched the output of the peak limiter, which drives the audio driver stage. So that's strictly the transmitter on a standalone basis.
And you're using 4400s in the PA, eh?
Pair of 4-400s in the final amplifier, and a pair of 833As in the modulator. One thing I'm thinking it might be is I'm using an electronically regulated bias supply for the 833As. It's really works well. I'm wondering if I may have a grounding, because that's a pretty high gain stage in terms of the error amplifier. I'm wondering if I have a hung loop, and I also have a 4-com RFI filter right at the AC input to that thing. I'm wondering if perhaps there might be some linkage. So I measured 7 milliwatts of ripple at the output of the bias supply, and that translates into 760 below -24 volts. So the hum is extremely low at the bias supply output.
Okay, now as far as your bias supply is concerned, I take it that's a shunt regulated supply or series?
No, it's shunt, and it's vacuum filled. And it's a pair of 6080s in parallel for the gas element. And it's using a 6SJ7 as the error amplifier. And I forgot the VR tubes I use. I built this thing like 15 years ago. I just pulled a schematic. But it's really just a variant of that very popular regulated bias supply that was in the handbook for years.
Yeah, okay. What about, I probably would experiment. Have you pulled? Is the audio driver a separate entity, or is it all part of the modulator?
Good question. Separate assembly, and that might be part of the problem because I started building a system back in 1978, and it's been modified so much that when I added the 835 Class A audio driver, I had no room in either of the two racks, the equivalent racks, for the power supply. The power supply is sitting on top of the station monitor speaker, and there's probably about a 6 or 7 foot umbilical that runs between the power supply and the audio driver deck. When I first built up the audio driver deck, I did check the room output. It was inaudible. I'm using AC meters on the 45, which would be normal, but they're pushed pull. So you get the cancellation of the hum component.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't want to hold it here too long in case John has any comments. N8QPC from WA1H Yellar.
I just sit here listening patiently. I was debating on running down to the corner store. Anyhow, the signal seemed to come around a little bit there. I don't know if Bear is back in there. I think Bear kind of dropped out. As you get better, he gets worse. You know how that story goes. W2XR is still sounding real good over here, too. I don't really have any real good comments, man. I've just been hanging around the house doing this and that and work in my shack here, trying to pick on something new to work on. I just can't seem to get overly motivated. I had all sorts of running around to do today. I got 90 different projects I can do, but I haven't settled on one yet. I think I might take my 32V2. I got a new low voltage transformer for it, new to me rather, that needs to go in it. Maybe I should do that and get it over with. It's been sitting there dead now for about 2 years, and I guess it would be behoove of me to fix it. It's just so heavy though. 110 pounds for a 100-watt transmitter. It just doesn't seem right. Anyhow, I guess it goes over to W2XR unless Bear's in there, but I don't know if he's in there or not. NAQPC in the group.
Check on Kittikins the Shat. He wanted out. Maybe he'll want in because it's cold out. Yeah, you'll hear Bear in there. He's piss weak. No, I gotta let the Shat in. I want to see if the Shat wants to come in. I put him out just as I started up here.
Definitely came up in there now, Bear. She's a fickle girl. Project's lapsed about 20 years after I'm dead. Yeah, I hear you. I need to put my stereo back together. I took it all apart, and I need to put it back together. I don't know what I'm gonna put back in there. Now I gotta ask your opinion. I have the C20 and a C22 preamp. Which one would you use? Huh? Okay. that close? Yeah, I like them both. They're pretty. That's one thing I gotta say about it. That's what sold me on it. I saw that. I was at a swap one time about 30 years ago, and I saw that C20. I said, "Oh, that thing's pretty. I gotta have that." No, it's not. You're right about that. You know what I had one time that was decent? I had an old SAE Mark 10, and I got rid of it. It was pretty cool.
I'm back.
guess I wasn't as discerning. Now, I got that little MA230 in here. I really like the way that thing sounds. It's a sweet little integrated amplifier. It sounds good. All I got sitting with it is a turntable. I don't have anything else with it. Well, the Altecs I got in the other room, the Legatos, as I recall,
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Bruce.
15 with 1-inch one. I mean, they'll make some serious sound pressure.
Yeah, I'm here, Bruce. You hearing me?
No. I used to have the old 901s. I had 2 sets of those, but they were just so big, I didn't have room for them. But they were pretty cool. I think that was the model number. The old Voice of the Theaters. Yeah, they were huge. They came from, I got them from Industrial Communications here in Detroit. They used to be hanging in the ceiling in Cobo Hall, which is the big arena here. Oh yeah, they were huge. The horn was almost like 3 feet across. Oh yeah, and it had the driver in there, as I recall, was 2-inch diameter. Well, it was Altec, man. It was heavy as hell too. The drivers, I swear, they weighed 50 pounds.
Hey, Bruce, you hearing my signal? Okay. Can you disable the 845s by just turning off the filament power or killing the DC going to the plates? But if you apply cutoff bias to the modulator, it improves by 8 dB. Yeah, okay. Well, let me ask you this. On the output of that regulated power supply, I am familiar with that schematic. That's what I wanted to make sure, is that you didn't take some commercial power supply that makes a negative voltage and stick it in there, but I know you know better. Use a shunt regulated electronic power supply there. Now I'm trying to recall if there was any value. Was there a capacitor across the output of that bias supply? Well, do you have a large value, like say at least a 200 microfarad or something like that, 450 volt electrolytic, or it doesn't have to be that high, but say 150 volt electrolytic, because you know your bias is what, like minus 80 volts or something like that, and just hang a big electrolytic in parallel with the output of the bias supply, just tack it in there to see if there's any change. Could be entirely possible. You know, you're going to have to experiment. You know, 7 millivolts is not much, but you know, it's like a stone left unturned. So, you know, clip leads are cheap, and you can just clip lead stuff in there. Well, I guess the next thing to do would be to put a clip lead across the, say, you know what you might do is just pull the 845s from their sockets and see what the difference is. If there still is noise or hum there, you know, then it's magnetic coupling. Yeah, I would say you probably are. Is that Peter Dahl? What was that, like a replacement for something like a Gates BC1F or a Raytheon RA1000? Yeah, okay, well, I'm sure it's all mounted in place and you can't really rotate it and all that. I had to do that with the output transformer in my, got a really big audio output transformer I'm using in my R388 single-endedly, which, we're sitting almost right next to the power transformer. I just placed it on the chassis and rotated it with a pair of headphoniums hooked to the output until I pretty well nulled the hum out. And that's what you might have to do, but I don't hear any hum at all, you know, just with typical noise floor levels here on ham radio. Whatever little bit of hum you may have is lost in the sauce. it's been so many years that I've done a proof of performance measurements that I forget, and I forget what the feces spec was, but I think they're looking at the audio chain and everything, with no input signal to the processing chain. I think they tend to look at the big picture, but I've seen typical, hum and noise specs like minus 60 dB or 50 some odd dB is typical. Go ahead.
W4SVA.
W2XR. Later on in AQPC. I can still hear you real good, Tim. I know you can hear me.
Well, I'm hearing you okay. And there also was a W4SVA in there.
Yeah, that's me. Been here earlier. Had a hum problem. Not quite sure if I got rid of it yet, but if you hear it, I'd certainly like to know about it.
No, I don't hear any hum. You're clean.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of guys hearing 120 hertz hum on my signal, and I got it reduced somewhat. And listening here to it locally, there's still a little bit. I wasn't sure if that's
Well, with signal levels and the background noise, it tends to mask any hum that you might have.
Yeah, conditions aren't too great here as well.
Yeah, well, the antenna I'm receiving on is not a low-angle antenna for reasons that the more local stations, I was hearing a lot of noise on them with the array. Give me a little bit more talk.
I didn't get the other station. I think it was an 8 station. Was it QPC? Is that what it was? QPC, I think. There's W4SVA, Chris, in the Shenandoah Valley, a little bit south of Harrisonburg. Yeah, the hum I was getting earlier, at least part of it, it's not completely gone. Part of it was actually a microphonic tube. This is an HT32, and it was in the sideband generator subchassis, one of the IF amplifier tubes. And the elements in there were vibrating with the chassis, with the vibration induced from the transformers. And so I took it out and slammed it against the table. That fixed it. Who knows how long that'll last, but it's kind of a strange problem there caused by a microphonic tube.
Hey, whatever works. Yep, slam the tube on the table. Yeah, the transmitter I'm on is a highly modified Viking Valiant. And in a lot of transmitters, I'll pull the 6AU6 out of the VFO and put a 6AH6 in there, which has got a little more output, and it makes a very stable oscillator. But for the last 10 or more years I've been using this thing, had the 6AH6 in there, and I noticed when I was up on the higher bands, particularly 10 meters, and I tune into my own signal, I would hear this like a hum modulation. It's like, what the hell's that? So I generally would operate around 2900. And I had a 40-meter crapstle which came out on 2900, and I switched over to the crapstle, and the hum completely went away. And I said to myself, And I was asking a couple other people if they could hear it. Oh, no, it sounds okay. And it's like, well, I hear a hum in my signal, and I don't like it. So after doing that test, I said to myself, aha. And that hum was an FM hum. Jeez. Yes, it was an FM hum. And, the Valiant is mechanically a little bit of a noisy transmitter where the filter reactor is mounted underneath and is in very close proximity to the bottom of the perforated steel cabinets. It's out of the cabinet because the transmitter died about 2.5 years ago, and I couldn't get to it because of all the crap in here, but I yarded a lot of stuff out of here and started working on the transmitter. It was a simple problem. One of the modulator tubes developed a short between the plate and the beam, one of the beam forming plates. Because I've got a pair of big TV sweepies in there. 6146s are long gone. So, that was one of the things I wanted to do. So I figured, well, the cabinet vibrates. There's this mechanical you can feel the cabinet. And, as I went lower in frequency, like 40 meters or 160 or 75, it was there ever so slightly, but not enough to be noticeable. So I just stopped using it on 20 meters. Well, I'd use it on 20, but it was still there. But the higher you went, frequency 15, it was rather noticeable, and 10 even more so due to the multiplication factor. Yep. FM hum caused by vibration of a microphonic tube. That happens. Anyway, go ahead there, John. N8QPC, and your signal's good here, and very good on the 32B2. This WA1H YLR. Are you there, John? Yeah, maybe his batteries were running down, but I know he was hearing me okay. He's out near Detroit, so he's at the right place and space and distance from here for a long haul. I'm going to try a quick antenna experiment just to make sure I got the best ant. For you, Chris. All right, let me flip the switch. All right, I'm transmitting on the wire array. This is the 160-meter dipole. This is my 160-meter dipole. And this is the array. I imagine the array is better.
There was a 20 decibel difference between the dipole and the array.
Wow. Is that an honest 20 dB, or is that... an inflated 20 dB.
Well, that's what the meter said. I wouldn't set the meter.
Yeah, well, I imagine the noise floor dropped a bit. Yeah, that's what people tell me. It doesn't make any sense because both antennas are set up so that the match is just flat 1-to-1, no change in transmitter loading or, you know, the appearance of the waveform on the scope. It all looks the same to me.
Maybe the down frequency was pretty wide. Yeah, interesting about this is I had a VFO 1.2. Annoyed the crap out. I checked everything, and then I knew what was causing it. There was a little bit of ripple on the chassis of the 122 compared to the 5.1.
Yeah, for sure. I never really gave that any thought. I've got a transmitter I call the Viking 1.5, which lately I've been tying it up on 160. And it's a Viking 1 that I've rack mounted in a 17.5-inch table rack that I put casters on. And I'm using a modulator section from the Gold King 500, which is a pair of 811s. And I completely reworked the audio in it. And I wound up replacing the stock plate transformer in the Viking 1 with one of the same physical size, but with a bridge around, and it delivers 1,000 volts instead of 700. So the tank component, the tank capacitor easily handles it, and 4D32s like voltage. So I see 150 watts out when I load it to 200 mils, so hence the name Viking 1.5. It's 1.5 Viking 1s. And I've got a 122 VFO that I use with it, and I have it loaded up with Crapstos, so I can just go click, 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 and select various popular frequencies, you know, that I have in there. Being that I, you know, had been using it a lot when 10 and 15 were open, and aware of any kind of a possibility of FM hum, I made a few changes in there. I think the dropping resistor to the VFO tube, I had this rather moth-eaten 18K resistor that had changed value, and those things, you know, I don't know what it is about Tungsten, but in all their transmitters, they always had this Verschlugener 18K 2-watt carbon resistor that would generally change value and then would go into a runaway mode. So I always called it the Chernobyl resistor. And it's particularly a problem in the Valiant because the low voltage B plus is about 370 or so. It's definitely higher than what they claim it to be. So I generally put a 25K 10-watt wire wound in there, because you don't need to sink that much current into the VR tube for a proper good screen voltage. You know, it's just like these people don't figure it out from the get-go. So I put a much higher value resistor in there to keep the heat down and all that kind of thing. And while I was at it, I halfway rectified the filament. I had to put a series resistor in there, as obviously you need a cap input the voltage, 7.5 volts or 8 volts DC. So I'm always picking up high value capacitors at hand testers that I go to. And one guy was selling maybe 10 volt electrolytic. So I stuck one of them in there, perfect round series resistor, running about 6.0 volts DC. I don't know if it precipitated any change, but that's what I did. No, I'm on the Valiant. This is a much modified Viking Valiant. Go ahead. Yeah, okay, Chris. Yeah, I'd be curious when you auto transformer, as I call it, turbo connected the mod transformer. How'd you do? Did you parallel up the secondary windings and tie that in series with one side of the primary, or were you going full primary to full second, or shall I say one side of the primary to full secondary. Okay, good. Did you use a reactor to take the DC off the mud transformer? Yep. Well, I don't know what the saturation point is of the Valiant mod transformer, but, I think they're all a little different, as far as the primary inductance. Oh, God. Because I use Valiant mud transformers in a number of applications other than in the Valiant. I've got I did up a B&W 5100. I don't know, have you ever worked on a B&W 5100? Well, I pulled the stock mod transformer off because those are known for popping, but it also is because of their method of spotting. Modulator voltage is brought up and everything, and I found I was able to change the wiring on that function switch so that the modulator was still disabled when you went to the spot mode. And I put a Viking Valiant mod transformer on the chassis, turbo connected it the way you did yours, but I solid stated the power supply. So between the 3 rectifier tubes in the area that they occupied, I have to have a number of these new old stock, never used 13 Henry 250 mil, probably made in the late 40s, early 50s Thorderson filter reactors. And from looking at the thing, it was a little crusty and rusty because the original box that was in got wet and dampness had caused a little bit of paint peelage. And the way those things are made, you take the end bells off and all that, and you'll see that the E&I lamination pack is kind of loose, and I was afraid to talk back and any residual moisture that may wind up getting in there, so I put it in a dunk tank of clear polyurethane spar varnish and let it soak for quite a while. Then I pulled it out, let it dry a bit, and then put the reactor back together again with a C-clamp, holding the lamination packs together, put the bolts in, torque them down, and then let it sit for a while before I mounted it on the chassis. And because of the way the plate current is metered, and the B&W being that the modulated DC, I believe, or maybe the DC is on the PA, they put the meter right in line with the modulated DC, I think. So there's a problem there. When you have a common DC input to the modulator system rather than discrete primary and secondary. So I use the modulator, or rather the 13 Henry reactor to take the place of the secondary of the mod transformer. And I coupled full B plus DC, and on the Valiant mod transformer, before I bolted that thing down, I heated the thing up and very carefully pull the end bells off a little bit. And I was able to remove the eave remove the gap spacer, and press it back together again while it was still hot. Use a C-clamp to hold things together and put the end bells, just pushed them back into place and bolted it up, let it cool down, which markedly increased the inductance. And I used a pair of 6D25s, a screen voltage on them, and mounted up a VR tube, a VR150 on the chassis, and regulated the screens at 150. I still left the original. Well, I think somebody had replaced the audio interstage transformer. I could have gotten rid of it, but you know, make it resistance coupled. I'd probably have to add another tube and all that and do all the more work, and probably I should have, but it seemed to work very, very well, and plenty of modulation. And a friend of mine, Glenn, N1YTN, who lives 60 miles to the south of me, had a hard-on for a B&W 5100, so we did a trade. So I wound up with a very cosmetically clean Collins 32 V2 that has an audio problem. I want to look at that and press that thing into service. And at the same score, the other Peter Dahl vapor sulfate transformer with an refrigerant on it, half input with 4,000 on low load, about 3,600 under load. So I reworked a friend of mine's Drake L4B linear amplifier and completely rebuilt the power supply, and you know, much stronger blower in the amplifier head itself. So now 3,600 volts on 3500s with a little bit of fixed bias. The amplifier works very well for my buddy Frank. So it's interesting how you can, you know, switch and swap, mix and match, and use pieces, parts for other projects that are on the docket. But getting back to your 32, or rather your HT32, yeah, 2 volts a ripple is a bit much. Yeah, I'd put a much fatter value electrolytic in there, and so you hang on a minute. No, he's back in. He was out. Maybe he's in his basket. Yeah, basking up. So, I in fact, Glenn YTN is a HT32, and solid stated the power supply in that. And I'm trying to remember, you know, I like the idea of an oil condenser, but it's a little light in value, like 10 microfarads. So I don't remember, but I think I had another 10 microfarad oil, and I mounted that on top of the chassis where the 2 rectifier tubes were. So it looks like it belongs, and paralleled it up with 20 mics of filtering. So, and another thing is about the 32, the HT32, is they don't have a plate current meter, as I recall, just strictly an output meter. So you don't really know what's going on. And the the manual says set your bias on the 6146s should be minus 49 volts, which should be about 50 mils of idle. But the thing I noticed when you went into standby mode, the voltage is up on the PA tubes, and the bias is still minus 49, so the tubes are just sitting there pulling full idle all the time. I wonder if you've investigated that with yours, Chris. W4SBA from WA1HLR.
Like you said, they still put me in such a way. So that might be a modification. That is acceptable. Well, it varied on which band I was on. Anywhere from just barely adequate grid drive all the way down to like 1 million. I tried everything I could think of. And they said, yeah, I had that same problem with mine. It was just capacity. I'll give that a try one of these days and maybe get that thing on there. But yeah, the ART-13 transformer dropped right in, as did the Viking 2 transformer. It was almost modulated to secure cookie value. In CW mode, whatever, as long as the high voltage is on there. That's it seems like you see a lot of those transmitters that have modules and overtaken transformers. So I guess that was the failure point for them. But it's an interesting unit. You don't hear a lot of them on the air very much. I'd like to get mine on sometime. You can just talk and walk. And it came with a 5-band generator both of them. I think the whole unit built together is about 150 pounds. Really long and bulky, hard to pick up. Right now I've got a resistor in series with the solid state. And a little electric filtering and helping. think there was an article online a couple of years ago that I did something similar to that. And it looked like it. A few experiments to do with this transmitter I pulled out. That and Tobias. Anyway, back over to you with the one more. WA1ATLR, W4NPX.
Okay, very good there, Chris. Yeah, I'm trying to stay up till about 1 o'clock. A buddy of mine called me a lot earlier today. He's up north working, and he works a shift from 2 in the morning on. I want to see if I can catch him. So, and I got to get to bed as well. My sleeping is totally messed up. Yeah, very good on the BMW. That's interesting. Yep, got all the pieces, parts of the Hamfester and put one together. Well, the one I did up for Glenn YTN belonged to John W1AHJ, who was one of the long-time old buzzard ham radio operators here in Maine, and he's probably long gone, but he was up into his early 90s and had a bad cold in the winter that went into pneumonia or something like that, wound up in the hospital, and he thought he was going to die, but he pulled out of it, no problem, and then he decided to just get rid of everything, sell his home, and move into a veteran's home where he'd be taken care of. You know, very astute and all that, but I visited him a couple of times in the home, and you know, I don't see how he could have been happy there at all. But at any rate, he had a number of homebrew transmitters that he had done in years past, but he was very much a stickler for FEC law as far as his own operations. So his homebrew 304 kilowatt plate modulated transmitter was like, oh no, that thing runs illegal power. It's like, well, who the hell cares anyway, you know? The law is totally flawed. You know how people conceive it. Oh, 375 watts is it. Well, that isn't the real truth. But anyway, so he just stopped using his 304TL transmitter. Just sat there. Meanwhile, he was cobbling together a pair of 813s that he never finished, and he got this BMW 5100, and he was always into working on the audio, making it sound good, and he had the thing upended on his kitchen table, and the modulator had all its low-level stuff stripped out of it. So when I brought it home, the mod transformer was good, so I pulled that. It's actually not a bad piece of iron, but in that environment, it's easily blown. So I wound up turbo connecting that and putting it inside an LMAC AF67 that a friend of mine has, and in that capacity, it works very, very well. But with the HT32, yep. Yeah, well, I always solid state the power supplies, and in many cases where a transmitter like say a Viking 1 or Viking 2, when you solid state the low voltage, it goes up to like 370, 380, something like that, which is a little bit hot, especially a DX100 or Apache. The low voltage was soared to about almost 450. So I always modify it to choke input. and that brings things down to a very comfortable level, and everything runs very cool. So I would try that. The only thing is who knows about signal levels. So in the HT32, I'm a little hazy on exactly what I did, but I think I did something with the TR relay control system or whatever, where I was able to get the bias. Maybe I changed a resistor or something that was switched in when you keyed up the transmit, that allowed the bias to go up to -70, and that completely cut the 6146s off, because that's a problem. You have them sitting there hour after hour, and they can run away. It's one thing if there's like 400 or 500 volts on them. Hey, you got 800 volts sitting there. The other thing I'm kind of curious about is, when you stated the power supply, did you disconnect the rectifier filament winding from the equation? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I took them off and insulated the ends and shoved them up in the corner of the chassis. A lot of guys had said that the failure mode for those transformers is the high voltage winding shorting to filament winding. So I isolated those off, and they're completely off the tube socket.
Okay, good. Well, another thing is how high is your line voltage there?
I've got it on a very accurate. Line voltage here isn't too high.
Yeah, same here. Rather than bothering with the variac and all that, what I generally do is take the unused 5-volt rectifier filament winding and wire it in series with one side of the primary. So you're basically taking a 115-volt transformer and bringing it up to 120 volts. So no need to friggin' frag with a variac, but, the other thing is when you bring the 6146s to cutoff, it acts like a bleeder load, and the high voltage should soar up to about 900 or better. So I started experimenting. I used maybe it was a .02 or something like that, or damn it, the capacitor at I put in parallel with the filter reactor. Generally a .05 to almost a .1 is typical with your usual 8 to 10 Henry filter reactor, but I don't know what the one is in the Helicrafters. I started experimenting. I think I used a .02. It might be a swinging choke. So, it's got a pretty high value bleeder. And when I did that, the very lightly loaded high voltage supply was just basically being loaded by the rather high value bleeder, which I think is 470K. The voltage came down to about 850. And when you keyed up the transmit, it would just drop to 800. So that was another thing to be aware of. Yeah, I would greatly increase the low voltage filter. In that position. Yep. Well, I think back to the first B&W 5100 I ever worked on belonged to and this is when I lived in Massholt Chewitz back in, it may have been like 1969 or 70. And one of the guys used to be real active, who unfortunately is not playing radio anymore. It was Mark WA1ION. He's living on Cape Cod. And he used to be real active. He had a BMW 5100. It was a B model.
And he had the 51SB slot bucket adapter, and he used it on slot bucket, and he used the thing on AM, and then his mod transformer. So he brought it up to me, and I looked things over, and I had an R13 mod transformer and did what you did. I put that in there. And back then, I really didn't pay attention to the ratios. I thought it should work, and it did. I found out years later the R13 mod transformer goes into coarse saturation when you start pulling more than 150 mils to it. So if I were you, I'd load it fairly lightly. And another screwy thing about the B&W I noticed is that they don't measure grid current per se. I think they measure the screen current of the 6146s, so depending on loading and drive level will determine your maximum value of screen current, which is kind of a half-assed way of doing things, but that's how they did it. And I didn't dig deep enough to get in there and replace ceramic capacitors. Just getting into that multiplier chain looked like a pain in the throat. So I just left that one alone. Yes, indeed. But with the DQ5s and all that, and the right stuff done to the audio, because as you know, the various capacitor values used for screen bypassing in the 6 U8 stage and other things, kappa bypass on the 6AQ5 driver stage. Well, I think you said you RC coupled it and got rid of the transformer. So I'd be curious to hear that thing on 40 meters. I'll see you later. Good running into you, Chris, and good luck with the HT32. Yep, now that you mention it, your signal's up there. I can hear the hum. It is there. It's not in your face, but you listen for it. It is definitely there. Hopefully you'll get some rest. W4SVA from WA1HLI.
Yeah, I'm looking at the scope right now. I can see it riding on the carrier. It's not much, but it sure is annoying to see it there. God, I can't even read my own writing. I wrote something down that I was going to comment on, and I can't read what it says. I think I was going to talk about probably the biasing in this transmitter. Yeah, when I did this thing up 5 or 6 years ago, the reason I didn't modify the bias was because of, when you cut the tubes off, the high voltage soars up. There's not enough bleeder resistance there, so I just left it alone. And said, well, I'll do that later sometime. And here I am 5 or 6 years later and still haven't done it. Interesting on resonating the choke. I'll have to try something. I think the choke in here is a swinging choke. I think I saw that in parts of this. What else was I going to say? Not be too important. Anyway, I'll catch you later. 73. Yeah, if we stay in here long enough, I guess we'll meet the morning crew. They get up at sometimes as early as 3 or 4 o'clock. 73 W4SVA.
Yeah, okay, Chris. Yeah, 0.02 or 0.03 cap across the reactor, and being that I believe you said it is a swing choke. That's why it took so little, and it worked very, very well, resonating it. See you later.
Whew.